All right, another Saturday night. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I want to thank everyone in advance who will be joining us tonight. Those of you who will be in the chat, please let us see and hear your comments. Those of you who are going to join the panel, I look forward to your commentary. I see daily affirmations by Paulina's out there saying good evening. Good evening to you. Um, what I want to do, as always, when I hop on here, I want to hop on and let you guys know what we have in store for you tonight. Tonight, so we didn't get to several prompts from last week, so I brought them back this week and added some new prompts to it. So one of the prompts is, do you need money for women to love and respect you? We're going to talk about white people and messaging that they put in children's cartoons. Should we also do the same? We're going to talk about multipolarity. We're going to answer the question, how were colonizers successful in Africa, based on something we'll see in a video. We're going to continue talking about unified Africa. We're going to talk about teaching languages in the diaspora. We're going to answer, what does cultural nationalism actually look like for Black people? We're going to look at a topic of how can one be an atheist and proclaim to have a General Afrikan perspective. We're going to look at this video that went viral this week of a Black woman who's a teacher having a slugfest with a student over a telephone. So we'll talk about that. And we're going to talk about that woman. Remember the story of the woman who went to get a BBL in Mexico with some guys in tow, and like they ran into the cartel and all that kind of stuff, and two dudes died. We're going to double back and check out something about her. I see daily affirmation by Paulina's there. I see Tanzana's out there. What I'm going to do now is start the show. And when we come back on the other side of the intro, I'll introduce the panelists, and I'll drop shoot the breeze topic number 1 tonight. So you guys, please stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Make sure you check out all of those shows, including Tanzan African Mind, Brother Bakari Podcast, The Forecast Radio, and Consider Cheek Show. I see in the chat only says he can't hear. If you guys can hear me, drop a 1 for me. If you guys can hear my voice out there, drop a 1 for me. Okay, so there's a 1. So with that said, let me welcome in the panelists this week. Oni, how are you this week?
I'm good. I'm going to answer that first question. I don't know if it's the first one or not, but the one about, do you need money? Yeah, you do. But that's all I can say. You know, of course, got to ask Bwana if he wants to bamba, if he wants to chill with the big boys,
With that said, let's welcome in Bwana this week. Bwana, how are you?
I'm good. I'm cool. Shout out to Udi, man. He's a clown, man. He's a clown. No, I'm good, brother, man. How y'all guys doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Good stuff. What's up, Udi, man?
I'm just bambaing, you know what I'm saying? I'm just bambaing, you know what I'm saying?
Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. I want to thank you guys for joining the panel tonight. Thank you to those who will join the panel. I see Gas Them Up is out there. I see Yana B is out there. Gas Them Up, Yana B. Appreciate all you guys for coming through. I see Jonelle is out there saying good evening. So good evening to everyone. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight is, do you need money for women to love and respect you? This came with a link. Let me tee it up and I'll share it with you. It seems to be taking us to YouTube.
It's a yes. Next question.
It's a yes. I wonder why Oni is so quick to. Oh crap! Hold on a sec. I just messed up. I wonder why Oni is so quick to speak up here. Let me share the screen, and then we'll listen and talk about it.
You love me yet? I just want to have enough money so that women can like me for my personality. You love me yet? I just want to have enough money so that women can like me for my personality. You love me yet? I just want. Hold on a second. I got like my familiar.
Boy. So that's a short from yours. Truly.
Who put that up, man?
From Oni, truly. Well, I guess let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you, man? Do you need money for women to love and respect you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you heard the handsome dude. You know what I'm saying? Look at all that money I got. Anyway. Man, you know how much my DMs blew up after that? No, I'm just listening. Those are fake bills, by the way. Everybody know that. There was a song. There was this guy, a comedian, who said he just wants women to love. No, he said, I just want to make enough money for women to love me for my personality. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that's just kind of random, man. I did not expect me to be the freaking prop. But do you need money for women to love and respect you? Is this a direct question? Like, I feel like someone just wanted to ask me. Like, I thought before it was the you, as in, like, does a man need a woman? But now I just feel like it's just me. Like, it's just a you. Anyway, yeah. I mean, look, I think realistically, and I'm coming to terms with this. Realistically, wealth is the most important thing, like second to health. You know what I mean? Health is important, then wealth, in your life, and partly why you like wealth is probably to improve your health. But realistically, people are going through life struggling. A lot of people are going through life struggling. If they're not going through life struggling, they already have money, right? But if they don't already have money, like the world is cruel, and if you're a man in particular, right, you have to mitigate the cruelties on a woman of your choice. You know, a beautiful woman of your choice. You know, it's kind of like that video we saw, I don't know if it was last week or 2 weeks ago, where the dudes was like, okay, you're on an island left to die, right? But you're cute, so I'm gonna take you off the island. You know what I mean? That's real life. Real life is that's how it is for men and that's how it is for women, right? But we as men have this responsibility that when we see a woman who's going to be left out to die, I don't know if you guys saw that video of the little girl, 18, adopted, right? Adopted when she was 4. As soon as she turned 18 for her 18th birthday, her parents dropped her off in Atlanta, like a whole other city, to a homeless shelter. And then the girl went missing. You know what I mean? And people are like, yo, she's now with a 40-year-old man. I mean, maybe, you know, but the reality is that the world is not nice to people. And so when you see a woman that you want to provide for, that's what you go for, you know? And if you decide, look, no, actually, you know what, I'm gonna keep my money in my pocket. I'm just going, you know, I'm just gonna hit and quit, you know, I'm gonna wine and dine, you know, I'm gonna, you know, smash and dash, you know, that's fine too. But she's still gonna be, you know, she's still gonna be on the streets or whatever. Because the world, particularly to us as black people, the world is cruel, you know, and that's all I could say about that.
I appreciate that, Owen. I couldn't find the mute button for a second. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do agree that the world is cruel, and especially as black folks. I don't personally think to me, it's a tough question. I don't think it's supposed to be this must have thing, like you must have this wealth to get women. Uh, you know, but the reality of it is, especially in today's world, a lot of this relationship shit is just transactional, man. You know, that's just what it is. And like Oni says, it's a rough world. Some people have it harder than others. And some people, particularly women, I think, they say, you know, they do what they got to do to survive. You know, and so, you know, that brings in the hypergamy and all that kind of thing, right? But I think it's something we really do need to tackle. And I know on this Shoot the Breeze, we've talked about it in several different ways. I know Buana has made the point of, you know, maybe polygamy is a thing that you might have to indulge in if you're a woman out here who's struggling, but there's a man who can you know, who can protect you, provide for you, but he has, you know, a wife or whatever. You know, maybe that's something you have to consider. These are things we really do need to sit down and think about. With that said, I see Gas is out there, Trigger Happy is out there. He says wealth should also be extended. Peace, children, family, finance, knowledge, etc. are also wealth, which all goes back to the community at the end of the day. Gas says hypergamy is a Mzungu programming system. With that said, Buana, what say you to this?
Coco, I don't necessarily think that love have a price tag. You know, because you see a lot of broke ass niggas out there, and wealthy women chasing after some broke dudes, and they claim to love them. So I don't necessarily think love have a price tag. I don't think respect have a price tag, because in many places in the world, you know, you see poor women and poor men being together, and there's a modicum of respect in terms of relationship wise. But I do think, yeah, I do think there's a price tag on vagina. I mean, if you want to get, uh, if you want to get consistent, what we consider to be in the Bahamas leg, you gonna have to shell out some money, man. And it's not to sound like it's almost like a transactional thing, but some women, not all, some women want to feel like they being taken care of and provided for, and it's like an exchange. It's like a reciprocal thing. You know, you get the obligation of providing security, I get the privilege of so forth and so forth and so forth. So the security is, I can do this for you, I can do that for you. I never really have to do it on the basis of love or respect. It's just, if you want give me if you want to task me with this obligation, I should have the privilege of what comes with having the obligation, the burden of the obligation. So I just think that that's how I kind of look at it. And that price of vagina is going up every day, by the way. But I personally, if you want to get, something like that every weekend, if you need to get that every weekend. But I personally think that in terms of money, I think that I look at I reference the obligation and privilege. I counterbalance them kind of two things in the equation. But in terms of love and respect, I don't necessarily think these things have a price tag. So I could be wrong, but I don't believe that, because I've seen so many instances where money, you see a lot of broke dudes or people who lack financial money, stress, but they seem to be able to find loving relationships, or what people from the outside looking in will consider to be loving relationships, or relationships based out of respect. But that's my spiel on that.
Yeah, one. I'll just like to add that. Yeah, they don't. It does. It's not mandatory, but the way that the world's shaped and shaping up to be, more and more, these things are becoming more and more transactional. That's just what it is. And Yana B in the chat said there's enough people around, right? There's enough people around that you don't have to share. That's another part of the human problem, is that humans tend to get into relationships with who they're attracted to, and how they feel about their own attractions, right? So the reality of it is, there's a lot of people out here who just won't, just won't get a fair shake in that regard. And so, yeah, you might have to pair up, because some people just won't get a fair shake. Who was it? Just like today or yesterday, that lady, I forget her name now, Shez Sade, I think it is. She was talking about this 6 figures, 6 inches, 6 foot tall, all this type of stuff. Like, that's really, and the way I see the world out here now, it's not even just like the fine women who are doing this shit. It's like every woman is doing this now. Everyone is doing it now. Gas, I was just about to touch on that, right? It's a mindset. It's a mindset.
Koku, I personally think that is talk. That is 5-cent talk. Because if you watch these, you ever see check these paternity shows out, where they're trying to establish paternity on the child, whether it's one father or the next father. You see many black young men, and these guys ain't 6-figure guys. Some of these guys can't even speak properly. You know what I mean? You could tell some of these guys are poorly educated. I don't know if you should say that based off of how a person presents themselves and speaks, but you see some of these guys are, you could tell they're not six-figure guys. I don't know. Maybe they are. They might be. But these chicks jumping in bed with these dudes every 5 seconds. You know what I mean? So there needs to be some, like I say, some consistency, what people profess with their mouths and what they actually do. And I'm, like I say, man, catch these same women on a Friday night who talking this 6-figure nonsense. Catch them on a Friday night when they're lonely again and by themselves again, and watch who they crutching down with. It's all talk. It's internet babble.
No, actually, D-Web mentioned this on Twitter a few days or a week or so ago, right? That maybe a week ago, that if you peep what's going on, and I've been noticing it a little bit too. A lot of these folks, a lot of women in particular, aren't really pushing to have families and all that kind of stuff. Now they're opting for dogs and cats and all kind of shit. Like, it's a strange thing happening. So what what I'm trying to say is, surprisingly, there's a lot of people, women, men, there's a lot of people who are out here who are single from bad-mindedness and all that kind of stuff. Like there's folks who are happily home on a Friday night by themselves, as opposed, you know what I'm saying? Because they're not meeting their ideal person, the person who fits that 6 feet tall, 6-figure, blah, 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 or whatever it is. Because you mentioned like the hood dudes. Sometimes the hood dudes, they have those things, but in a different type of way, right? They have respect in the hood or whatever it is, and folks, choose up on them. You know what I mean? But whatever it is, it's the equivalent of that 6 foot tall, six figures, 6 inches, all that shit, 6-pack, and all that stuff. Like a lot of these folks are really destroying like the framework of how relationships supposed to go down and all that. But you know what? I'm kind of babbling. Does anyone want to add any last thoughts here?
I would say this, matter of fact, because we also have to remember that wealth is relative, and kind of like wealth is not just monetary, but wealth is also relative. So that like in America, I'm not wealthy, or even, I know I never really listened to this guy, but I was thinking about the term he used when he says high value man or something like that, right? And so in New York City, depending on where you go, I'm probably not going to be the high value man, right? But when I was abroad, yeah, technically I was, in the sense that, especially what my spending was, because like me and my son would just eat at restaurants like every day, which I guess in retrospect is the same price as eating at restaurants here in America. So it's just a lot of fucking money. But it's a bigger flex in Africa than it is in America, right? So yeah, I think in general, people are seeking that relative wealth. And so even when we talk about the guy in the hood, now obviously most human beings just like sex generally, so if a man can, pleasure a woman, he can suit that role for her, is she going to be happy with him if he's not providing for the family? Probably not. But that's probably where she would say, well, at least he provides, me sexual gratification, right? Because that's another human need that we have. The other part of it, though, when we talk about wealth is, like relatively speaking, like if you're a gangbanger in the hood, among the amount of men that a woman can have, right, you are actually wealthy. One of the tricks that thugs use, for instance, to recruit younger thugs is like children. Like you get a 13-year-old boy and you tell him, go to the store for me, right? Buy me a soda. And so you give the boy $100 bill, and the boy comes back with a soda that's $1 and $99 in change, and you tell the boy to keep the change, right? Now that kind of a flex is like, hey, that's a lot of wealth. And like generally speaking, even today, if I were to ask somebody to buy me a soda for $1 and then give them $99 for delivery, right? That's a big ass flex. Like even if I were to give like a $10 tip to, like a food delivery service, that's a big tip, right? Generally speaking, I don't know, maybe not to you guys, but for me, it's like, what the fuck? I don't do that, right? That said, like a guy who can do that is probably well-to-do, and he is desirable on an economic sense, particularly for women who like actually don't have things going on for them, and that's one of the things that we have to factor in when we're discussing, because a lot of us want to talk about pre-colonial Africa, I guess, right? But like when we talk about post-colonial Africa, we have to realize that the economies of Africa were destroyed. So you're not going to get a post-colonial economy, right? Sure, if you had you're not going to get a pre-colonial economy. So sure, if you had a pre-colonial economy, you could have you know, like you can have different sort of, you know, systems in place. And granted, again, men with wealth in a lot of African economies, some of them you could consider post-colonial, some of you consider pre-colonial. A lot of the times, men with wealth still had more women, you know, had more women or got the women, and the men without wealth, the men without land, the men without cows didn't. You know, if the dowry costs 30, you know, like I remember one woman I was flirting with, her dowry was, I don't know, 1,000 cows or some shit, right? Which each cow was $1,000. No, I hope it wasn't 1,000 cows, but it was like, yeah, it was pretty damn expensive. And I mean, I heard foreigners had to pay less, but like that was the going rate for her, because her father was a well-respected man, and he would accept nothing less than 1,000 cows or 300 cows or whatever it was, right? Which converted into dollars was a significant price for a woman. So it's to say that yeah, wealth was always, and like you giving away your wealth to the woman's parent, right, was you essentially saying, hey, I could afford this shit. You know what I mean? Saying that I have wealth. So it's not a real, it's like me saying, you know, I just want to have enough money so that a woman can respect me for my personality. It's the same as if I were, you know, in this country, this East African country, 400 years ago, and I said, I just want to have enough cows for, whatever, to love me for my personality. You know what I mean? It's just the reality that women and men have to survive in this world. And if you are not paying attention, right? If you're not paying attention to the need for humans to survive, right? You're actually going to most likely have a bad and strained relationship, you know? And I'm not saying it doesn't work, but I could say, for instance, I've had some struggle of, in the past, and yeah, it's not good for you. You will, as a man, end up getting, told all sorts of things, right? Because you're a struggling lover. And I want people to like really pay attention to what I'm saying, instead of, how some people may look at it in sort of a like just an immature way and say, well, what about if pre-colonial Africa, or what about if this is a Victorian or something? What we have to do, or like reducing it to tricking and all that. I want people to think outside of the box, but also think about how realistically there is a real economic need that humans have, and that if we do not meet these economic needs, right, humans cannot just live off of goodwill. We need to develop wealth, and one of the things about relationships in general is that they've always been political, and to be political is to be economical. So I really want people to go past the, well, is this prostitution, is this I don't want people to like fall for the I guess the Christian mindset of, oh well, I don't blah blah blah. I want people to really recognize that actually, yes, human beings are economic beings. We do have economic needs, and that is an important factor for people to form relationships, whether or not they're economically beneficial. Yeah.
I get the idea of everyone has human need, everyone has an economic need. That is a fact, and if you want some level of companionship, and in a traditional sense, and taking care of women and things like that, there's an economic need that needs to be met. However, that need can't necessarily be, would be perceived as this idea of conspicuous spending money. I just need this $5,000 Prada bag. I just need these pair of shades. I just need to have this $200,000 car. There's a difference between me meeting your need of travel and me meeting your need of spending
Survival.
way above the typical. we're way above survival. I think that there's a difference. If a woman want to just take the money that I trying to invest and do something bigger, I don't want to spend it to impress her friends. Then we'll have a issue with our relation in terms of relationships, because I'm just spending money to show off the people who I don't care about, who I don't care for in the first place, just to satiate the woman I sleeping in the bed with. Nah, man. But maybe that's third world thinking. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm not willing to do it. I'm not willing to do it. You know, and
Well, I could say,
rele- if that relegates me to some third world women or women, you know, and that's the only women I can occupy. That's just what it is. Because I am not willing to pay exorbitant costs amounts of money just to impress people who I really don't give a shit about. You know what I mean?
no,
If my woman can't handle or take that, then she can go cook some soup. You know what I mean?
no, I agree with you. In fact, a lot of times when you're talking with a woman, you know, you have to assess like where is she on the materialism and whatever, you know, dichotomy, if you will. Like, is she a materialist person? You know, what does she really want, or is she like entrepreneurial, for instance? So one of the articles I want to read, because somebody didn't believe me that in Tanzania was like heavy on the transactional sex, like, and believe me, I was actually initially disturbed. You know, initially, you guys remember I was trying to leave the country because I was like, the fuck is wrong with this? Like, this is weird. But as I, you know, as I stuck around, I was, you know, I realized that even in this article where, because some brother sent me an article like, oh yeah, you wasn't capping, you know, because you know he thought I was just tricking, and I'm like, no, dude, this is what they do. This is like what they're doing in this country. It's weird, right? And I was outraged at the time. But even in this article, which I didn't read completely, but I skimmed through, they say that a lot of the women do this for entrepreneurial reasons, you know, because you have to. One of the things that we don't really get is that you're in this capitalist economy. Okay. I don't want to use the capitalist economy, but you're just in the real world. In the real world, you need money to make money. Okay. You need money to make money, but you are not born with money. You know, I mean, few of us are born with money. You know, some of us are, of course, right? But few of us are born with money. That said, how do you get money? You know, one of these women that I'm talking to, right? Her family history is that like her mother died when she was young, and then her father just kind of dipped, and then she was raised by her grandparents, and then she's been independent from 16, which is kind of common among Black women. If you've like heard enough Black women, you've heard that quite a bit. But like where is she supposed to get capital for doing business? Now she does do business. She tries. She sells, you know, hats. She sells this. She sells that. But a lot of it again is that you have to get capital, right? So how do you get capital, right? And unfortunately, it comes to that people will use you. You know, whether they're using you for work, for labor, like, oh, build this house for me, whether they're using you for cleaning their house, or whether they're using you like, hey, you know what, I could give you more money for just, or like you know, like that's the real world. You know, the real world is that people will compensate you for your labor, for your body. Now, a lot of us see it more dignified for you to build a house, although you're going to get paid much less. A lot of us see it more dignified for you to scan items at a store. A lot of us see it more dignified for you to pour beer. You know, sure, right? But a lot of people just end up like we are. It's kind of like the advice that Du Bois's aunt told him, which was, you can't, like, if you have not bore the lash, right, you can't judge people for how they act out of their enslavement. Now, I'm not saying that people in Africa are enslaved. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that if you do not bear the lash, right, then what do you want your high horse for? You know, like I'm traveling in Africa, right, on just a bank account. like not even like a passive income or anything, just on raw fucking money. And I'm supposed to hold my nose up at somebody who's like, oh, I can't even, like, I just need to eat today. You know? And I mean, of course, there are people who, there was like, I know one woman who I just like I kind of like tried to block her initially because I was like, she was just materialistic, you know? And it's like, yeah, you just stay away from people who are just looking for materialism, but you can't really, again, you can't really pull your nose up because, you know, all the things that she want materially, I can get tomorrow, you know? But, you know, again, I think it's for us to not hold our noses up at people in poor conditions, you know? Because one thing I can say is at least they're not killing people. Because one thing, like, for instance, in the hood, people in poor conditions, they end up killing each other, you know? So I say at least you're not like if you're giving your body for money, like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of you're not, you know, and I mean, these are not even the worst people. Like, there were people who were like streetwalkers. They were like, I don't even give a shit. They just gave up on life. You know, like women who are just going around, you know, like for really cheap. You know what I mean? Like really cheap, like disgustingly cheap. And you know, and the thing is that we see this all the time. One time I was in Jamaica and I saw I saw that in Jamaica, that you could see that here in Black America, you know, you can see it here in white America. It's a prevalent thing. So there is that street walking, there is that prostitution, there is that. And then there's people who say, hey, look, I want to, like, I need capital to either feed my kid, I need capital to, you know, just, you know, whatever. And like, I need capital to start to recover my business, those sort of things. And like, it's for us to say, you know, that women have these real needs. And I mean, sure, you could always just hit and quit, you know, smash and dash. You could always just, you know, have sex and just say, all right, well, you do you find a way to survive, but I ain't giving you a damn dime. You can do that, right? But I mean, the question becomes, is that the moral thing to do in that sort of a situation?
Before I introduce the new panelists, I want to ask this question that Nama X is asking because it's a good one. These Mexican dudes who's not, you know, rolling in dough, right? These laborer guys, they are sharing a one bedroom with 5 other couples, right? Their women don't divest from them. So why is it that we always talk about you have to have, you know, so X amount of resources, etc., right, to keep our women around us? But this little Mexican dude who's, I mean, let's be real, the Mexican dude is like a laughingstock type of dude, and his women, for the most part, stays with him. So what would you guys say about that?
Well, let me just jump there. What I would say is, first off, oh yeah, this joke that I said was actually, I heard it from a Indian guy. You know what I mean? So it's not like a black joke. It was an Indian guy who told the joke. As far as this Mexican guy who's whatever, again, you know, if you are providing for a woman, right? Like, that's the like the thing is that you always, as a man, are paying. You know what I mean? Like, if you're married to a woman and she's a stay-at-home mom, for instance, right? You're paying her. You know what I mean? If you're a working, you know, you're a working guy, you're not making that much money, but you're still there and providing for your family and your kids. Like, women are, I'm not saying women are, I never said women are asking for much. You know, I mean, the joke was just because I had like all that money behind me. But it's not that women are asking for much, it's that women are asking for something. You know, and like that's the whole basis of the whole, you know, like, oh, take me out on a date and bring me somewhere. Like, you know, don't just bring me to your house to fuck me and tell me goodbye. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm at your house, order some food for me, kind of thing. Like, women don't like a guy who like wouldn't even pay for her fare to come over. He wouldn't buy her any food when she's there. He just hits and then tells her to fucking beat it. Doesn't even leave any cab fare, right? Like that's just like that's probably some guys out there, but everybody knows that's like not the way to do it. The like saying the Mexican guy is taking care of like the Mexican guy. Yeah, he's not making much money. Maybe not. I don't know. But he's like putting his money into his house. You know what I mean? It's not like he's like, go do your shit on your own. Like, oh, you lady, you go do your shit on. You like you pay for me type shit. A lot of guys now. I mean, I won't hold you. There are a lot of guys right now who are like, hey, lady, why don't you pay for me? You know what I'm saying? Which is like some broke boy shit. I wouldn't do that, but like, yeah, and of course they still get the women, because whatever. But again, I'm not saying it's a hard fast rule. It's just a joke that I heard from an Indian guy. It's not really like it's not really like a discussion about black people in a sense. It's just realistically there are. I mean, realistically, yeah, women like wealthy, like guys who are not like women are not like it's bad to be a homosexual. You know what I'm saying? Like it's bad to be a homosexual as a man, and it's even worse as a woman. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty much it. Like as a man, if you're messing with poor women, which I guess you could say I was doing, that's bad already. But to mess with poor women as a poor men as a woman is just like it's just weird, like you down bad if that's the case.
Wanna add your 2 cents and then I'll introduce the new panelists.
No, I personally think in terms of Latin women, Mexican women, and things like that, in Hispanic speaking countries, Spanish speaking countries, I think that the difference is the church, the Catholic Church has really done a number. Well, some would say has done a number in terms of conditioning the minds of people who live within that system. So the Catholic Church are heavy on certain things. They're heavy on family. They're heavy against abortion. They're heavy in things like that. And in the minds of women, who are more or less drawn towards the religion, I think that's the difference. That's the difference. That's what kinds of binds them within that structure of being married to and sticking with a man in poor conditions or poor situations. She has a faith to hold on to in terms of these kinds of scenarios. And I think that within our communities, you have the Protestant churches. So the Protestant churches is based off of materialism or whatever the pastor says, and I think that in these kinds of areas, our condition is not as extreme as really in the Catholic countries. And also, when a Mexican woman and a Mexican man decides to come to the north to work and things like that, they have that immigrant experience and immigrant background that is really a part of their experience as well. So their ideas of life and living is based off of what they would have experienced and where they was coming from. So they try to bring that tradition with them in the so-called first world. So it's like I'm gonna stick with this guy through thick and thin. This is my life. A lot of women say I already didn't dig my grave already. So they don't look at these ideas of hypergamy and marrying up and doing all these. They decide to stay within the confines of their cultural traditions and format, even if it may be wrong in some instances. You know what I mean? But Poppy gonna have his mommy. They gonna be in the hood together, eating tacos and doing their thing until Poppy is able to find a better contractual job and work himself out of that situation. So I just think the perspective is a little bit different, and the experiences are a little bit different. Where in terms of a woman who was born and brought up in the first world, she's used to certain things. She's used to certain things, and if that man can't provide these things, there's always a million different other avenues and options to get these things for herself. So I just think that's really that's really the difference in a lot from my perspective and what I could see in a lot of different ways. And I think it's just culture, religion, and the fact that they coming from another kind of experience and transitioning into the so-called first world countries. and within that, women will more or less stick with the man who brought them into that scenario, as opposed to venturing out and going off and trying to date strangers, even though he may have more money. So that's how I look at that. But I'll leave it there.
I actually see something in the chat I probably should address. So now I kind of didn't keep in contact with all the women I've been with, but let's say I kept in contact with 4 of them, right? Well, one of them wasn't even she wasn't even she didn't even want money. She just wanted me. I just did a traditional pickup, so that doesn't count. But of those 4, including her, none of them actually went back on Tinder, and I've paid for I guess 4 of their businesses. You know what I mean? So one of them right now is in a bar that she wanted to buy. Another one opened up a restaurant and
only this personal biz, bro. This is personal biz, bro. You don't gotta justify your actions, bro.
I'm just saying that, because somebody said that why didn't I give them a better life? And it's actually none of them sold their body again. And all of them, I actually provided a business for an independent business for each of them. What do you mean? How does brother go and say? I shouldn't even say brother, but how does mother go and say, "Oh, why did you give them a better life?" And it's no, actually, none of them went back to another man, and all of them are waiting for me to go back to Tanzania to give me the good. But what I'm saying is that yeah, I mean, the allegation that I haven't helped these women out, or I just left them in their destitution, is not true. Now, there is one woman who technically I just can't fucking help out because she just gave up in her life. But I just every once in a while I just give her money, and I don't even get anything in return, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I know that there are people who might just use women, but I wasn't necessarily doing that. Again, in that custom, it's a quote from this research text. In that modern post-colonial culture, right? Because you can't go to an Ujamaa village, you can't go to whatever, right? In the modern post-colonial culture, they have the mindset, and we hear this from some Black Americans in the South, actually, but they have the mindset that a woman, it's a disgrace for a woman to have sex and not have it get any money, like in that cultural paradigm. And we heard that some Black American women say the same thing, how could you have a pussy and not be, how could you have a pussy and be broke, or some shit like that. But in that country, it's just a more universal idea. And so that's what it is. Trigger Happy asks, what is modern though? And I think that we have to one of the things that I noticed inside of the Black conscious circles is that, and this is kind of why a lot of people are turned off from it, is that a lot of people just kind of ignore reality, So I'm kind of going into the school of realism in the sense of what is really happening. What is reality? Because people are really impacted by reality. People are also really impacted by imagination. And the thing is that you don't want to have a discordant imagination. You don't want to go to a victim of some sort of assault and tell them, hey, the reason why you were assaulted is because this hurt people, and you should forget. You shouldn't go to them and give them, because yeah, sure, it can make sense in your head, but putting that on somebody, you have to address what is really going on. So the question of what is modern, right? I'm talking about, I fly over to another country, I land there, and I am there. And what is the ambiance there is what I have to engage in. When I go to Brownsville, when I go to Bed-Stuy, I have to engage with the ambiance there. I don't say, you know what, these are the motherfucking builders of pyramids. Sure, in some capacity, you could say these are the builders of pyramids. These are the most, these are the kind people who welcomed, everybody in the world. You could say that, but realistically, in reality, you have to just say, you know what? I'm actually in Brownsville. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm actually in Brownsville, and then just act accordingly.
This is, and I'm gonna let the other guests come in on Koku. This is be very quick. This is the reason why I don't like to get into big discussions with ideologues, because ideologues, they don't say sometimes the things that's very practical. They speak with with they speak from the realm of idealism, and idealism is okay, because we could talk about these kinds of things and go back and forth with different ideas. But when the rubber meets the road, you have to meet people where they are and grow from there. And if your people are not there, if you don't start where your people are, you're not going to necessarily reach them. This is the reason I don't like to get to these back and forth ideologues. They full of idealism and they have no practical solutions to what actually is happening right now today. You know what I mean? So, like I say, sometimes, brother, you gotta let the shit fly, brother. You know what I mean? Don't get into these back and forth. It ends to nowhere. It goes to nowhere unless you could provide practical solutions in today's problem, in realistic practical solutions, brother. And if these brothers them can't see that, you just gotta keep it pushing. You know.
With that said, let's welcome in our guest who circles two options: continental African and African woman, black woman. So let's welcome in Tanzan. Tanzan, how are you this week?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Tan, you've heard everything that's been talked about here on this topic. You've seen everything in the chat. What say you to this?
Well, the first thing is that people are saying, "Oh, it's transactional. It's this. This is what kind of transaction are you looking for?" People say, "Well, if it's transactional, everything is paid for." But there's still a difference between a wife and a prostitute. Come on, we know that there's a difference. So it's what you're looking for. If you're looking for a temporary arrangement, then you'll get a temporary arrangement. And since they knew that people who travel there are not going to stay, so you probably experience the most seedy aspect of life. But I would say that traditionally, and even up to now, if a woman is serious about what she wants, she's not just going to do it with anyone and get paid for it. So yeah, but at the same time, desperation drives people to do, things they would not otherwise do. So, since we are in a different system, a lot of, the values have to be compromised so that they can survive. And there are people who will come and take advantage of that, yeah, this thing has been happening before this year, before recently. You go to where you can buy it for cheaper if that's the arrangement that you want. I'm more interested in the long-term arrangements when it comes to marriage practices and all that, because that goes to a more serious and deeper issue, and that's cultural, that's familial, that's going deeper into the personal aspects of someone. So yeah, so
Tanzan,
if someone is serious, sorry, I had to mute there. So if someone is serious about it, they're going to look for someone who is serious and someone who can match their values and their vision. And if you go to Africa looking for a good time, there are enough people, women who are desperate enough to give you that if you can pay for it. But if you're going to find someone to meet and be with and build a family and relationship and all that, that takes time because the whole marriage, even though it has been degraded to some point, it's the traditions still go on. They still socials, the marriage dowries and all that. And dowries are not so much for the man to show, oh, look at me, I can have so much. It's more of a gratitude to the family of the woman to say, I appreciate what you have done. And it usually goes higher depending on how the girl's reputation and so many other things. Nowadays it includes education, but before that it was reputation, family, all of that stuff. So it's more of the artist for the man as well. The man has to be able to provide, but poverty as we define it now is not a reason not to find someone. I think that people are looking beyond their means. When it comes to beauty standards, sometimes people who are average are looking for someone who is superstar, and you're supposed to find, it's not settling if you're finding someone who is like you on the same level as you. So this obsession with finding someone better, and even those better people, they're only a minuscule number of them. Most people by definition are average. So I think it's also this not just this capitalistic tendency of making everything into a value system, including marriage and love, but also making it into a sort of let me get the best deal that I can. So you can do that, but it's going to be a hollow victory and a temporary one at that. So yeah.
Tan, you being that you're directly from the continent, from the east side, what is the reality on the ground when it comes to relationships where you're from? Is money a factor? Do we see this level of hypergamy that all of us recognize in the West? Like what is the deal there as far as this prompt is concerned?
Yeah, it's certainly becoming more of a factor, but I think it's also, women are also starting to, especially in the cities with the more educated ones, they feel that, oh, I can make my own and, I can be educated and so on. But it's usually more of a, everybody pulls their own weight kind of thing. Everyone is expected to work and to bring something and do what they can, but at the end of the day it's the women who are expected to take care of the children. Can I just address the dowry question that Gastebab has said about dowry and the children?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, I don't disagree that dowry was for the children. I also say that before, for all that, it was also related. The amount of dowry that you'd pay was also related to, the character and reputation of the woman, and so it was both. You are paying the dowry for your future children, but you're also paying for your present wife. So, yeah. But in current situations, especially when people go to universities and so on, there's this new culture that has been there for a while of women just going to look for either sponsors like rich gentlemen, or easier means, and then increasingly the men are doing the same thing. So if they find someone with money, yeah, they'll be there for a while, and then afterwards they'll find someone, and then they'll I guess straighten up and then become and get married and then have children and go back to being regular. So yeah, there is a certain culture in, especially when it comes to the campus life or the city life, but most people still expect a certain adherence to traditional values.
Yeah, so let me ask. So I'll say two things. One, I'll say, because I'm going to read this article. I never read it, but I sent it to one of the sisters I was dealing with. Anyway, and she showed me this clip and was like, "Yo, this is true." And it says, Dar es Salaam, many young women who have experienced abortions were found to be active social agents, entrepreneurs who deliberately exploit their partners. And no self-respecting woman would have sex for free. Hunter argues that, blah, blah, blah. Right? So as to say that as it turns out, particularly in the city I went into, that the mindset that women had was that no self-respecting woman would have sex for free. And I would connect it to the reality that travel costs in that country was expensive. We're talking 10% of your income. Well, 10% of your monthly income in order to travel to a guy's house. Okay. So everything that you earn in a month, you would have to spend 10% of that. Basically 3 days of labor, I guess, in order to sleep with the guy. And so if the guy did not pay you, or if the guy did not give you any money for you spending 10% of your own money, and that's assuming that you have money, spending 10% of your own money to sleep with him, then, and like if you weren't satisfied for some reason, which is actually pretty common in that country, not around me, but just in general, right? But what I'm saying is that if that's what it were, then obviously, like, it just would seem like a male's responsibility to provide the woman with something, if not more than travel costs. Provide her with travel costs, if not more than travel costs. That said, let me ask Tan. Okay, so let's say the dowry. Let's say you can't afford a woman's dowry, right? Then what? You can unmute yourself. Or not? Wait, can you guys hear me?
We could hear you. I don't think she could hear you right now. But go ahead on it.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, I was just saying. Well, yeah, but generally it's like when we say it, like I said, if you can't afford a woman's dowry, she's looking at men who can. In certain cultures, like if you're a girl whose father invested in you, and you said, look, you got to go for a man who can afford this many, like your sister went for this many cows, or the girl down the street went for this many cows, right? You're better than her. You're more beautiful than her. You have a better education than her. You're this. You have to go for more cows, right? And so now
nobody's taking those kinds of notes. Nobody's, counting how many this person got and this person. Every negotiation is different. So
no, that's not true. No, like I said, I spoke with a woman, in East Africa, like a few years ago. But I spoke with her, and yeah, she knew what the neighbors had. Like it's the talk of the town. I mean, it's not even just that. There was in that country, there was like a king, or a neighboring country, there was a king who boasted about how he paid like 10,000 fucking cows for like a woman or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's a big ceremony. It's a big deal. And, like for instance, me personally, when I married my, I was a cheap ass, I mean, like I totally did not pay for this woman, obviously. Like I gave her a fucking rock for a ring. You know what I mean? Like a literal rock, with copper wire. like we got married at the motherfucking at the courthouse, you know what I'm saying? But like in a lot of African countries, you can't be that motherfucking cheap. You know what I mean? In a lot of traditional, and like you can't be that cheap with certain women. Now, I was smooth as a motherfucker back in the day, and I mean I'm still smooth. Like I said, I just got blindsided by how women like want you to pay, because in New York it's an insult to pay a woman for sex. So that like really blindsided me when I did it. Like the first woman I messed with, I didn't pay her nothing, and then she kind of ghosted me. She like asked for some money, and I'm like, what the fuck I got to do with me? She asked me for money like the next day, like 2 days later, and it was like, hey, I need to. But I'm like, what the fuck does that got to do with me? You know what I'm saying? And so she ghosted me, and then a lot of the other Tanzanian women were like, but you ain't giving nothing, like, because she spent maybe like 50,000 shillings to come see me. Of course, I did the damn thing, but I didn't give her nothing, And then I even bragged about it, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, she kind of ghosted me. And then I spoke with a couple of people and they were like, wait, you didn't even give her, like, you didn't give her nothing. And a lot of it was kind of like, yo, dude, that's not how we do that. And that's not how we do this in this country, you know? And like, you know, and I'm not saying that, and I mean, there are a lot of Americans, they would like, some Americans are like that, where they're just like, I'm not giving you shit because that's not like, you know, I'm not a trick or nothing. You know what I mean? But like, it's just not something that's done in that country. You get what I'm saying? Now we can say, well, that's because of colonization. We can say it's because of, yeah, obviously. But you know, notwithstanding that, it's like, you know, like I can't, like I'm not gonna dress in all red. You know what I'm saying? When I go to bed style, like I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute on it. Wait a minute on it. Let's slow this conversation down a little bit. Let's just a little bit. So you say when you was in Africa, a woman expect you to pay or pay for whatever arrangement y'all have. But in the Western country, in New York, a woman don't have that same kind of expectation.
Not direct payment. You can't directly
Not direct.
pay. You can't.
Because I'm thinking, who pays for dinner?
Exactly.
She get a free meal.
Indirectly. Yeah, you have to pay indirectly, but in that country, it's like direct. And again, and I think that's the misconception people have is that I'm actually dating these women. You know, I'm dating these women, but instead of the indirect payment, I just give them direct payment. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm paying for sex. In as much as like these are women who like they're not necessarily sleeping with any rando. Or maybe they, I don't know, but they're not necessarily sleeping with any rando as much as, well, at least from my perspective, they're like just good women trying to, like trying to find a guy, like trying to find a boyfriend, but not trying to just get, you know, just not trying to get like a lot of, I'll tell you, like a lot of women don't just want to sleep with random guys, especially understanding that a lot of guys are not going to like make sure they get the big O. You know what I mean? Like a lot of women, even in that country, and I think especially in that country, honestly. But like I know a lot of women here in America who are like, I can't like a lot of these guys are not gonna like they're gonna just, you know, one and done, you know, fall asleep, you know, come in 2 seconds, you know what I mean? And just like one rounders, right? A lot of women expect that and they're just like, I don't even want to risk that. And so in like in Tanzania, it's like it's a little different in the sense that yeah, they would expect, well, look, if a guy's going to do that dumb shit, at least let me get money. Or if he's gonna ghost me after, at least I have something, you know? Like if a guy's gonna hit me, whatever, and then just like ghost me afterward, at least I have some money. You know, I think it sounds like, oh man, you know, you just went for some prostitutes, and it's like, you know, like you didn't try to have any relationship whatsoever. And it's like, no, I was trying to have relationships, but the relationships required kind of like even in the West, like a relationship requires, like it doesn't require you to buy dinner because a long time I didn't date, like I didn't buy women shit, right? But like it's better if you are generous. You know what I mean? Than if you are stingy. You know, I mean, I used to be pretty stingy, and I was really stingy even going into Tanzania. But I realized like there's no reason to be that stingy. You know, and a lot of my life, a lot of like a reason why I even have any money is because I've been like pretty stingy going through life. You know.
All right. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. I want to shout out everyone in the chat, everyone who came in, like Lero, and others that came in. Gas them up is lively in the chat. Trigger Happy, Nama X. You guys check out the chat when you listen to the playback of the show as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is white people put this in their children's cartoons. What should we? This came with a link, of course. The link is taking us to a YouTube video. War does not determine who is right, but who is left. Interesting. We've heard that phrase before. We've heard Oni say it a bunch on his platform as well. It's interesting that they'll put that into a children's show. Lero says, you ain't never seen Gumball? Top tier show. No, by the time by the time I came to know of his existence was when it was ending or something like that. So I didn't catch up on that. D Web says that ain't a kid's cartoon. Cartoon Network had some whacked out stuff at night. That's true too. But Tanzan in the chat said that was pretty tame considering what stuff there is out there. With that said, let's hear from Tan first. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've seen worse in children's programming and the stuff that they show. It's some of it is really funny. Some of it is funny stuff, but yeah, you have to start early with the children. You have to start teaching them and so on. They used to put all kinds of war propaganda in children's cartoons. Disney was one of the the forerunners of that kind of propaganda. So it's not surprising. And this to me is pretty tame. I didn't watch Gumball or any of those shows, so I don't know, what they are. But I know that adult Nick at Night and Adult Swim, they had crazy stuff. Some of them were just weird. Like you'd sit up, at night and you're like, what is this? And yeah, so I'm not surprised. What should we put in our children's cartoons? Well, first we should have those cartoons. We should have people who are good at animation and scripting, and nowadays I would think it would be easier because you can pretty much do that stuff online. So if some innovative people came together and started producing their own content, yeah, you can, and this looks, I don't know, about animation and all that, but this looks pretty, easy, simplistic. It doesn't take too much artistic, knowledge to do this kind of thing. So I would think that any enterprising Black people can sit down and create something like this and just put their messages on it. So yeah, well, people are going to do what they do for entertainment, for fun, for propagandizing and all that. But I don't see why we can't do the same and even better, because this is simple enough to do, it seems. So yeah, what should we put in children's cartoons? I don't know. Start with eating right. Start with eating right. Exercising, being part of the community, being responsible, being a part of the family, those kinds of things. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tan. Lero says, some episodes of SpongeBob is crazy. Yep, I used to watch SpongeBob when my kids were small. I was like, oh, I see what they do here, man. They put in adult humor so the adults could sit and watch this shit with the kids too. She said Adventure Time, regular show. Listen, I love it though. D Web says you need to pull up some clips from Robot Chicken or Squidbillies. Gumball is mild sauce in comparison. Let's hear from Buana. Buana, what say you to what you saw?
Oh, well, I thought it was an interesting quote. I am curious to find out who exactly would have stated that. I don't know exactly who was the author of that quote. Very interesting quote, because that's very much true, in that quote. But on a personal level, in terms of children watching cartoons, I am not a big television watcher. I watch TV from time to time, maybe an hour or two. You know, I think that children need to find other ways of entertainment on a personal level. I think that we spend too much time, the children spend too much time, being propagandized and conditioned by the television and what's on there, because you don't know who the author is, you don't know who the writers are, you don't know who the script writers are, you don't know what their perversions and deviancies are with the what is permitted to be put out there into the minds of very vulnerable people. Personally, I would want to get rid of every television I have in my home. If I had children like that, when I have my nephews over, I wouldn't permit them to watch TV at all. On a personal level, I would hope that he would find other means of entertainment, and I would just like seek that out, actively seek that out, him finding other means of entertainment for himself. And I'm gonna filter some of the things. Now his mother can do whatever she wants to do, whatever their parents decide to do. I don't have no say so in that. But in terms of my regards, I want to be able to carefully filter what it is that what I give him, what I would allow my nephews and nieces, because I'm not into that. And I know what modern media is trying to create and trying to condition, especially with young, vulnerable people. So I really am, I'm not a big believer in media. I'm not a big believer in media. So maybe this is not my best topic, but just my opinions, just my views, man.
Thank you for that, Buana. Let's welcome in our boy Carl Hezekiah this week. Carl, how are you?
I'm doing good, Coco. How about yourself?
I'm good. Thanks for coming through.
So, I've seen the world of Amazing Gumball before. This is war. War does not determine who is right, only who is left. That's interesting. That's an interesting quote. So I kind of grew up watching cartoons, of course, Looney Tunes and things like that. But it's not surprising that a quote like this would enter into mainstream cartoons, because all media is a form of propaganda. So all it's doing is just propagandizing the youth. Now, is that speaking to our youth? I don't think so. But I do think that all media is a form of propaganda. Um, Music, movies, cartoons, video games. There's one video game that they mentioned as a quote, a Latin saying called "Vae Victis," which means "woe to the conquered, woe to the victims," and that's something that some right wing, some white supremacist groups have been known to say, which means that if you get beaten, you should expect no mercy. What we decide to do is up to us. You should have won, basically. So this something like this is war determine who is right, only who is left. Yeah, that's definitely in the Yurugu ideology, no doubt. The way they wage war as that eternal war, forever war, is just a part of their culture. Even go back to their ancestors. The Vikings. What was heaven to them? Eternal war with their God. They sit and they eat and they feast. They war forever. So that's how they got to. That was their eternal war. So yeah, it's interesting. This is something that they would put in a cartoon, but I've seen a lot worse things than that. So that's just gonna leave on that. Kobe, thanks.
I appreciate that, Carl. Yeah, oftentimes when we see these messaging in cartoons, it's weirdly is often sexual. But this one is a very interesting one, because it means, the crazy thing about this is that our people, our children, will watch this and not really pick up on this because they're not getting the reinforcement at home. It tells you that these white folks reinforce this shit too at home. You get what I'm saying? So that's an interesting thing. Like Tanzan said, we should be creating our own media, movies, film, television, radio shows, etc. And that's what our people should be tuned into and consuming, not these other people's propaganda, because we don't reinforce the things that will be positive to us, we don't spend time in our homes reinforcing it, right? With that said, let's hear from Oni. Oni, what say you?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Somebody said something. Okay, never mind. Yeah. No, that's a quote, and it's just like it's a damn good quote. And the thing is this: all media is propaganda. You know, part of like all media is propaganda. All of it is trying to teach you something. Trying to talk to you about war, trying to talk to you about race, trying to talk to you about values. You know, I actually have this video. I mean, it's a little bit on the last topic, but I have this video of this weird thing. You know, a woman doesn't want to get into a relationship with another man. She doesn't want to get married. But she likes this other guy, and then she just asked him straight up for like 40,000 shillings. You know, didn't make sense, right? I'm just like, who the fuck just asked? But you know, that in that cultural paradigm, that's a thing. It's communicating values and so on, right? So everything is communicating values. And here, this cartoon is for these little white kids. You know, I've seen Gumball, right? Gumball's not a kid's cartoon. It's not an adult's cartoon. It's a kid's cartoon, right? It's a little bit of mature theme, short, but it's a damn kid's cartoon. You know what I mean? Like it's not Beavis and Butthead. You know what I'm saying? It's Looney Tunes, you know, or Tiny Toons or whatever, right? That said, teaching these kind of values, this quote is a heavy ass quote. And so there are white kids who are getting this subliminal, hey, you know what? Like, kill the other motherfucker. You know what I mean? Destroy the other person. And I think that's really, really critical. You know, I was watching this, somebody sent me this Chinese movie. Pretty good, right? So it's the second most highest growing Chinese movie. It's called Wolf Warrior. You can watch it on YouTube or whatever, right? So I watched it. And it takes place in Africa, right? This Chinese guy comes through. And what saves this Chinese guy really is the Chinese military, right? But a lot of values are being communicated, you know? And even at the end, there's this direct, you know, hey, Chinese citizen, make sure you know that, you know, your citizenship means something. We're going to come out and protect you, you know? That's what you want. You know, throughout the movie, they're taking shots at America. You know, they're like, where's the fucking Navy? If there's the Marines, if they're so fucking good, right? All that kind of stuff. And like, we have to, like I'm gonna give these motherfucking Chinese people props for that, right? But like, this is the same. Like, a lot of media is communicating war and strategy, you know. A lot of the top games, if they're not sports, they are about war, you know, whether that's Call of Duty or, you know, League of Legends or Fortnite, whatever, right? It's about violence, it's about war. And the only other type of games are the sports, which are kind of like simulations of strategy, but in the sense of you know, body to body, you know, physicality against physicality. Not exactly war, but you know, from the paradigm of, well, we can't just have arenas, right? It is, you know, comparable, right? I'm saying that to say that this is the kind of values that white folk are showing themselves. What are the values that we are showing our children? You know, because a lot of times, and this is the real sad part, a lot of us are not even giving children anything. But if we are giving them something, a lot of times it is not really clear on, oh yeah, you gotta be about war, you know. In fact, one of the things, so I wrote a children's book, right? One of the pages in the children's book, I decided to show it off because I was so proud of it. It was talking about being a soldier or being a general type thing, like just explicit, like, hey, you should be a fucking general or you should be a soldier, you know, as well as you should be an astronomer and all that kind of stuff, right? But just explicit, you should have like a war occupation is a good occupation, right? And I put that up on social media and somebody said, ew, like, oh no, the kids should be peaceful. They shouldn't be blah, blah. You know what I mean? But this right here is white folk. Cartoon Network, one of the biggest cartoon broadcasting companies on the in America, right? Very wildly popular. A lot of black folk grew up on that shit. Okay, they're telling their kids, "Hey, you know, like they're giving this the Winston Churchill quote, if you will, you know."
Thank you for that, Oni. Does anyone want to add any last words here? Okay, if not, let's go to Should It Breeze topic number 3. Should It Breeze topic number 3 is, what is your understanding of multipolarity? Are these imperialist entities or really just an opportunity to escape a unipolar world? This came with a link to Twitter. On Twitter, this tweet is from BRG, Black Red Guard 1. He says, proletarian revolution is greater than capitalist and socialist imperialist multipolarity. Lenin would read this trash into the ground. If you want to support various block of imperialists simply because they talk a better game, then go ahead, but don't call yourselves communists. The tweet goes on into a little bit of a thread here. He says, you cannot simply skim a few books, take excerpts out of context, or even worse, listen to people in your revisionist party who don't know what they're talking about and say you have a communist position. He goes on to say multipolarity is a geopolitical term. It means that several rival imperialist powers compete with each other for dominance. China engages in backyardism in the South Pacific and Southern Asia. The U.S. wants to cling to Latin America and the Caribbean after being run out of the Middle East. Russia wants to dominate Central Asia, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East. All three want Africa. He says these squabbles are between capitalist ruling classes. The workers in all countries see high prices, wars on the horizon, increased totalitarianism, surveillance, and general fuck shit. Revisionists want to continue this dance. Communists want to end it. So there's the thread. Let me start with Carl. Carl, what say you to this? What is your understanding of multipolarity?
So my understanding of multipolarity is that you have different opposing, powers, different poles. You got a, North Pole, South Pole. You got an Eastern Bloc, a Western Bloc, so on and so forth. That's kind of what my understanding of multipolarity is. And I think that a multipolar world is definitely something that we want. We don't want as it exists right now, where there's one global superpower and there's nothing against them. I think that's definitely a bad thing. Monopolies are not good. Even monopoly of an economic monopoly, a military monopoly. I don't. That's not a good thing to have. So I think that a multipolar world is definitely something that is desirable. I think. These and understand that the African continent is caught in the middle of these different feuding factions, whether it's Western, or we have the new imperialist bloc, the BRICS movement. Uh, this is something that no United States has basically shown itself to be a bully, and China, Russia, other countries they're not going to tolerate that anymore. So it's the idea that the United States is going to continue to have full spectrum dominance over the rest of the world, that's not going to be an eternal thing. It hasn't even lasted what within our lifetimes, most of us. So I think that it's a multipolar world is desirable, but I also understand, like in the tweet was saying, there's going to be war. The United States is not going to let its dominance slide by without a war. We already see they're beginning to ramp up excuses to go to war with the Chinese, which I fear will be a nuclear war if it comes down to that. So, yeah, I definitely understand that the need for, two dominant. Well, I mean, let me think about it. Because do we really need a superpower, a global power that has the ability to project force anywhere in the world? Is that something that we need, or something that is even desirable? And you know, if that's something that we need, why can't it not? Why can't African people have our own pole? Why can't we have our own power? Because I understand why we don't. Because if we do, that's going to shape the entire destiny of the world. That's going to change things completely, upside down. But just as though we African people, we had our own poles, we had our own empires and our dominance of the world before, and I believe that we'll have it again. All right. So with that, I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Carl. Let me mix it up here. Let me hear from Buana. Buana, what say you to this?
No, I think that Carl's the definition of multipolarity was right on, and I think that when Gas talks about a multiverse rather than a universe, I understand what he means by that. So, because of the growing powers in the world, in terms of what Carl described, China and BRICS and all these other people collectively trying to come together to be an alternative power to what we have seen in the world. I think that we are headed towards that, and I think that there is going to be some scuffles, some major scuffles. But where I disagree with Carl is in terms of nuclear war. I think that these guys, well, the younger ones, maybe not so much the older ones, but the younger ones, they love life. They love sleeping with young girls, or sleeping with young boys. They love partying. They love drinking. They love sniffing drugs. So much so that they wouldn't want to risk losing all of that in terms of creating a nuclear war. Because a nuclear war is something that is definitive. It's definitive, and regardless of the fact that one country has more nuclear weapons than the other, it only takes probably 3 nuclear weapons to change the face of how the world as we know it right now, regardless of the fact that you could have 1,000,000 and I could just have 3. You know what I mean? I could still change, the way you run your society, as you would probably be able to wipe me off the face of the planet. And I don't think that the men who are in charge of these weapons would want to create a situation like that, just to say that we have the bigger stick. We have the bigger stick, so I think that, fortunately, I think that we are gonna have to be able to share this world. Unfortunately, though, I think that Africa, or the black peoples of the world, has to be able to have a stake in the so-called multipolarity. We can't just be standing on the outside or standing to the shoreline wanting to get to the party, wishing we could get into the party. But because we have no collective power or no collective strength, we stay by the shoreline just watching these activities as they occur. You know what I mean? Trying to be non-aligned. That's the new word they have for us. Non-alignment, non-alignment. I think that, as I've been saying before, as Gavi been saying, and all other people been saying, black people been saying before all over the world, our collective power would put us in this whole competitive thing of multipolarity. We should have a say so in the natural state of the world affairs as anyone else does. And because we decide to be separated and distinct, I think it makes us weaker. Whereas these guys are clicking up like a gang. They clicking up, and they are deciding to become dominant powers in the world, where we stay to the shoreline and decide not to participate because we have our own small little enclave that we have control over. Instead of trying to eat the whole pie, we want to just dominate our small little slice. And I think that that's not necessarily beneficial for us. I think that collectively we need to get together and click up as other peoples of the world are, and do our thing and have a safe in this so-called multipolar world or multiverse, as the brothers have suggested. But that's my spiel on that particular thing.
I want to say shout out to Jose out in the chat. He said Buana believes we are dealing with humans after all these beasts did, do, and will do. Buana, before you completely step off, how do you respond to Trigger Happy here? He says, now, how do we exit the unipolar? How can we create an African bloc? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I would suggest, and this is only a suggestion, follow the example of the people who are successful. Success leave clues. If China is able to foster and create this so-called idea of multipolarity, if BRICS is exerting themselves in the world, BRICS, the countries, Brazil, Russia, etc., 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 is clicking up and trying to create this idea of multipolarism, I think that we could use some of these examples, not necessarily putting a Chinese suit on an African person, but using some of the things that would have made them successful and take note of it and try to implement it in our countries. Some of these places are China. It decided from a long time ago to decide to make everything in the world. They decide to make they decide to be the producers of everything that the capitalist countries wanted to buy. They decided to be the producers of it. So they decided to become factory heavy. And I understand that Africans don't necessarily want to become industrialized or have industry factories all over Africa, but we must find some way to be competitive. And I think that success leaves clues, and I think that we could research and look into the examples of all the other peoples in the world who has forced this multipolarity and implement some of these ideas in our respective countries, and also take it from our respective countries. And like I say, click up. The Caribbean been talking forever. We've been talking forever in this nonsense called CARICOM. And in terms of, and all these guys, they sit on their little small little enclaves to say, well, I won't be the king of my island. And you have more than almost maybe 50 million people collectively in the Caribbean. That is political and economic strength you can't buy. And if you couple that with Africa and Brazil, which is probably 80 million people strong, could you imagine the kind of economic voice and political voice in the world that you could possibly have? And I think that we need to decide to. The face of Brazil is not a black one, even though Brazil has more than 100 million people, more than the United States. And the face of Brazilians is not a black one yet. Come on, man. I think that the people need to have the will now. No, it's enough. I think that we have seen and we had enough of backseat driving in the world already. We already had enough of being the sidekick of the world. The sidekick. Now it's time for us to get in the driver's seat and decide and have the will to say, now we won't be able to drive or be one of the driving forces in the world as well. And it takes balls to do that. So if we go into we must have the balls to do it and have the will to do it. Have the will to do it and the balls to do it. And I don't think that we have decided to do that yet. No matter the consequences, because China had the consequences of deciding to be a so-called might in the world. They have consequences to that. Russia decided, and they have consequences to that, and they decided to accept the consequences, but we're gonna still go forward anyways. And I think that as black men, we must have the same kind of will as well. You know what I mean? No, it's enough time being comfortable in the plantation. Now the slaves have to be able to have the responsibility of freedom and being self-determined in the world as well, and having to say so. So I think that until we decide and come to that point, we'll always be playing backseat, playing sidekick too, whatever happens in the world. So that's my opinions on that.
Let's have from Tanzan. What's your understanding of multipolarity? Are these imperialist entities or really just an opportunity to escape a unipolar world?
Oh, that's a whole wonderful, but well, I guess having two poles is better than one. I would say that it's a reprieve for us for a bit. It's the time for us to, to work on our strengths, while it's a distraction for, for other people at the time. If you have just one person, there's not much that you can do because you're constantly under, their watch. But if there are several, competing factions, it gives you a little bit of a breathing space to think about what you can do, in the meantime. So it's a sad thing that, as this is going on, a war is breaking out again in Sudan, but that's a different matter. But when two of the multipolars are at it, this is a time when we should also be creating our own regional alliances and bodies. And once again, EAC, we have been working on that, creating a sort of regional cooperation between countries and borders and so on. So I understand the importance of having nuclear weapons and so on. That would be great. If we could do that. In fact, we just launched a satellite, Kenya, woohoo. But those are those are good steps. But it would take us a long time to get to where we're going. I think that the most important thing is to take care of your people for as long as you can, and then give them the tools that they need, to create those defense systems in the subsequent generations. So I think that it works for us as Africans, as people who are still not on the top of the world stage just yet. And this is an opportunity that we should use to be, to be learning, to be leveraging, to be able to, to make the best position, and to be able to, to not, well, obviously you're not going to just put it out there, but you have a stronger position when, there's competition. So I think we should focus on getting ourselves together, not just Africans in the continent. I think that it's a good opportunity for Caribbeans and Africans, and also Africans in America, to start looking at those opportunities. Because what happens if things go in a different direction? What if things that were guaranteed are not there anymore? You should have second and third plans, just in case. So I think that where the world is going right now, nobody knows for sure. But having more options, especially in terms of trading partners, economic opportunities, and so on, that to me would be would be great. It would be more impressive if people are traveling to create businesses rather than just to travel and to see things. You should go somewhere with an aim to making money, to having a network system, having people that from other places. So instead something happens, you have a place to you have options. Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Time. Let's welcome in our boy, Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah. I want to one thing I wanted to add on to was the topic before. Have you ever heard of the book Sankofa Super Heroes? I'm gonna write it out in the chat. It's a book. I bought this book. It's a children's book that it's basically talking about African heroes and heroines. And it's an animated book. You know what I'm saying? It's not very big. It's maybe about 20 pages. 20 pages. 20 pages long. Sankofa Super Heroes. All right, that's the name. I just put it in the chat. It's a really nice book. I would recommend it sincerely. It's to the point. It has like Nat Turner. It's written by you know what I'm saying, black person, you know what I'm saying. It's a great book. Going to multipolarity. Yeah, as far as Africa's concerned, you know what I'm saying, Africa don't have a pole. So like a lot of talk about it. I mean, a lot of times I speak on regionalism, but when we're talking about like, I see regionalism as just like the foundation of a total black, African unity. So if we're talking about polarity, Africa has to build its own pole. And what's going to happen with that is that, you know what I'm saying, someone's going to be more center, and people are going to revolve around that entity, and that's going to be the $1 million question: who's going to be the pole and who's going to spin around it. I mean, and this is where I wish Africa had time. I mean, it's not impossible. I just think that as long as African national politics go at its pace, at their relative paces, compared to the world, I just see everyone picking Africa apart. That's all I see. I see, the world picking it apart, playing one against the other, just trying to find cleavage and find, rifts, and just, get in where they fit in. And so the only way for Africa to not be torn, I almost see, when I think of multipolarity, I almost see them as, like whirlpools or eddies, in which, like multiple ones in water, in which, things are going to flow towards one. There's going to be, the vortex is going to be is like the pole, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like Africa, if Africa doesn't get its own rotation, its own sense of, I mean, it's just, I hate to use the word revolution about itself. I mean, and can get a sense of, greater African, a business about itself for other regions around the world outside of it to kind of get sucked into its will. Well, then, there's going to be no real African pole. That's my, what I'm saying? Like, it's, and the thing is, like, with poles, I mean, it's like, if you know anything about, what am I trying to say? Magnetism, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, when poles start to shift around, you might get like fake poles, or like, what I'm saying, areas where there's like a weak pole of strength that isn't like the true pole, but that's just until the true pole gets itself straight. So like a lot of it is just readjusting, because you only have two poles generally. You have one pole, I mean, in the natural world, you have one pole and you have its opposite. Unless you're talking about, what I'm saying, bodies rotating out in space, even they're spinning around on more than one axis. I mean, what I'm saying? But usually there's a major axis, and, what I'm saying, there's, residual, like, little, Africa, if what I'm saying, if Africa doesn't, cannot seem to redefine itself, relative to the outside world, it's going to once again just get picked apart. I mean, I don't want that to happen. I want Africa to be whole. I mean, it won't necessarily get there. I don't see it happening in like the Nkrumah way. I just think that, it's going to have to the cohese in its own little way of having regions. And from those regions, you can start to you'll have fewer moving parts, as it were. And once you have fewer moving parts, you can start connecting things. But I mean, Africa is, East and West, Central and South is going to have to like talk to each other and say, compare notes and say, okay, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. Like, what I'm saying? The AU in and of itself is like, it's like the AU, I find to be like, it's not really like, it doesn't really do it. I mean, Africa would have to start over and to really even have its own like, true, sincere, authentic, for real, like, continental agency to actually like have geopolitical like pull, so it can be its own pole. I mean, that's all.
I appreciate that, real black gentleman. Like Jose in the chat said, he said, I like Mr. RBG. You can hear him think when he speaks. Appreciate that. There's a lively back and forth going on in the chat as well. You guys make sure check it out. Drop your comments if you feel to. That takes us to Oni from the pro-black perspective. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me just tell people to keep being broke. They wait about my pockets. You know what I'm saying?
I live. See, I know in a chat or a platform full of New Yorkers, and New Yorkers love blood sport. So I don't even get into the mix with their brothers. You know what I mean? They love blood sport. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, man. Look, man. All I know is that I got me some money. I don't give a fuck what I do with it. But as far as the multipolarity thing, that reminds me of like if you saw, like, I guess some people didn't pay attention to the thread. I didn't see people comment on the thread, but that's the imagination versus reality thing I'm talking about. You know, like the guy's talking about, well, a socialist revolution, a proletariat revolution is better than is better than a multipolarity world, right? And it's like, I don't, you know, you're not going to get like you have to deal with reality, right? And reality is that you have America and, like, I don't know, 10,000 nuclear warheads, right? You know, you have China with its, I don't know, 1,000, 5,000 nuclear warheads, whatever. You got Russia with its so many warheads. And then you have these people like, fuck both of them. Let's have a workers dictatorship. Like real life. Real life is you have different nation states around the world that are arming themselves to the teeth to potentially destroy each other, destroy the environment, and so on and so forth. And instead of dealing with engaging in that, right, we have African people who are like, well, I would much prefer something else. Like, yeah, of course you would much prefer something else. And that's what I mean. Like when we talk about, you know, the idea of ideas and all that kind of stuff, like, yes, you have good idea. Like, you could easily have a good idea. What about if everybody just, you know, like did like the bonobos and just gave somebody a hug tomorrow? Like, okay, sure. Right? That's a good idea, but that's not going to happen. Or not even say it's not going to happen, but where you are right now, or even like, I'll say it this way. Speaking of agents, right? Adam Clayton Powell Jr., that's an agent, right? Adam Clayton Powell Jr. is like, what's in your hand? What is in your hand? What is in your hand? Like, you can't keep, you know, well, this would be good. This would be good. If I only had, no, what's in your hand? Use what's in your hand. Or as, I guess another, well, I wouldn't call my agent, but Booker T. Washington said, cast your bucket where you are. You know, of the man who might be starving or something, you know, drowning in the water, or sorry, they're surrounded by water and they're thirsty. And it's like, cast your bucket where you are. Now, granted, you shouldn't really, it was like a clear lake. It wasn't even like an ocean or something. It was just like a clear lake. And they were just, I'm so thirsty, you know? But this is what I mean by reality. Like, is it a question of do we want a multipolar world? Do we want a like? It doesn't matter what you want. You came into this world in the 1980s, the 1990s, the 1970s. You did not come into this, like, you came into the world at that point, and you were a child then. And then now it's 2023. You're a full grown ass adult. You finally are paying attention to the geopolitical world. And your observation shouldn't be, well, it would be nice if things went a different way. Yeah, sure. But there's 400, 500 years of human history that make it so that it's where we are right now. And of course, you want to go somewhere else, but you cannot get caught up in the ideas that are in books. You can't get caught up in the ideas that you imagine are true in regards to Africa pre-colonially, or Africa, you know, in the colonial, you know, like, you can't get caught up in that stuff. You just have to engage the planet as it is, and move accordingly. Now, of course, do you want to make it better? Sure. Do you want to push it towards some other sort of great capacity? Absolutely. But notwithstanding that, don't forget where you are. You know what I mean? That said, you know, as far as how do we get to Africa taking itself, like, yeah, we have to be serious about Pan-Africanism. We have to be serious about African nationalism. We have to be serious about who's serious. You know, we can't have like you know, no shade, but we can't have, you know, goofies, you know, who are just pre-colonial and Newtonian. You can't have that, because you're not going to go anywhere with that. You know, if you want to advance as a people, we have to be serious about how the world is, and like how Buana said, how other people are advancing. You know, the mindset of, well, you know, did we do that 1,000 years ago? What we did 1,000 years ago was we got kicked, like our asses got handed to us from people who were 1,000 years less advanced than the people that are today. Okay? And I'm not being literal about 1,000 years, although technically I am, because the Arabs did move in on Africa. But what I'm saying is that, you know, realistically, if it didn't work 1,000 fucking years ago, it's not going to work today. What works today is what works today. And I could just say, in the words of Malcolm X, if you ever see somebody more successful than you, they're doing something that you are not doing. You know? And I guess you could just, sorry, let me just, you know, just reinforce what I was saying earlier. If you know, actually I could just do the definition of craziness, right? The, you know, the quote unquote definition that people got from a video game or whatever. But because, you know, well, I don't know, they got it from, I think Einstein might have said it too. But this is the definition of craziness, is trying to do the same thing and then expecting a different result. You know? So we have to understand, yes, we came from a nice past, and you want to keep some elements of it, absolutely. But it's in the words of the Akan, I guess. It's Sankofa. And what does Sankofa mean? It means looking back to move forward, but not really moving backwards. It's moving forward while looking back, you know, or understanding what you must take with you. You know, some people have the bird has an egg on its back or something, right? Understanding what you must take with you, but of course, leaving some things behind. And a lot of us don't seem to grasp that. And if you really pay attention to the people who make, you know, false accusations of who's a agent or whatever, you pay attention to them, they're wildly inconsistent and wildly misinformed. But that's the world we live in, where a lot of what passes for currency in the Black conscious circle is just nonsense. And this is why I, you know, try to stress, look, let's just be at minimum, let's just be realistic. And I'll just leave it at that.
I appreciate that. Only in the chat, Gaston Up said multipolarity is akin to the multiverse, in the sense that we transition from the universal Kantian Newtonian system to the quantum system. Now, why have we not been provided quantum technologies? He said, same reason the Muzungu ain't gonna just allow BRICS a multipolarity. Lero's in the chat still. She says, we don't understand war for real. We've experienced it, but we don't understand it. We don't get nationalism. Trigger Happy 262 says, I don't think this is mutually exclusive. We have to engage in reality to subvert reality. Africans being free requires subverting another man's reality. Gas him up says, if you want to advance, have sex with an advanced woman in Tanzania. All right, guys.
You know, look, that's the first thing that he said that made sense. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing he said that made sense, because the other thing was just total nonsense, but okay.
Nama X says, I love how our people are trying to look for our solutions outside of history. Ha, ha, ha. Does anyone else want to add any last thoughts on this prompt?
Well, let me just say this. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. So, yeah, that's the thing I'm talking about. Like, these, you know, we call it academies, right? When somebody just, like, the adage, I think Clinton won an election based off of saying, you know, basically KISS, which is keep it simple, stupid, right? I think his motto was like, it's the economy, stupid, something like that, right? But that's the thing that a lot of us get caught up in academies, like false, like pseudo academics, like people who don't really understand things. So it's like they throw a bunch of words, you know, multipolarity is akin to the multiverse in the sense that we transition from the universal Kantian Newtonian system to the quantum system. Now, what do we brought it? Like, it's just the dumbest thing. Like, if somebody who understands physics, right? This is just stupid. It's just nonsense. It's just like mouth vomit. It's not something that somebody would actually say to effectively communicate. You know, there's this older lady named Ruth Shays, right? She passed away, but obviously she said something along the lines of, if you have to use 33 words to say something that I could say in 8 words, doesn't make you intelligent, right? You
like keep it simple, stupid. And the reason why people use this kind of language, I want people to understand this. The reason why people use this kind of language because they're not saying anything. Because if people understand what quantum means, that's a measurement, right? That's a degree of measurement, right? That's when you enter into the particle, when particle and wave like behavior intermingle. So just entering it in this conversation doesn't even make any sense for a person who actually understands physics. But because they can throw these words, and some people don't know physics like I would, right? It's like, yeah, man, that's some deep shit, and it's not. And this has been going on in the Black community forever. You know, these are actually the historical grifters, the no disrespect to the 5%ers, but the 5% people, the Nation of Islam people, the so on and so forth. They would take advantage of Black ignorance, right? And Malcolm X said this about Elijah Muhammad. They would take advantage of Black ignorance in order to seem smart. But like people who are not ignorant, people who are informed say, why in the world would you even mouth vomit that? And they just kind of like tune them out. As far as, you know, and again, I don't know about this whole, again, I mean, having sex with women is just a normal thing that humans do. I don't know, like if you meet a woman and you want to have sex with her, have sex with her. Like it's not even I don't see the big deal that people are making about sex. Like it doesn't even make like people have sex. I don't even know why, what mindset people have to say, oh, shame on you, you had sex. Like if you marry a woman and you're not having sex, like that's a problem, right? You know what I mean? Like, and of course I would love to, like I was dating women for marriage, but you know, I already married a woman, and she had her issues or whatever. So like, yeah, you have to make sure the goods are good. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's straight up. But anyway, that's a little bit of a tangent. But that's probably, but like realistically, I'm just saying that's like the most important thing that the most important topic I can see Gas speaking about is my sex life. So I'm okay with that.
You can't let him get under your skin, man. Honestly, he's obviously trolling. Just ignore that stuff, man. He's obviously trolling.
My skin? Nah, ain't nobody getting under my skin.
Come on, just ignore him, man. He's not really saying value.
Gas put in weight. I have no criticism of Gas. Gas is free to express his views and ideas, even though it may differ from my brother Oni. I ain't worrying about Gas. I worry about the other safe people. See, there are safe people who comes on and comments, and they stay safe in the comment section and don't come on and share their views in the marketplace ideas where we can contend and weigh and measure what they have to say publicly, but they could stay so safely. Yeah, and this person who know who I addressing, they could stay so safely in the comment section and be critical and write 7-pound essays after we done finished and talking. But I just leave it as it is, man. Y'all safe. Y'all safe to throw y'all little jobs and show y'all peanut from the peanut gallery. Never to come on and really contend with grown men on the panel. I'll leave it there.
All right. Shout out to Brother Bakari out there in the chat. Yeah, so since there's no last words, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is, if this is real, then how were colonizers successful in Africa? If this is real, then how were colonizers successful in Africa? This came with a link, of course. This takes us to YouTube. We'll check out the video, and then we'll discuss it.
Yeah.
Play no be easy. This African soldier say chop medicine, no bullet go fit kill him. Nothing. 9mm, AK, Kafungbe. Bring everything. So Charlie, these things be real. Say Charlie, medicine day where somebody go chop way, bullet no go fit kill him. Hey,
that's man like Mike.
Anything you need to confirm more?
No. So why people they damn for war.
Confirm it?
Confirmed.
Charlie, I wonder what will happen if he experiment with a grenade or a rocket launcher. Or I dare him to experiment with a bomb. By the way, it's your boy, the Righteous Messenger. I beg, subscribe, like, comment, and share. Peace.
Yeah.
Charlie, no be easy. This African soldier say chop medicine, no bullet go fit kill him. Nothing. 9mm, AK, Kafungbe. Bring everything. So, Charlie, these things be real. Say, Charlie, medicine day where somebody go chop with bullet no go fit kill him. Hey.
That's man like Mike.
Anything you need to confirm more?
No.
So why people they die for war?
Confirm it?
Confirmed.
Charlie, I wonder what will happen if he experiment with a grenade or a rocket launcher. Or I dare him to experiment with a bomb. By the way, it's your boy, the Righteous Messenger. I beg, subscribe, like, comment, and share. Peace.
Is that guy Ghanaian? I'm curious if that guy is Ghanaian or not. Should be stop number 4. If this is real, then how were colonizers successful in Africa? I see people are debating if it's real or fake in the chat. I saw Real Black Gentleman say it's real. RBG, what say you to this?
Oh, when dude, I think that was Ugandan. Yeah, I've seen this years ago, dude. Like, I think that's real. I mean, look. Sometimes people are built that way, man. I'm just saying, like, it depends on the caliber. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, look, you're built like, look. I'm not saying it's impossible. Look. Sometimes people built that way. Sometimes people built that way. That's all I'm gonna say. Look, I don't think that's fake at all. It might be a low caliber bullet, but look, he braced himself. He knew what he was doing. He probably been practicing that since his young muscles was mega tender. I'm just saying, like, look, people have the little talents and can the human body can withstand amazing stresses. You know what I'm saying? If you put your mind to it, you know what I'm saying? Hydrodynamics, you know what I'm saying? You get your blood tight enough, you know what I'm saying? You get a lot of, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Look, I don't think it's fake. You know what I'm saying? I just think it might be like a weak caliber bullet, but yeah, he stopped that with his cheek. I believe that shit. Now if that was real, again, it was just African people just not realizing the geospatialness of the threat and the circumstances, not knowing where they were coming from, and kind of like, again, just like rallying everyone together. Like, again, colonialism was uneven. It was not even in all places. Some places like the Congo, it seemed like it was very, very successful. I mean, they had a church run in, and I mean, it seemed like the Portuguese was just straight running up and snatching people's cold. Whereas in other places, even closer in West Africa, the people are still fighting, still fighting. I mean, there's always places where they did not give up. They recognize, like, none of this trade of people or any of this, none of this, and they weren't having it. You know, maybe they had to run away, and you have to always put texture to the story of the colonialism. I mean, there's always places where people always was fighting a little bit harder. I always say that. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say, well, you know, people just sold themselves. If someone says that to you, I need you to tell me who, when, where, when, and why. No, just don't say people. Who? Since you know so much, who sold my people when? Because when you say that, it's insulting. You know what I'm saying? That's just why I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like, how? I mean, the colonizers, I mean, it's just the church for starters. I mean, the church, and I mean, as far as Islam, I mean, that aggressive, you know, proselytization style. I mean, The only thing stopping them is, you know what I'm saying, basically the desert. But like, it's just, you know what I'm saying, like African peoples just have to realize, like, you know, get our geopolitical wits about ourselves, understanding our place in between the two oceans and the Mediterranean, and see where everyone's is. That's just, if you're an African, like, some nationalism is a good template to have in your heart, but you might have to rip that off for a greater geographical sensibility. You know what I'm saying? And whether it be regionalism or the whole Africa, you know, you have to have a greater sense of like who you are as a people relative. You have to like squash all the really residual like conflicts. That's the only way you're gonna succeed. You look at the other places around the world where you can have your invader colonizers. You got to study world history. You got to study everyone's history. You know what I'm saying? Study the colonizers. See how he fucked up. That, you know what I'm saying? See where you know what I'm saying, tripped up. Study everything. You know what I'm saying? Study everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm a yield.
I appreciate that, real black gentleman. You know, side note, Buano will know what I'm talking about, but there's this thing that we say, and mostly it's the women who say it, but they say child. Like we spell it Chile, child. And, you know, every time I hear the Ghanaians say Chale, I think that there's a relationship between the use of that Chale and child that you'll hear mostly Bahamian women say, like, child, please. There was this football player named Chad Johnson, who I believe has some Bahamian roots. He used to say that a lot when he was playing, child, please. And I thought that was interesting. So if you guys ever come across anything that links that saying to some of the things the Gullah Geechee or Bahamians would say, just hit me up and let me know. Let me go next to Tanzan. Tanzan, if this is real, what we just saw, how come colonizers were successful in Africa?
Well, first, as we mostly have concluded, it's probably not real, but it's funny. This guy is having a great laugh at it, so I share in his frivolity. But yeah, it's one thing to believe that you can go out and do it. It's a neat trick, though. It's a clever one. I would, you know, put it up there, show the children or some gullible people, and it's a good trick. I wouldn't do it. Whether it's a trick or not, the way he does it is pretty masterful. So I laugh at the fakeness, but I'll give him, you know, some points for making it look sort of real. But no, you know, the reasons for colonizations was not because we couldn't take a bullet to the head, you know. That should have been nice, but no, there was a Maji rebellion, which was similar to, you know, to an idea that, you know, you could go out there and rush out to war, and somehow your bravery would win, which to some extent it does. You know, of course, you need morale, but you have to also be, you know, weigh the risks and the probabilities and so on. So no, of course, they're not going to try to experiment with grenades and tanks and stuff to see what they can do. But it's a neat trick. I'll give them that. So yeah, we were you know, and it's not just us. Sometimes we seem to think that we were either worse than other people or better than them. We have unique circumstances. I think it would do us some good to also study the Indian conquest, because they also faced similar things. They were tribes. They were faced by, you know, a different power coming to their land, and obviously, you know, they fared much worse than us, because we at least still live in our own land, you know, for majority of you know, the numbers. But in any case, you know, when people come there, there's various strategies for resisting that, you know, the power over you. So some people may take to this fantastic means or comedy or just denial or things like that. It's inspirational to some extent, but it's more complicated than just, we were, physically just beaten with guns. It was more to do with also how we understood the encroaching threat. But I'll leave it at that. Yes.
Thank you for that time. Trigger Happy 262 responded to what I said earlier. He said chale is a Ga word meaning friend. Child, I think, just means child. But that type of expression exists, just not in direct translation. Here's the thing, Trigger. When it is said in my hometown, it actually is said in terms of friend. So child, yes, in general, in the Caribbean, you'll hear child, and it refers to child, sure. But when it's said like child, please, that is usually said between friends, particularly women who are friends. Child, please. That's a friend. So you actually kind of making my point, because it does mean, and Buana is here. He could tell me if I'm going off on a tangent, but it actually means that where I come from. It means friend, please. Right? A lot of things going on in the chat. A funny thing was said here by Jose. He said everything is wrong about the question. Post a vid with an African cooking and asks, why is there famine on the continent? I thought that was funny. With that said, let's go to Carl. Carl Ezekiel, what say you to this?
I don't believe this. I think it's smoke and mirrors, optical illusion. I don't believe this for a second. Yeah, I don't. He could be shooting blanks. Who knows? Yeah, I don't believe that this is real. As far as and I don't know, maybe they're just joking around, but to shoot a bullet in your mouth, like, yeah, again, I don't believe this is real. I think it's nonsense. As far as the question as to why African people couldn't do this, or why could they colonize? First of all, I don't think it's real, but I think that I don't know if anybody's familiar with the ghost dance. It was something that the Native Americans on the Great Plains, the Lakota, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, around the late 19th century, they had been confined in reservations. They had been restricted. The buffalo had been killed off. So there was a new religious movement among the Plains Indians called the Ghost Dance. That basically they believed they danced and they prayed to their gods. The white men would disappear. All their buffalo would come back. Everybody they lost would return. So they donned these magical shirts, which were supposed to protect them from the white man's bullets. So it didn't protect them from the white man's bullets. Spoiler alert. It led to the massacre at Wounded Knee. But I kind of see this similar, like, you got these magical weapons that's going to protect us from bullets, and it's not going to work. So yeah, I don't believe this is real. I think it's probably a blank. Who knows? But I'm really doubting the reality of the situation. It's funny to look at. It makes you ask questions, but yeah, I don't believe it. I'm a skeptical by nature. That's just me.
I feel you on that, Carl. Let's hear from the brother Oni. Oni would say.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously not real, but I want to say it really depends. Like Gas was saying, he said if a person is not cursed, then it should work, right? So therefore, I think it's behooves Gas to prove to us that he's not cursed, and to just put a gun to his mouth and pull the trigger. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because he's not cursed, obviously. I mean, he said it doesn't work for people who are like, it only works for people who are not cursed. So let's see if that's what it is. Either way, yeah, it wouldn't work for the rest of us, obviously. Probably only Gas, but not for the rest of us. When I first saw this, though, I think somebody did say it was something about blank bullets and all that kind of stuff. Plus, like, obviously, you could do like some mathematical equation to find out what's the velocity, the momentum of the bullet exiting. You could obviously modify a gun to minimize its velocity. or even make the gunshot that much more loud, if you will. But hold on a second. I think somebody said suicide. That's not suicide. You're not cursed. Did this guy commit suicide? No. But anyway, and besides, I have nothing against suicide. I mean, some people should die. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. But what I'm saying is that, like you could obviously do some stuff. You could also do some digital, some digital manipulation. Although I don't think this is a digital manipulation. But there's all sorts of ways. Oh, no, of course, obviously, you could also use some things to harden the surface of your mouth. So it's not to say that it's impossible, it's kind of like, I think somebody was showing me some magic tricks, and some of them shit's just crazy. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But like, you can do things like that. One of the things about Westernism, really, or not Westernism, sorry. One of the things about magic tricks, it's kind of subverting reality. So what happens is that you don't know the effectiveness of this gun prior. What you do is you think you know the effectiveness of this gun, right? And because you think you know the effectiveness of the gun, a person can grab it could be like a toy gun, right? The person could grab a toy gun and put it to their mouth and use it, and then be like, well, look at that. It was completely effective, right? It was completely effective. But again, you did not see how effective this weapon was in reality, so you don't know. And again, there's all sorts of preparation that can happen. So again, it's realistically, I don't know. But again, I could be wrong. It could be that people who are not cursed, so on and so forth. So I encourage Gas to upload the video of himself shooting himself in the mouth. I encourage him. I would enjoy it.
Let's leave that. So for me, Oni, was you finished?
Oh yeah, man. Of course.
Okay. Yeah. So for me, this goes a bit.
Just indulge me for a second. First of all, this guy who's the host of the show, he looks like people in my family, people I grew up with, right? But that thing I was talking about with Child and Charlie, what are your thoughts on that, real quick?
No, I think that there is some connection. I think the both of you all are right. I think the both of you all are right, to be honest with you. I think that we get that term, but that term could have possibly had a greater meaning because, like you say, child does mean friend, and when we say we because we learn English language, as of course, but you have to remember there are Africans that came from all over West Africa. We're all over West Africa. So some of the meanings that we probably would have taken on may have other meanings in different areas and different spots. See, we believe that we've been completely de-Africanified, or whatever, if for lack of a better word. And I don't think that's actually occurred. I think that there are some vestiges that we keep, and it sounds familiar in the English language parlance, but in all actuality, where we would have gotten the terms from could possibly been from West Africa. It's just that we don't speak the language of the Ga, so we wouldn't necessarily make that kind of connection. Where in fact, Ga people probably came to this part of the world and used that term frequently. So now the challenge becomes, did we get that really from the English, or did we get that really from the Ga people who actually came to the Bahamas and have created families here, and we kept that term? So we don't really know that the beginnings of where we actually gotten our word from is actually very debatable. Because you get a bunch of Ga people in the West from Africa coming here and in the Americas or whatever, and made that term very popular. And you get the English meaning and definition, and that term has to do in relation to a young child. But where we say it is reference to a grown adult, we reference that to anyone. You know what I mean? Child, anyone we familiar with. So it's just very debatable because there's as you know, our history has been interrupted. So we can't really the beginnings of where we would have probably gotten that term from could be a myriad of different places. Like you say, like the brother say, the God people, and we could have very well gotten it from the English and created our own twist in it to sound a little bit different. So that's the challenge, because like I say, our history has been interrupted. So that's my takeaways from that particular thing. But in terms of this video has a greater meaning for me, because we had a discussion last week in terms of African spirituality, if you all remember. And I had this discussion with my brother Erzuli, and he was suggesting that, you know, if you had whatever go through whatever African spiritual ritual, that you could possibly be impervious to bullets. So I just really wanted to show what this actually looks like. And it seems that for the most part, people who actually look at this particular video, we have a degree of skepticism to it. Even the spiritualist, African spiritualist police on the panel have skepticism in terms of what they would have seen. Because the truth is, the Maxim gun, when it was brought to Africa, it changed the state of affairs of Africa as we know it. Maxim gun. Okay? Now, all the brothers on this panel go to gun range. I assume it. They shot, at least all of them shot a gun before. And they know the power of a gun. And if you was to put that into a man's mouth, even an AK-47, and pull the trigger, all the brothers on this panel who pull a real trigger before know what the effect of that would be. So now I'm asking all the spiritualists who was refuting me last week and saying that, oh, well, all we need to do is to go to this ritual and it'll cause us to be impervious to bullets. Are you all suggesting to me that because the guys who died in wars, what they would have fought, because the things like the Maxim gun would have changed the state of affairs, if they was endowed with this spiritual system or spirituality, that they would have been impervious to bullets? I'm asking, well, why was it possible for the colonizers to dominate Africa? Because the reality is might makes right. Spares do not defeat bullets. So I'm asking, if you're all telling me that this is a source of power and strength, why wasn't these guys able to conquer or defeat the armies of Europe coming into Africa? Since this is possible, this is what y'all selling me. Because y'all call us atheists and all manner of different names, because we don't buy into this kind of stuff. Y'all call us all manner of names. So I want y'all to justify this argument which y'all was forwarding to me last week, since y'all say one conquers over the other. And in practical terms, you know what I mean? So this is the question I put out there for the African spiritualist beliefs, because you all suggest to us, because we don't have a foundation, we should have no say-so. So I want you all to justify the argument or what you are seeing here on video, because you all calling it fake now. But needless to say, I'll leave it there.
Anybody else want to add any last comments here? All right, let's go shoot a brief topic number 5.
Well, let me just say this, actually. Let me just say this. It's kind of random. Like I said, the quasi, I didn't type it yet, but the quasi spiritualists talk about curses and how this wouldn't affect them, then say it'd be suicidal if they did it. You know, it's like, this is why I talk about, you know, and I'm doing this for the wider audience to like pay attention to what people are saying. Like, do they believe the things that they're telling you? And if they don't believe the things they're telling you, why are they telling you this stuff? You know what I mean? Because if you really believe, hey, you know what? If I have my spiritual faith, blah, 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 right, would protect me, right? Then how would you also say that it would be a fatal blow? If you literally just said that. But it's like, then you have to question, why would you say that to begin with? Kind of like what Bonner was just saying. Like, why are people talking about, like, why are these people who do not really believe in what they're talking about demand to be heard when they talk about it? You know, when you say, look, I'll dismiss, like, you know, okay, what you're saying is nonsense. We know the velocity of a bullet. We know the momentum. We know these kind of things. And they're like, no, it's just, you know, my spiritualism. Then you say, why don't you go try it? They're like, oh, no, I don't want to die. So then what's the point of, like, what are you trying to say then? You know, one of the attitudes that I found inside of these black circles is a lot of people have this holier than thou attitude. more spiritual than thou attitude. Okay, prove it. If your spirituality can stop bullets from your mouth, then show us how it's fucking done. But otherwise, and then you tell them, go show us how it's done. And they're like, well, you want me to die? I mean, yeah, you're kind of a waste of space. I'm not going to hold you. You're kind of a distraction. And if your contribution is to just say, I'm the most spiritual person, but I ain't going to do no spiritual shit, then shut the fuck up. Like, if you cannot teach people things, even if you call yourself an educator or a teacher, whatever, if you can't teach people things, right, then shut the fuck up. Eat your cereal. That's my attitude in life. It's like, because I've been in this conscious space for a minute. And I tell you, a lot of distractions, a lot of people just talk shit. And it comes to a point where we have to say, look, put your money where your mouth is. Like be real, like show us what the fuck you're doing, right? Because I got my list. When I'll say this right there. When I was in the UAM, United African Movement, 20-something years old, in the United African Movement, under Alton Maddox Jr., right? First off, I ain't see these motherfuckers, right? This was the only all-black organization in Brooklyn. I ain't see these motherfuckers, right? But check this out. When I was there, Alton Maddox said he ain't gonna listen to nobody who don't have notches on their belt. You know what I mean? Like, when you don't have notches on your belt, when you are not really doing shit, then don't talk. You there? You had sex, and you're like, shut the fuck up. Of course I had sex. I'm a fucking man with testosterone, and biceps. You know what I'm saying? Quads. Like, what the fuck? Of course I did. The fuck are you talking about? These women were like, damn, motherfucker, you looking good. Yeah. Shit. What the fuck I look like? But anyway, all I'm saying is that if, we have to tell people, look, okay, you can run your mouth. That's good. Can you run? If you cannot run, but you run in your mouth, shut the fuck up. Cause Carter G. Woodson told us, fools tell you what they want to do. No, he said young people tell you what they're going to do or what they're doing. Old people tell you what they have done. And fools tell you what they want to do or they're going to do, right? And Carter G. Woodson, again, this is 1913. He's like, and the Negro race has a lot of the last class, and we still have that. People worried about how much pussy you get. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? You a grown damn man. But it is what it is.
Are we vetting tonight? Are we vetting?
I'm not upset. I'm just letting people know that I've heard this stuff before. Like, I've heard this for decades. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think the both of us going in, man. Maybe we need to dial it back and stop going at the audience. I'm gonna dial it back, man. I'm gonna let them brothers live, man. Y'all do your thing.
Nah, man. Nah, man. Look, man.
Criticize all you want, man. I don't care.
Clowns. That's all I gotta say. Like you said, if they want to sit down and be little, keyboard warriors, that's fine. But like, you got to point them out. But like, no, I'm not upset because again, I got my shit. You know what I mean? Like, I got my shit. Can't nobody say, hey, Oni, you broke. You know why? Because I spent 3 fucking months in another country with no motherfucking income. Don't know broke people do that. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I got my shit going. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm about to go out to Africa again. But, so like I said, I can't be upset. Imagine me, I'm upset. I got women. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Somebody said that's the easy thing to do. No, man, it's not. Look, if you, all right, go. Try to leave the country for 3 months. Let's see what happens to you, man. Motherfucker gonna be begging. What are you talking about?
All right. Lively discussion. If you guys want to come up on the panel, by all means, come up. But let's keep it respectful and let's try to stick to the topic. I think no one else had anything to add to that Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is continued topic of a unified Africa. Yes or no to this model? Why suggest replicating the historical state developments of Europeans when African people already had their own conception of states? Of course, this comes with a link. Looks like it's taking us to Twitter. Takes us to a tweet from Friends of Roberts. It says African countries have to threaten other African countries with annexation, territorial encroachment, regime overthrow, etc., so that African governments will work harder to make sure they have stable states. Goes on to say, if you look at Europe, much of the advances born there come out of insecurity, fear of external rivals. Nothing similar exists in Black Africa. The French had to invest in and implement new technologies and practices, or else the Germans would end up marching to Paris. He says, imagine if Nigeria had the real existential threat next door. They wouldn't tolerate corruption and incompetence within their society the way they do. There's too much quote unquote chop life mentality in Africa. There needs to be more winner takes all competition. Baka Umubu, I think the brother used to follow me before. He says, you might be right. So, with that said, Carl Hezekiah, what are your thoughts on this on these tweets as it relates to this prompt?
I think one of the greatest things that we lost in our condition throughout our history is our imagination. You know, we can't imagine things outside of a closed box. You know, we only have a limited amount of things to draw from. We have European history, so you know, you have the German states fighting with the other German states. You know, and that's how they did it. So we should do the same thing. I don't want Africa. I don't want the African continent to replicate what happened in German unification, because Germany was not a one whole nation until, you know, relatively recently in history. There were many different German principalities and kingdoms and whatnot until they got all united under the Prussians. So I don't want to see Africa duplicate what Europe did. I don't want to see things like the 30 Years' War, the 100 Years' War going on in Africa like it did in Europe. I think that we're better than that. I think we should not look to Urugu and their disease mentality and want to replicate what they did. I think that there is a need for African unification, but should it be based on conquest? I mean, any conquered people, it is basically a rebellious people. Eventually, they're going to rise up against you. You know, oppression breeds rebellion. So I don't think that duplicating what these crackers did in their history is something that we should try to replicate. Because even though we like to think of Europeans are not unified. They're not organized. They'll kill each other at the drop of a hat. The only thing that they're unified about is oppressing us. But we just see right now what's going on with the European Union, how it's falling apart. Um, we see that what's going on as far as with Ukraine and everything else like that. So what the external pressures that Europe, that's their own thing. Their climate and their culture shape their mentality, and we don't need that. We need something superior to that in my system, in my opinion. So yeah, and I think we already have the external pressures that is going on to cause that, because if we look at what's going on in the world today, African people are already oppressed. We're already having our resources stolen, our people being killed. So what other pressures do you need at this point? So if an objective person can look at this, and they can see, hey, black people are fleeing Africa to get to Europe because they have no opportunities. They're letting the Italians are letting them drown in the Mediterranean. You know, they're being poisoned and gassed and everything else. What other external pressures do you need? So, but I'll pass the mic on that. I see the people aren't even talking about this particular topic in the chat. Y'all get it together. Tighten up.
Yeah, tighten up. Get it together.
I want Coco. I want to go because there's some things that Carl said that I want to build on.
Go ahead.
And I don't want to forget it because I'm drinking. Listen, in terms of go back to the question, Coco. Go back to the question.
I thought you quit drinking, but hold on. Let me.
No, that was last Saturday night. No, I ain't going out to that. I ain't drinking wine. Listen, so they say, why suggest replicating a historical state development of Europeans when African people already had their own conception of, I guess, the state, whatever. So if you look at this is what I'm talking about in terms of idealism and ideologues. And this is the problem I have. This is the problem I have when you're dealing with the ideologues and the idealists. Yes, Africa had their own conception of statehood, but obviously there was a major fault in what they did. A major fault because it was pregnable, and the outside was able to come in and infiltrate and destroy that sense of statehood and replace it with the European statehood. It was a pregnable state of affairs. There was a major flaw in what they created because someone could have come in and completely destroy it and disrupt it from the outside and even from within. So if we was to look at something like that and redo the same things we would have done before, what you think is going to happen? A repeat of history is going to happen. No, you look into the world and you take from the best in the world and you try to create a society that is impregnable from the outside and the inside. If you want to replace it, now you could do it in an African way, but it doesn't mean you can't look at other look around the world and find out where society. There's no one I've seen as yet going into America and wanted to replace the American system. Say, well, we gonna colonize you all Americans, and we gonna replace you all as a society. We gonna put our own culture there. Why? Because they've done things to make their society impregnable. The Chinese didn't do it in the past, but when they rebuilt their societies, they rebuilt their societies in such a way that a lot of their societies are impregnable. Because they've not only created a mindset within the people themselves, but they created material defenses it will be very difficult for someone from coming in the outside to come in, infiltrate, and replace that system. North Korea doing it. So it's crazy for us to close our eyes and say, well, oh, let's do it. Why reinvent the wheel when the wheel is already done there? When the examples are already been done? Why not use your brain and use the takeaways from the people who have been successful at it around the world? It's not to say I don't want to put a Chinese suit on an African. It's not to say that we can't have our own perspective and ways of going around and going about it. But to go back and just do the same things them people been doing, our people been doing in the 15th, the 14th, and 13th century, what you think is gonna happen? This is the ideas. This is the problem I have with these ideologues, man. You know what I mean? They're not, like the brother was saying, they're not real. They're not living in the real world. They're not living in the current world as it exists. And then they get mad when you see what you see the state of affairs in the black world right now. When the woman wearing big wig and looking like ghosts with bleached faces and shit like that all over the black world, because they have been able to infiltrate and do the things that they've been able to do. It's impregnable. It was pregnable. That's how they've been able to do it. And you have to create a state of affairs where your society is impregnable. So this is like I say, this is the issues I have with ideologues, and I can't have long discussions with these brothers because they get off on these fanciful notions and not really speak to the matter at hand today, 2023. You know what I mean? But I'll leave it. Like it's brother Crary say, leave the rum alone. Even though I'm on wine, I'll just leave it alone.
I appreciate that, Buana. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you? Oh, maybe Tan didn't come back yet. Let's go to Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, if you're there, unmute your mic. All right, let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you here?
Go on. All right. Anyway, yeah, about that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of black folk. That's like the other segment of people who just kind of talk shit are the people who like play Risk. You know what I mean? Shout out to Harsh Reality. Like, we saw this one brother. I had to block this motherfucker, but this dude was like, "Oh, I'm gonna just buy half of Congo. I'm gonna buy half of the Congo, and then with that, I'm gonna establish it." It's like, shut the fuck up. You're not gonna buy half of the fucking Congo. Like, shut the fuck up. You know, and this is like another of those risk things where it's like, hey man, African countries need to, you know, we need to start fighting among each other. Like, we get what you're saying, but it's 2020 fucking 3. You know what I mean? It's 2020 fucking 3. We didn't do it in the past. Okay? The white man showed up and he was ready to fucking fight. You know, he was ready to, you know, kick ass and take names. Okay? We weren't as ready. That's fine. We can get ready without trying to, you know, fight each other in a sense or encouraging that kind of thing. A lot of it is just kind of like theoretical, you know, but it doesn't. That's the thing I really, you know, that's the thing that I find about people is that a lot of times they do not like it's like what's practical versus what's idealistic, you know? What's practical versus like look at this shit right here. No, it's not 2023, stupid. The Gregorian calendar. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so stupid what people are saying. You know, it's just like, it's like, geez Louise. You know, like how, like, so many people are so disconnected from reality that what passes for intelligent conversation becomes, hey man, this is, you're following a calendar. Like, shut up. You know, like, it's pretty aggravating. Usually I turn off the chat when I'm talking, so I'm going to do that again. But like that's the issue that we find ourselves in, where people a lot of times talk is where it's at. You know, like I said, you go to Africa, you invest in, I want to say now, like 5 different businesses, bring up several people, you know, have tremendous generosity, show tremendous character. All that kind of stuff. And people who don't, you know, people who don't do anything near are like, oh, well, I'm better than you because I don't use the calendar. You know, like, shut up. Like, shut up. You know, or even like, or people, you know, who don't, again, they sit around and they talk about how they're going to, you know, pit different African states against each other. Like, it's like, that's not, you're not going to do that, you know? And that's really what it comes down to. What are you going to fucking do? You know? I say to myself, look, I want to expand the Swahili language. So you could see I'm working on a Swahili app. I say, I think my son needs a children's book. You could see I publish a children's book. I say African adults need you know education on regards to the different speeches in the past and so on and so forth. You see, I put together 500 pages that realistically, if it was in a normal size, is 1,000 fucking pages, right? And then people sit down. Oh well, I think Tariq do. Like, shut up. Like, guys, are you like, what is the activity that you're trying to accomplish? Because that's what comes to in this prompt. It's like, what is the activity that, like, what is the action that's going to take place? You're not going to pit African states against each other. And it'd be foolish if for you to think, oh yeah, let's pit each other against each other so that we're now fighting for, you know, existential threats. Like, that's just ridiculous at this point in time. Would it have been good in our past? Kind of, yeah, sure. That's what Shaka Zulu was about. You know, Shaka Zulu posed an existential threat to a lot of his fucking neighbors. And some of them did create, you know, empires in response, you know, in order to protect themselves from Shaka Zulu. And Shaka Zulu was able to, with the Zulu, fight off the Europeans for a good amount of times. So yeah, honestly, you know, steel sharpens steel, right? But as far as what is actionable today in 2023, not in some other fucking calendar that you know you don't even go by, right? Like, you know, like what are you really talking about? What's real, right? You're like, this is just nonsense. It's just a hypothetical that's not going to take place. But if we're serious about African liberation, let's just get serious. You know what I mean? And let's not, like, you know, like, let's just get serious. And instead, you got the peanut gallery who are like, but I heard that you had sex. Yes. You know what I'm saying? I'm in my fucking 30s. And it's like, it's weird that I have to explain that. You know, it's weird that a man in his 30s has to, like, a single man has to explain that he had sex, you know? But like, yeah. I think when we're talking about realism, like that's what it has to be.
Thank you for that, Oni. I think Tanzan is back. Tanzan, were you able to follow along with the conversation?
Yes, bits of it. I don't know if we can, the topic of a unified Africa, I don't really think that unification is necessarily the goal. I think it's just cooperation, because we are too diverse, too different, too, we do things too differently to imagine like a unified, there isn't a unified Europe, there's just different states working together. So I think that our model can be towards shared interest, whether it's regional or cultural and all that, and we can do that. We can have exchanges between cultures and economics and employers and so on. But in terms of unifying, no, I don't see us as under one government, African government. That I don't see that working well at all. But the other thing is that we didn't really have I don't know if we had a concept of a nation state. Maybe in the West, they had those big empires, but in the East, we didn't really have big nation state. We had small autonomous tribes, and people, had big tribes that, are related to each other, but people were not, of this concept of a nation and a state that has borders and so on. People were constantly, they would settle. Sometimes they would migrate. Sometimes they would mix. Sometimes they would, so the concept of nation as predefined and unchangeable borders with passports and all that, I don't think we had that. So short of overhauling the whole system and going back to tribal boundaries, which obviously can't work right now, I think the best thing is that is regional cooperation and working together and exchanging both goods and people. That's that would be my model, and also letting people be able to cross boundaries with ease, taking away some of these obstacles that prevent it's hard to travel within African countries. The plane transportation is very expensive, and you tend to use these terrible planes, and then the ground transportation is very slow. So that inhibits people from seeking opportunities elsewhere. But that would be a great thing to start. Not so much the European model of a federation. I think let's start with what we have in common first, and then work towards the larger goal. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Tanzan. In the chat, Lero says that's why if you aren't organized, your ideology, opinion, or anything doesn't matter. You're never gonna quote unquote unite the masses, and census isn't needed. With that said, I think Real Black Gentleman has returned. Real Black Gentleman, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think part of it, I think, is an economic thing. I mean, Black people have to have Black money. You know what I'm saying? There has to be the Black currency. I mean, the word currency in and of itself, you know what I'm saying, what you keep current, you know what I'm saying, that sense of our current, what we currently use to trade amongst ourselves. That's what Black people honestly need. And I think that if Black people could, you know, when we talk about a lot of this multipolarity and all this BRICS and stuff, Black people need its own dollar. It needs its own script. It needs its own, you know, its own Black. It needs its own Black gold piece. It needs its own Black gold piece. That Black people trade and share value with it exclusively, and it has to be. And it's almost like it has to be an exclusive kind of a thing where Black people, you know what I'm saying, it's the most reasonable thing that you can do, because politically, apparently, you know what I'm saying, Black people's policies are you know what I'm saying, is cut from all kinds of different cloths. So I mean, politically, we're not, but economically. Oh yeah, people have value about things. We might not believe, people might not believe in the same things from one side to the other, but that dollar, that new toy, yeah, there's trade going on. And so, like, you know, Africa is developing, you know what I'm saying? It's there. I wish the policy, but I mean, there's so many, you know what I'm saying, cats in that corral. I mean, it's not impossible. And I don't mean to be all pessimistic. It's not impossible. It's just, you gotta, you know, find that medium, find that mode, find that realm of where the where you get the majority, and everything that's beyond the pale, you can set that to the side and worry about that later. I think honestly, you get the money straight, and everything else, you know what I'm saying, everything else will fall into place. I mean, otherwise, you know what I'm saying, get the French out, you know what I'm saying, get that French, you know what I'm saying, CFA out of West Africa, in Central Africa, get that CFA out for starters, get that out, and then work on like some economics and, you know, understanding a sense of value, and don't be, you know, don't try to hog up, you know, economic or political space. I'm a yield.
I appreciate that. RBG. Is there anyone who has any last words for this prompt? So what I'll do, I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but I'll do a quick station ID break, and then we'll come back and discuss it. Before that, Lero says we are up against economic blocks, multinational military organizations, like we're not thinking big enough and very adolescent. That's why we skip over organization and just straight to talks of unity. That's a good point, Lero. I like that, actually. I like that. Trigger Happy also had some comments, and I put them on the screen. But you guys could go through the comments and check it out. Shout out to Afro Native World. He's in the chat. Shout out to all of you guys who are in the chat, making the chat lively. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be why we can't teach these languages in any public schools in the diaspora. So that's going to be Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. We'll do a quick station ID break. You guys stay tuned. We'll be right back.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Make sure you also tune in to Brother Bakari's podcast, the Forecast Radio, the Consider Cheek Show, and Tanzan African Mind. Tanzan had a good show this past week. Ozuli was up there. A few, I think Buana may have passed through. A few people were up there this past week. That was pretty good. Trigger Happy 262 was active in the chat, so I'm happy to see that. Should be topic number 6, why we can't teach these languages in any public schools in the diaspora As you can see, this is a link. Let's play it about twice, and then we'll discuss it.
Today, votata. Yesterday, onaho. Tomorrow, kayi motiso ibo. Kombia. Go, debe. Watermelon fire. Today, votata. Yesterday, onaho.
So this is where I like a little bit of more what's the word? I like a little bit more understanding of what's going on, context. Are these folks in China studying this language, or are these the Chinese? Because either way, it's not a good answer, right? Or are these Chinese in Nigeria? Oh, yeah, in Nigeria, who open their own schools, right? Why there's so many Chinese in this class, open their own schools and teaching this language is a very interesting question. I mean, either way you split it, it's an interesting thing. You know, like what's going on here? These guys are in China learning this language. That's very interesting and very infuriating to me. Because how is it we have all these Caribbean nations and whatnot? You know, we have Black USA, particularly Southern Black USA, right? Where we are the principals and this, that, and the other of schools. How come we don't have TWE or something, you know, in our nations? It's a very interesting thing, you know. I see gas is still going. It's still going out there. So you know that's an interesting question for me. Let's mix it up. Let's start off different. Oni, what say you to this?
Oh damn! I was like, let me get a bite because this motherfucker. All right, because this guy never gonna call me first. Anyway, what can I say? Like again, learning languages that's normal. You know what I mean? Learning languages is normal. I think black folk raise the alarm, like kind of just do that alarmist thing. You know, we learned Spanish in high school. You know, being bilingual is important. You know, in America, right? Not too important, but important enough. In China, they were paying white folk good money to go teach English. You know. Now they're probably, you know, saying, hey, you know what? Nigeria is a rising market, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Let's learn the language, you know? I mean, that's normal. You know, I don't see like I'm not gonna raise an alarm about this, right? As far as why we don't do that, you know, like again, it comes back to that mindset. Like you know, I guess you guys could probably peep, you know, some people, you know, like some black folk just hate black folk. You know, they would make it a mission to sabotage other black folk. For what? I don't know. You know, me personally, I just don't like it. If it was Twitter, I would block them. But because I can't, you know, I'm on the panel, I can't, right? Either way, like for instance, dude just said, let's show this. We just hate you. You know what I mean? Just random. And it's like, okay, I don't really care because, like, you know, losers hate me. I don't like. What does that do with me? You know what I'm saying? But as far as why we don't do it, it's a question of, do we see the potential in other people, or are we, as some people are, or do we just want to sabotage other Black folk? You know what I mean? And that's really the question at hand. But I could say this, that actually there's a lot of independent Black schools who teach Black languages. They teach Swahili mostly, but they teach Black languages, or they teach Medu Neter or something like that. But a lot of the Pan-Africanist schools do say, let's put inside a thing. But the trouble is that people don't support them. They just bitch and whine and try to find reason to sabotage the Black man. Oh, we hate you, your cars, that type of shit. And it's like that's the world that we live in, where realistically the people who are doing stuff in the Black community, right, they get the pushback, and the people who do nothing are the ones who do nothing but use a bunch of big words. They don't. So but what happens in China is that China's not run in the same silly way that a lot of like the people who are like that in China don't get very far. You know what I mean? And that's the thing about the real world, Like I said, like you could easily be on the keyboard and say, "Oh, you can't teach me anything." You could do that. But but like in China you probably can't. And that's why you got to respect China. Because of the social, of the societal, the way that societal behavior is, and here you could have people blah blah blah, but you can't, and that's why. So then China's like, hey, look, there's a market coming up. Let's teach our kids a different language. Why do we need to teach them English? Like white folk would not be outraged if they were teaching English in China. They wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, they're gonna come invade us or some shit. No, they just say, okay, learning more than one language is a good thing. Learning more than one language is a good thing, and the fact that they some kids are choosing a Black language, like, it's not surprising, because again, when you go to college or you go to whatever, they offer classes in African languages all the damn time. And like, to expect China doesn't do that as well is like you're not outraged if Oxford University has a Twi class. They have Ebonics classes, they have Patois classes. You know what I'm saying? Like of course China is doing its damn thing, and it's a model, honestly, at this point, for just stepping up your game. And one thing the Chinese don't do is try to sabotage each other. But again, you're dealing with, some people in our race, they're just like, they're clowns. And like I said, honestly, I think they should prove that they're not cursed, and just, take one for the team. But it is what it is.
Speaking of that Swahili app that Gas is in the chat saying to boycott, I reposted it on my community tab, and I had the call to action, like, reach out to Oni and ask, how can you help? It looks like a pretty dope idea, and it's evolving. I remember when he first showed it off. It's evolving. So, like Oni said, and like I always say, man, like, we got to be about doing something. We got to compete. We got to get in the game. Instead, we just sit back and wonder, like in this prompt here, we're wondering why the government isn't pushing this stuff in the public school system. And like D-Web said earlier, we rely too much on the public system. Like he said here, people always bitch about what the school system is not teaching. Such a lazy take, yo. Like, we got to start doing stuff, right? We have to start doing things. We got to compete. We got to stop sitting back all the time, wondering why someone else isn't doing it for us. And you guys are right in the chat who mentioned, like Afro Native World, who mentioned the African Senate schools, only mentioned it as well. Yeah, African Senate schools do tend to teach an African language, most times Swahili, depending on who it is, like the Kambans and stuff, they teach Twi and things of that nature, right? Maybe Ga as well. But we have to start doing this stuff ourselves, man, and stop wondering why governments. We already know these governments, be it the U.S. government, the Bahamian government, the Jamaican government. We already know these people in government are really lining their pockets. You know what I mean? That's why they're in government, really. They're lining their pockets. They don't really do anything for people. The people have to do it. You know, like in America, it's been said, I've read it for many years now, that the Black Panthers are the ones who started the WIC program, like the food stamps and public assistance type stuff. And the government, the U.S. government saw it and said, you know what? Let's use that idea too. Again, I'm not sure if that's the case, but that's what I've heard for many years. We have to be doing things, right? We have to be and protecting what we do as well. You know, is Tanzan back?
Yes.
Go ahead, Tan.
For me, it's replicable. It just takes effort and will to learn a language, and I think that it would be a great benefit for people in the diaspora to learn a language. And obviously, I'm biased towards Kiswahili, so obviously I'll promote it. But one way of being, immersed in a culture is learning the languages. I know that people say, "Oh, I don't know where I'm from," and so on and so forth. But if you picked any African language at random, it can be Kiswahili or any other African language. That will, that will teach you than you could ever just read in books if you immerse yourself in, in the people and so on. I think that there was a good push and encouragement towards learning Kiswahili, but I think that there was not enough emphasis on the people, on connecting with the people. Because if you simply learn a language in a vacuum and then you don't relate to the people that you're learning the language, then it really just learning it superficially. So I don't know the purpose of their of this clip, whether they're planning to are they in Nigeria, or are they going to Nigeria? That would be an interesting thing to know. And then if they are, though, I don't know why they would be learning a Nigerian language when Nigeria speaks English, and it would be just easy to communicate in English. So it baffles me, this whole clip, because I would expect them to learn English so that they can go and speak, in English with with the Africans. But it just shows you that, even those obscure African languages, it just takes curiosity and interest. Pick a language or a tribe, and then go and learn the language. It will break down so many barriers. It will make people, even the local people, it will make them, respect you, even if just for the effort. You don't have to speak fluently, but at least you should, try to learn. And if you go to a different country, nothing tells people that, you're a good guest than learning the language. If you, know a few things, come back and so on, I don't want to just, pile on you, but 3 months, you should have. I do appreciate that you're building the app, but 3 months should have been a little bit, practice. You should have come here, talking in Kiswahili, especially that good Tanzanian Kiswahili. Like that's even. That's the pure Kiswahili. That's where Kiswahili really originated from. The original Kiswahili people were there. So that should have given you the best, lesson in the people, and you'd have gotten to know them in a deeper level. But in any case, I think that everyone should try as much as possible to learn a language, a different language, even if it's not an African language, because you tend to you expand your way of thinking. You see things in a whole different way, and you just exercise your brain. So you know, if this is what it takes for them to do that, I think that Black Americans can also make the effort to, you know, to teach their children or to, you know, to get them to learn, you know, particular African languages. So, yeah.
Tan, as a Kiswahili speaker, now I'm gonna ask that fun fact about Kiswahili. It's more European and Asian than Black. What say you to that?
Yeah, I've heard those, you know, claims being made before that Kiswahili is an Arabic language, that, you know, Kiswahili, like English, it's a language that was based on trade, and the early Kiswahili people were a Bantu tribe that were actually called Kiswahili people, the Swahili people. So there was Swahili, the Chewa, the Chichewa, and a lot of other tribes around them. So Kiswahili is an African language. The syntax, the grammar, all of that, it's there are loan words, a lot of loan words from Arabic and a few from Portuguese, but in essence, it's basically it's a language that is close and is similar to the languages around it than from other languages, although it does borrow more from other languages than other, you know, tribes around it. So no, Kiswahili is not European. The Kiswahili people have been there for a long time, even before the Arab people came. So yeah, I have had those types of claims before. And another reason why Kiswahili is more Bantu than European or Arabic is even when you look at the certain words in Kiswahili that people recognize, the jumbo, you know, the MB words that you don't really find in Arabic. Arabic has more of the guttural sounds. There are some loanwords from Arabic like Saba and, you know, Farasi and words like that. But for the most part, the basic syntax, conjugations, and everything is similar to other, as far away as Zulu. Some of the languages in South Africa have also very similar words, that like mbuzi. Mbuzi in Kiswahili is goat, and I think it's the same in a lot of the Zulu languages. So that shows you that Kiswahili is more of an African language than a European one, but it does borrow a lot from both. Who initiated trade in the region? Well, the Kiswahili people were always, you know, exchanging their goods and services with other tribes, and then eventually they started working with the Arabs, and then the trade went on from there. So I would say that they used to trade with everyone. Yeah.
All right, Tan, you speak what, 5 languages?
No, just 3 fluently and 1 passably, so 4 total.
Okay, 4. Trigger IP262. I'm curious. Do you speak Twi? Do you speak Twi or Ga, or like you know, how many languages from that region do you speak? I'm just curious. Carl had to step away. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
About the whole the Chinese thing. Yeah, I mean, I think again, in America, they, you know, this country always tries to have a big promotion on English, you know what I'm saying, especially against, you know what I'm saying, Spanish people speaking people coming in, you know what I'm saying, there's a big, like, you're in America, this is America, speak English, you know what I'm saying, that whole saying, you know, applies here. I mean, seeing the Chinese study that, it's like I see it, it's like it shakes me a little bit, but it's to be expected because I know the Chinese are all up in Africa, and it's like you teach the kids like the language, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, Africans, you know, it's like, how would I say it? I want to have African people speak African languages, right? But it's important to have a sense of knowing another language outside. I mean, if you can speak a word or two of Chinese, you know what I'm saying, it helps. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, people can always learn languages. I mean, you see, you know what I'm saying, they got the babies out there teaching, you know what I'm saying? But this is China. They're able to work differently in China. Language, I mean, it just takes time. I mean, people fall into the curriculum trap, you know what I'm saying? You only have so much hours to, you know what I'm saying, teach the kids what you're going to teach. You know what I'm saying? What kind of language you're going to teach them? You got to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, that, you know what I'm saying, proficient in some degree if it's going to be a secondary language. I mean, I like I said, for African people, I think that we should be aware of it, but I think that African people are still speaking other languages outside Africa. You know what I'm saying? The fact that they're learning our languages should be, imitation, kind of flattery thing. Like, okay, we see you. Okay. You're trying to butter us up. You know what I'm saying? It's try to speak extra clean to us when you come to us. Okay, we see you. Okay, we see you. Our thing is like just making sure that, make sure that our tongue is, we keep up on our African languages. You know what I'm saying? I'm seeing Swahili. Yeah, I'm aware, Swahili isn't perfect, but like if black people's talking it, black people can change the language. Doesn't necessarily matter how it started, how it ends is what really matters. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic.
I appreciate that, RBG. Trigger Happy said he speaks Fanti. But it's mutually intelligible to tweet. All I need is to write better in it. All right, cool. Like I remember when I spoke to Obadale Campbell. I don't think this was on air when I was talking. No, actually, I think it was. He was suggesting those of us out here, considering that we were, our ancestors came from West and Central Africa, that we should engage a West African language. And I go back to something, I believe it was Namer X who said it, how, languages, the root of the thing is language. And when you start to learn a different language, which is what Oni was kind of alluding to as well, it's good for you, actually. And I think us attempting to learn an African language, it's said that Kiswahili is the African language of Pan-Africanism, but I do think if we could start to implement, and more importantly, start to teach, not just in African-centered schools, but be able to teach it in our homes or something. I do think we should dabble in some West African language as well. Who did I not get on this? Did I get one on this?
No, not yet.
Go ahead, Brian.
First, let me apologize to the chat. I've been having to go at the chat tonight. So I calmed down now. Please forgive me, chat, if I was going off on y'all. But and let me also say, congratulations to my brother Oni. I think that Oni is doing a yeoman's job in trying to create an app. And I hope he is able to compete with the big guys out there like Michelle Thomas and Pimsleur and Duolingo in his efforts in trying to create this app. And I think that he could be very competitive in what he does. Hopefully he'll work with Tan, and let's not forget, Tan is a sister. She speaks several different languages, and she is a resource and an asset to anyone who is interested in learning Kiswahili or any other African languages. I don't know how many other African languages she speaks, but she is a resource that if one would be able or one would be inclined to learn an African language, she is with us all the time. So I mean, just give her money she asks for, and I'm sure that she'll make herself available for her time in teaching us, different African languages. We started it, but we didn't continue with it, the practice of it. And I think that that's something that we really should continue with. But she was teaching us various different words in Kiswahili before. In terms of what I'm seeing here, Nelson Mandela said something. Nelson Mandela said that if you speak to a man in a language that he understands, you speak to his head. But if you speak his mother tongue, you speak it to his heart. And the Chinese understand this. The Chinese have a 100-year plan. So the Chinese know, yes, the Nigerian man speaks English, but the Nigerian man speaks his own mother tongue as well. And he'll draw closer to you if you could speak to him in his mother tongue as opposed to standard English language, because that's not his mother tongue. So he'll give you more deference in certain business situations. And the Chinese understand these kinds of things. And they take action on it. And I think that with us, for me personally, I understand why within our schooling system, they taught us Spanish and they taught us French in terms of other languages. Okay? Because Haiti is right at the border, and I'm assuming because Cuba is right at the border. So I'm assuming that's the reason why they took the avenues that they took in us learning the languages, the optional languages that we was afforded to learn. But I also believe in Black countries in the Caribbean, especially West African. Most of our societies are filled with West African people brought to the West, and I think that in learning a West African language, not only will we draw closer to our brothers and sisters on the continent, but the interest will be sparked into doing more and going further after you would have finished your program. And this whole idea of this distant African that we are unconnected to, I think that we could make a greater connection in learning the language and understanding, because there's a mind behind why the word is what it is. There's context behind why the word is what it is. So you would understand, well, this person doesn't have a word for this particular thing in English. It doesn't translate. And so do we. We have words, we have vernacular words or colloquialisms in our language, in the way we speak to one another, that is not necessarily in form and format with the standard English system that we have learned. You know what I mean? And I think that in learning these kinds of things, I think that it is a closer cultural connection with our brothers on the continent. And it's interesting too in the Caribbean, because they are learning an African language in this class. But if you go throughout the length and breadth of the diaspora, you're going to see Chinese who could speak fluent Jamaican, just like the Jamaican on the streets of Kingston. You'll find a Chinese person who will speak or who could articulate Guyanese just like the typical person from Guyana. Same as Trinidad and Tobago, etc., 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 down the line. You know what I mean? So they don't only learn the standard English, they learn the customs and they learn the vernacular of the people that live in these countries. And this is the reason why they are able to infiltrate these societies better. They are able to infiltrate these societies better. Whereas we, you know what I mean, we'll beat up, our parents used to beat us up for not speaking in a so-called local vernacular. They used to beat us up over it. Say, y'all need to speak proper English. Whatever that means. Whatever that means. But language is a very political thing. It's extremely political. And I think that the Chinese understand this and they are using it as a weapon in Africa. But I believe that we as West African people should take up an interest in learning a West African language. You know what I mean? If not that, learn an East African language. But I think that we should have one of these languages under our belt, outside of the proverbial Spanish, French, all the Latin languages that exist in the world that we've been accustomed to learning. I think that we should always also have these kinds of things under our belt. And it's a crying shame that our governments have not taken the task of permitting or allowing or giving public schools the option of learning African languages. And I understand why, because the parents, there'll be a hue and cry to many Black people in the Caribbean if you start to teach your child African language, because they've been so anti-Africanized that if to make that attempt, any political leader who was to try to implement that will be out of office in the next electoral year, because they're so anti-African in these kinds of areas. But I think it's important to do, and I think, but there are African-centered schools that do it here. For instance, Catherine does it in the Bahamas here. But I think that we should take up the task of doing it, and I think that individually we should take up the interest in learning another African language if we can. And like I say, Tan is the resource. She's your first point of connection with that. But I'll leave it there. You know, thanks for the comments.
Yeah, if Tan is up for the task, I was supposed to do something with Tan. I have this resource. I think Oni has it too. Yeah, Oni has it too. That I took from this university that I think is a good resource. It's the issue with language, which is why you have like African American vernacular English is, and why you have, Jamaican patois, Bahamian, etc., is oftentimes we learn these words without hearing the sound. And I think that's a bad move on our part. That's why when I used to read those papers during the week, sometimes I'll read a paper heavy with African terminology and language, and I don't have the tongue for it. I don't know exactly how to pronounce the words. That's not good. So the resource that I have on the Discord, and you guys should join the Discord too, and hit me up if you can't find it, the resource. But we need the audio, and that's something I was supposed to work with Tan on, but so much things going on, I never got around to it. But that's the next step, is to use that PDF and record the audio of the pronunciation of words. So if anyone wants to help with that, Tan, if you're still interested, you can help me with that. If anyone has a similar type of resource for some West African language or languages, Twi, Ga, Fulani, whatever it is, Fanti, whatever it is, share it with us. And if you speak the language, help us with the audio of it. That's a big step. Carl is back. Carl, what say you?
Well, I think that like everyone has said, I really don't know what else I could add to this. China is, by teaching their children these languages, they're going to be able to work better within the community they're building. They're planning to go after Africa's resources, Africa's things that they need to build themselves up. So this is what they're doing. It's a brilliant strategy. I mean, I gotta say, this is something that is I can't get mad. It's a smart strategy that they're trying to do. They're trying to learn how to work with the people they want to conquer, I should say. But their way is much more, insidious in a way. It's almost like, like Malcolm X described the wolf and the fox. The Europeans came as a wolf. There was no, sometimes they did. But with this, they're gonna, you speak your language, we're gonna come across, they're gonna help you build schools and airports and hospitals. And you're gonna give us your stuff. You're not gonna resist us. We're gonna come across as the nice guy. And I think it's gonna it's gonna work, because a lot of people aren't really prepared for the grift. All right, so I'll leave off it there.
I appreciate that, Carl. If there's no last words, I'll move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight.
Oh, just a quick thing before we continue.
Yeah,
about the Rastafarians. So we in Kenya, people have no problem with Rastas, plying their trade, especially in the music industry. It's just that they're not considered serious when it comes to work and so on. So that's the price that some of them have to pay. So there is a prejudice against people who wear dreadlocks. They're considered to be layabouts and so on, but they're not there is a prejudice, but they're still welcomed.
All right, thank you for that. Nama X in the chat said the solution to this Chinese strategy is so easy. He says you can counter education with education, but are we ready to teach our own children we created? That's really the question. Before we move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7, I guess, let's welcome in Jose this week. Jose, how are you?
Yes, good morning. Excuse me. Yeah, I wanted to say something about you know it already. I have a very different opinion about China, I know where the fear comes from. The fear comes from the fear mongering, like China is taking over Africa, etc., etc. But did you know those police stations are for Chinese? I saw this short video about Chinese police stations in the United States, right? And they are they are for their citizens in the United States, right? So as I have been saying, and it's actually proof. It's been confirmed because years ago I saw some 5-year plans of the Chinese, and they are working on their reputation. They are working on their made in China reputation, but they are also working on their reputation as a nation. So these police stations, okay, yeah, I doubt it. I doubted it, but since I this week I got the confirmation that they tried to install police stations in the United States, and America went against it. But listen, if it's in Africa, okay, some Chinese like in Ghana, they kicked out people that were busy with fraud, criminals, I mean, and they kicked out illegal gold miners, right? So a Chinese citizen misbehaves in your country, you you report them at the embassy or whatever, and they get in trouble, right? Now compare that to the United States, or the West. Compare that to their diplomatic hitmen, their jackals, and their military coups, right? And another thing, and I've been trying to say it to DOS, descendants of slavery. I've been trying, us African immigrants, we are a source of information, So these Chinese, they are migrating to an African country. Is it bad for them to learn the language? That's what you do. I speak Dutch. I live in the Netherlands. I speak Dutch. My parents came here in the very early 70s. And in those days, left was very strong. Most probably because they needed workers, so the worker party was strong, right? And the left pushed for language courses for migrants. Of course, they needed us to serve in their economic system, so they wanted us to speak their language. And but now Chinese are learning to speak an African language, and it's a threat. How, Sway?
Sorry about that. I stepped away from the computer thinking Joseph was going to go a little longer. Does anyone else want to add any last words here? All right, let's go.
Yeah. Let me say. I was going to say something in the chat. I'll just say it. You got to have linguistic diversity and keep it. You got to have it dynamic, even at this like slang and dialectical level. You know what I'm saying? You have anything that encourages African people to say something that they know is their own and untouched by the rest of the world is anything that would encourage native at any like numerical level, just anything that keeps African people speaking African languages is a plus, and letting the languages evolve and even diversify. Anything that keeps language diversity, because it's just a pool that you can draw upon. You know what I'm saying? Languages reflect, perspectives of the world around the people who speak them. So, it might be better to use a language frame from a different part of the continent at a various part in time. This is why language is so important. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. And I wanted to say something. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that. I miss videos like this in the YouTube repatriation sphere. The only one that I saw do it is one that is people still call him how do you call it, a scammer. People still call him a scammer because some wicked females attacked him. But the only one that I saw do that was Crazy Boyd. That's the only one teaching people Wolof in Gambia, and for the rest, I miss it and that's what I try to say. We need to connect. Us immigrants can share our experience. Many things. I see people repatriating people wonder about many things that are actually normal, but they don't realize that they are migrating. They call it repatriation, and they expect open arms, but you are migrating. And so what do you do when you migrate to a country with a different language? You learn the language, you learn the law, you visit your embassy on a regular basis to help you learn local trades. Or it's not embassy, but it's that other name. I forgot. It's like a clubhouse for you got embassy, and what's that other? Embassy is to help businesses, and that other entity is to help the population, civilians. I forgot, but you go there on a regular basis. When you have questions, you ask, hey, how do people do this in this country, right? Well, we did not do that because our parents or most of the immigrants in early 70s. Close after the Immigration Act in 65, many of those immigrants were not schooled. So my parents did not do that. But us, the second generation, when we move to another country, we should know those things and go there and learn the language and etc. Right? It's normal, it's normal. We romanticize repatriating, but we should watch Chinese and do the same. I use the mic.
I appreciate you coming on, Jay. I know it's late or / early where you are, so I appreciate you coming through. I also want to say last thing before I do move on to the next prompt. If you're from the continent and you speak a particular language, and you have resources on that language, like some type of textbook or what have you, especially in a PDF form, join the Discord. If you're on the Discord already, hit me up. All right, hit me up on the Discord. I'll post the resource, and the only thing I'll ask is, again, everyone needs to be doing something. So if you have this resource, you speak this language, perhaps I'll ask you to record the pronunciation of words, in each chapter or something like that, right? So those of us who come along and take up the resource, we actually have something to listen to go along with the written word. So join the Discord. In any event, join the Discord and post, send me your resources and I'll post it up. Again, I'll talk to Tan again about that idea. Buana is completely correct. We have resources around us. We have to use them. And if you have the resources within you, you have to step up and share it with the rest of us. Some of us will be interested. Some of us will go in there and learn learn a language. Look, Bakari them brought up the ham radio stuff. And I went and I got my radio. I got the course while it was on sale. And I've been going through the first exam material. I'll post the slides that I've been making in PowerPoint on there as well. I have the channel for it. I just haven't posted the first set of slides I did. But this is what we have to be doing. We can't just be talking all the time when we have the ability to do something. Do something. Share the resources. Share your time. With that said, let me go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. I posted it earlier. So much comments. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is, what does cultural nationalism actually look like for Black people without the Chinese references or communist definition? Do we need to discard aspects of our culture despite the clear interruption of European cultures? Or do we actually need a renaissance? That's a long prompt. Let's try to make those prompts a little shorter so that they can fit in one go. But this came with a link. Takes us to Twitter again. This is from BRG, Black Red God #1. He says, I keep seeing people talking about cultural revolution and not knowing what it means. Cultural revolution is carried out under the guidance of a communist party with the intent of struggling against old methods during socialism and consciously struggling towards communism. He goes on to say, cultural revolution is not strictly wearing dashikis and changing your name to something in Swahili, though these display rejection of colonizer culture / habits and are generally healthy. It's a class struggle first and foremost. Which road? Capitalism or communism? It goes on to say there are bad elements of new African culture that will be toppled during a cultural revolution. And there will be new and old bourgeoisie to struggle against, probably hiding under pork chop nationalists or neo-Gaviite garb and rhetoric, tied to reactionary lumpen as well. During cultural revolution, the masses are mobilized to seize power from reactionary and pseudo-capitalist elements and tear down reactionary old things in favor of communist new things. All right, so that's a thread there, and you see what the prompt is. What does cultural nationalism actually look like for Black people? Without the Chinese references or communist definition, do we need to discard aspects of our culture despite the clear interruption by European European intervention? I can't find the last part right now. So with that said, there's already a couple comments. Nama X says, I agree with BRG. It says, capitalism is never and will never work for us. Afro Native World says he hates the term, quote unquote, pork chop nationalist. Nama X says it's exactly what has us at the bottom. With that said, let me start off with Carl this time. Carl, what say you to this thread that I just read out here?
Well, my thoughts on this. I kind of feel. I'm sorry, my dog is acting up. Calm down. Sorry, hold on.
It's all right.
In fact, go ahead and pick somebody else besides me.
Wait, I actually thought that was gas. I was like, I heard a bitch.
Boy, you guys, boy. Anyway, let's go to Oni next. Oni, what say you next?
Still laughing at what I said. Nah, first off, I was like, oh shit, a bitch came. Nah, I'm not saying. All right. What was this? This same guy again. How many times are we gonna hear from Black Guard? who keeps putting up Black Red Guard? But like it is. Yeah, I mean, I actually do like the communists for this though. You know, I like the communists for their understanding of political parties and politics and ideology. Those are actually really important things, you know. Like I said, even like might have been 20 years ago, I don't know, but a long time back, I was going to some socialist meetings, you know, the Marxist Leninist type, and it's a really interesting school. They're really serious about you know, well, I don't want to say they're serious about implementing revolution, but the ways that they try to do it by like forcing people to go through an educational process and only promoting people to positions of leadership after they've studied the fundamental materials, like that is really respectable among the communists. You know, hold on a second. So why I'm saying that is to say that yeah, I mean what he's saying is technically right. You know, if you want a revolution, you do well. The Marxist Leninists. So a lot of people don't know what Leninism is, but why they say Marxist Leninism instead of Marxism or instead of Leninism is that Lenin is talking about, you know, you form these vanguards, you form these people who are studied and who would be the leaders of a revolutionary movement, right? And so and that they will turn against the internal saboteurs. They will turn against the Ascari, as I call them. They will, inside the African context, we would turn against those people, because those people are like you said, they will see what you're doing and hate on it. They will see you and hate on you, and you would say, well, what do you accomplish? They don't have anything to say. They just say, I'm secret. Yeah, of course you're secret. I would keep my accomplishment secret too if I ain't have none. But why I'm saying that is to say that the communists understand, like they understand it. They understand, like shout out to homeboy, the importance of teachers. They understand the importance of teachers, but of course you want teachers not state teachers, not teachers that operate under the current order, the status quo. You want revolutionary instructors, real educators, not people who say they're educators. But I'm saying a lot of shade, right? I'm saying this to say, but that's where I would stop. I would say, hey, look, yes, we do need to emphasize political parties. We do need to emphasize our own unique economies, but we cannot, have that be the Europeans' economic model or the Europeans' economic vision for the world. The thing that people don't really grasp is that communism is an economic vision that should not be implemented over African people. You know what I mean? Like, it should not be implemented over African people. And that's what it really comes down to. So we should have Africans implementing our own economic philosophy. But like, here's where everything kind of comes to a stop, because one thing about us is that we tend to, so like, for instance, like I said, if I write a book, people are going to find some reason not to read it. You know what I mean? And that's how it is for a lot of our people, where it's kind of like we do have this heavy emphasis on people who have died, which is okay to some degree. But we also have this heavy emphasis on misinformation, So, I mean, just to give you guys get what I'm saying. There's a lot of misinformation out there. So if you do have, what we're going to always run into, we're going to run into this for like 20, 30, 50, 100 years, is Black people are going to say, well, what kind of economic philosophy should we try to implement? And well, who's going to, but then if you give them, your books, or you give them some books, you give them anything, they're like, I'm not reading that person. I'm not reading that. That person's not dead. You know what I'm saying? like that's not an ancestor. That's just, that's you or something. You know what I mean? And so, we're at a standstill. I agree with how the freaking Marxists, Leninists are doing it. Like, they're really recruiting young people, getting them to read the literature that they recommend, and they're getting them into positions. I could actually respect it. I saw one of the sisters, I used to crush on her back in the day. I saw one of the sisters in that old socialist political party I used to be a part of, and she's still with them. And they promoted her pretty high. You could read her in the newspapers and stuff, right? And I mean, that would have been me if I, wanted to stick around, but I didn't. But because I was like, let me go to the Black side or whatever, right? But he's like, the socialists are technically right. You do have to really try to educate people. The trouble with us as a people is that we don't want to be educated by the next person. We have the problem of too many chiefs and not enough Indians. You know what I mean? We have the problem where, you can clearly outclass a guy intellectually and he will still call you an idiot. Why? No idea. But that's a thing. And that's a thing that's prevalent in our African circles. Like, even another person was like, you can't tell me anything about history. And it's like, literally, one of the historians, like, I don't know if you guys even picked up on it. So my man's, I shouldn't take credit for this, but I might as well. My man's, I got this brother on Twitter. Good. Like, this is like, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Brother from another mother. And I'm saying that now because he was just whooping ass. No, I'm just saying, he was just whooping ass, right? And I mean, this is a dude, like, me and him cool, And now people gonna say cap, but still, me and him cool, right? Nah, for real. Like, for real, behind the scenes, me and him cool, right? And that said, like, for you to come at me, like just off proximity, like, I know my history, you know what I'm saying? Like, just off process, because you see how this brother whipping these crackers, right? Like, the way how this boy, like, way how he whipping these crackers, just off proximity, I'm gonna say, I got that kind of, like, I taught him that left hook. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like that.
If you're not aware, I've mentioned the brother. I've reposted some of his tweets on the community tab. His brother Greathouse. Yeah, he was really, this last week or so, he was really handling them white folks on history, man. Only, have you ever invited that brother to come through on the panel?
Yeah, I mean, long time back, he got his, he's interesting. He gets invited by everybody on the planet, but he's a good guy. He's a good guy, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I hope one day we don't find out he's a white boy.
Nah.
No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I'm sure he's in demand because all Omowali Africa and all them guys be retweeting his stuff. So he's good. He's good. I like to hear his perspective on things sometime. And I'm sure you guys in the chat, if you know who Greathouse is, drop a 1. Shout out to that bro. I think he does listen in sometimes to the show, but I'm not certain. By the way, speaking of that, you guys make sure to let's be intentional. Let's bring 1 or 2 people in to come through. I try to invite folks. Folks don't respond to my emails, but let's try to bring 1 or 2 folks in to join the panel, join the chat. You know what I mean? A couple of you know who Greathouse is. Real Black Gentleman says Greathouse is thorough. I peeped him a while back, so that's good. Who did I not get to yet? I got Carl, right?
I'm back. Yeah, I had to interrupt, but I'm back. I had to take old boy out, but we good now.
Okay, Carl, go ahead.
Okay, so to answer the question about cultural revolution, I don't think we need a communist party for cultural revolution. I mean, there's so many similarities within African cultures. Now, there's differences too, but I think that we have similarities in such that we don't need a communist revolution. I don't think that, now there may be some aspects of our culture that needs to be discarded. And I think that one of the aspects we got to discard is our xenophilia. Some cultures are xenophobic. We are xenophilic. We love strangers. Every time I cut on my goddamn phone or TV, is asking about who we're gonna invite to the damn cookout. No more of that. No more of that. I understand that's a maladaptation to certain things, but there may be some aspects of our culture that have made us vulnerable to outside incursions, and we're gonna have to purge that. How do we purge that? I don't know. When Mao took over China, he purged the landlords. How did he do it? He had the tenants kill them all. I don't think we need to go that far. So I do think, but as far as just eradicating people, but there are some elements of of African culture that's going to have to get the fuck out. We cannot continually let certain things go down. Every race of people has traitors, but for some reason we don't seem to punish our traitors the way other groups do. So we're going to have to purge certain elements. I would like to think we can purge it through education, through ostracization if we need to. I believe some people need to be banished. But we don't need to go the route that Mao did, his Great Leap Forward, which actually caused more damage to not just the Chinese people, but to their environment as well. China has some of the polluted air, some of the most toxic water on earth. We don't want to replicate that. So I do think we have to have some adjustments to our culture. It doesn't have to be done through communism. I mean, although I don't see the need to where we just have to continuously focus on just these narrow definitions of what some white person has done. We have it within our own culture to come up with some of the things that we need. All right, so I'll stop there.
I didn't speak yet.
Yeah. Jose, go ahead.
I wanna add to Carl's words. and that's let's be social amongst us, and the capitalistic on the world stage of the many variations of power, economic, military, spiritual, intellectual, etc. National socialistic is to me, it's still the solution. We all agree that we need to learn to love each other, right? We close the fences, and we introduce ourselves to each other, and outside of the house. So let's say Africa is the house, right? We need to deal with some of us quote unquote up north, but let's call Africa the house, right? And when somebody in Africa says it's time to close the windows in the door, all the windows in the doors need to be closed and stay closed, and that's what Carl was talking about, right? What's the word? Xenophilia. We need to deal with each other. You know, we need to introduce ourselves to each other, but also we need to make to each other clear who is we when we say we, and who is them when we say them, and who is you when we talk to, you know, who makes it to the second person. You know, first person is we, and that needs to be made clear. We need to make clear who makes it to the second person, right? Who makes it to the you, and it needs to be clear who is them, and that's very problematic. So that's why we need to for a while we need to close the doors and the windows, but eventually we have to pick the yous out of them, right? I believe China is a better partner, but China and Russia are better partners than, and eventually it's not even China and Russia. It's our colonizer is pointing his finger to China and Russia. So the conversation is about China and Russia, but actually the conversation is the whole world. The choice that the West gives us is either deal with them or nobody, and that's a no, of course. So. And if you say no to them, you got the whole world to as client. Since we are the shop, you got the whole world as client. So note that I did not mention any of those political terms, right? Because we have to get rid of them, because the moment that you mention only one of those terms, or those people that led some revolutions here in Europe, you know, fuck all of that. We need we need to start with a clean sheet. That's what I believe. And with the only pressure, or the only thing that we need to remember is the we, the you, and the them. That's if you ask me, you know, everything else needs to be reinvented, because the UN doesn't care about nomads. The UN doesn't care about our tribes being divided by colonial borders, etc. So none of these terms actually make sense to us. And I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Joseph, and I agree with a sentiment you were trying to get across in there too, which is, and I've heard Oni say this too, in a tweet. We might have to get away from some of these terminologies, because when I mention capitalism, right? When I say Gavi said that capitalism is probably your best bet, everyone thinks I'm talking about some, you know, I'm trying to oppress some child somewhere with some slave labor or something like that. No, like Jose said, I think we on the world stage we got to compete, and that's what they do on the world stage. I think internally though, we need to have a system that's more social towards our people. But forward, as far as the world stage, we have to be just like, unfortunately, right? We have to be just like everyone else with the thing, with our intentionality. To protect ourselves, to have power, we have to get in the game. So I appreciate that, Jose. I have a follow-up question for all of you, but let me get through everyone first. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I guess cultural nationalism. I know, what I'm saying, there's a lot of nuance behind that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's just a nation. What's a nation? Just your country, your homeland, or whatnot. About a culture. You know what I'm saying? But culture alone is kind of what, I'm saying, is honestly, that's alone can't be your main, industry, as it were. I mean, just culture. Just describing how we go about. I mean, industry can be part of a culture. I mean, culture is a very broad kind of a term that is very nebulous at times, and usually when it's defined, it's usually defined in a very narrow sense. Culture, you might talk about like music or entertainment, when culture can literally mean how, how the way that sidewalks are, how people drive on which side of the street, or language, and the ways of life. So culture is very, very broad. I mean, in natural, I mean, I think it winds up being like an oxymoronic kind of a term. I mean, I think we try to describe that way in the disparaging way. It's like, oh, I'm not that. That's cultural nationalism. I'm something else. I'm not that. And it's just, that doesn't really get anybody anywhere. And that's just how I feel about that term. I know what people mean when they say it, but it doesn't get anyone anywhere. It's just very describing a very indescribable kind of a thing. I mean, naturally, culture isn't something very tangible. It's not like, I mean, that's like saying soft power. Cultural nationalism is soft power, yo. You know what I'm saying? If you want to break it down to something simple, yeah. And as far as again, like, I want to say this. I just bring this, Jose. I mean no offense. You have like suggested national socialism. Now the first thing I think about national socialism is the Nazi Party. That's just me. And I can understand how they were really fascist, right? I get that. But I do think that as far as Black people, the socialism we need is more of a socialism of making sure everyone has a basic, and then everything else is free for people to compete on various different levels. You got to have a basic for people, but you do have to allow people who can compete and who are able to do beyond the basic and can do what it is they can do with whatever various resource in that nation for whatever benefit. They should be allowed to excel. And I mean, that's my thing. It's basically the idea of, you don't want a total welfare state where everything is divided equally, or laissez-faire. Well, if you get it, you can get it. If you take it, you take it. You do have to have a basic, but even at the same time, that basic can't necessarily almost be guaranteed. It has to be understood that there is a basic and that the basic will exist, but sometimes that basic may be more, maybe less. There's still impetus of people to go out and enterprise and do what they have to do. I think has to be, because a person who innovates a solution that benefits multiple people in and of itself is a net benefit to everyone. Even though that person may come out ahead by, utilizing the resources, maybe very relatively resource intense to go through that innovation, crop yields, industry techniques to improve efficiency. You do have to have people who are out there studying, trying to, get ahead on the next day. You have to allow people to try to see how they compete against the next guy. And if they can do it a little better, you have to allow that. They can always be reined in a little bit. And sometimes, the brakes fall off and you have to put the brakes back on. I don't want to stifle when people say capitalism, because to me, capitalism is just an individual's perspective of thinking, using your thinking cap, your head. Your capitalism is you use your head to get ahead, or you use your head to get over. And you don't want to get over on people. in a everyday sense, but in competition, you're trying to get over on people. But it doesn't have to be cutthroat. It just has to be, I got over on you. And I mean, it's recognized in a sense. You know what I'm saying? I got to sell before you. You're not going to go back and try to unsell it. You know what I'm saying? I got to sell before you. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see things. But at the end of the day, everyone, has a bed, you know what I'm saying? Everyone, you know what I'm saying? Everyone's making sure, you know what I'm saying, the sheets, you know what I'm saying, there's good water, everyone has their basic. Everyone, I mean, a lot of the richest people in the world don't live off a basic, because they're just like, I don't need much. I just gonna go ahead, have my tools wherever I had to go out here and capitalize and and go out here and enterprise and do it and make those connections and networks and do it and come home with it and eat basic. That's how you do it. A lot of wealthy people live basic. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I wanna add something. Yeah. When I brought up National Socialism, I warned before starting. I remember warning in the chat that the term National Socialism triggers a lot, because we have been programmed by all this gassing the Jews and exterminating the I lost the term, but people in wheelchairs and mentally disturbed people, etc. But that has nothing to do with National Socialism, right? That's their race. All the atrocities that they did is not connected to National Socialism. So the term National Socialism is being smudged by these people. But there's nothing wrong with National Socialism. But again, shake off what we have learned about the Second World War and what happened in Germany. National Socialism is what we all describe when we speak of Marcus Garvey or even the Black Panthers. Okay, the Black Panthers were just socialists, right? It was not as black as they try to make it look nowadays, because they are anti-communist and socialist. So they try to push socialism in black hands, like everything they deem negative. They try to. They try to slide it into our business, but anyway, yeah. Again, socialism among us and cutthroat with others.
Yeah, I can't knock that, Jose. Yeah, I think we need to look out for all of us. But when we face these other people, we need to be just as cutthroat as they are. Nama X put me on to something I didn't know. He said in Kemet, they had an important economic system called negative interest on money. This way, you don't have an oppressive rich class, since the money you get at the end of the week decreases in value. I didn't know that. He said Kemet had a socialist type arrangement. Let's hear from Tans. Did I hear from Tans on this one?
No.
Go ahead, Tan.
Well, for me, I hesitate, putting modern labels on old practices. Sometimes we take things and we say, oh, when I read Kemet was socialist, I was like, that's an interesting way to put it. I think the principle is, what is the end? It doesn't matter what the means is. And I think with socialist capital, all those things is simply a means to the end. If the end is to take care of people, not to get biblical or anything, but in religions, they all have one thing in common, this idea of charity. It's not just, it's common in all religions that you're supposed to give back for the widows, the orphans, the people in the community. So the idea behind it is that everyone is supposed to be taken care of. So with that idea, it does not matter if, you're a Christian, Catholic, or a Protestant, or whatever it is. The idea that when you're part of that group, you should be taken care of, one way or another. Whether that happens in reality, that's a different thing. But the idea is that everyone should feel that they should be taken care of if they cannot take care of themselves. That's the other, caveat. It's not just, putting out your hand and then getting something for free. So that principle is common both to capitalism and to socialism. There's neither of those systems say, oh, you can just sit back and get and get benefits without working for them. In the capitalist system, you have to make a profit. In the socialist system, you have to work and contribute to the general good, unless you're somewhat like Jose said, disabled. So the principle is what matters rather than the system that you achieve it. And for us as Africans, it, I, I am reluctant to to name things and point things out. It's like calling how people Africans worshipped religion. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be quite accurate to call it a religion any more than, for me, I would think that we had some kind of system for politics and economics and all this. I think we did what worked. We first of all started with the fundamentals, feeding the people. So agriculture, keeping animals, taking care of the family, the children, all of that stuff. And then if you had more, you'd maybe get to it. And yet, the system that we live in, it's like you make money first and then you feed yourself. So food is the second necessity to getting paper money. But in any case, I think that the focus should be on the principle of what we want for the people. What we have right now is that you have to deserve to live. Almost, you have to justify your existence, and on top of that, you have to pay for it. No one has the right to simply live by living, and if you cannot afford to live, you will be cast off into dire circumstances, and those circumstances are very real for a lot of people. So if we are really Africans, is we have to choose whether do people deserve to to live, or do they have to pay for it, or should people be taken care of no matter what? And I would think that the African way was the one that everyone, especially those who are most vulnerable, should be taken care of. That's why we had this basic familial system where children, there was not an orphanage system, but there was a familial system of not even formal adoption, where people just took care of the children of their family. That was one way, and elderly people are also taken care of, and so on and so forth. So I think that if we created a system that would work for us, it would be based on a family-based model. It would be based on community. Whether you call that socialism or capitalism or whatever, it would be based on hard work being rewarded, laziness being discouraged, and punishment should not be it should be rehabilitative, but also away from the community. Anyway, sorry, I did go. Oh, you said that number X said, did you know that for capitalism to work, there has to be a perpetual bottom class? Yes, that is the negative aspect of capitalism, unfortunately. But the fundamental aspect of the positive aspect of it, that you can make money by your efforts and by making a profit from convenience, and I think that's a positive aspect of it. So yeah. So that's my summary.
I think that's a good reminder that we as Black folks need to get out from the bottom. We need to compete. We need to compete. We need to get out from the bottom. Let's let any other group be at the bottom. Let these Latinos and them be at the bottom. But we need to get up from up under the bottom, and we need to really and truly, we need to go back to our homeland and make shit happen. That's really what it's coming down to. Trigger Happy 262 came across the same understanding that I had when Nama X was talking about Kemet and socialism. What Nama described as that negative interest thing, I can't find the tweet, the comment now, but Yeah, it sounds like Gaviism. Gaviism had this thing, like I said a few weeks back, that he wanted to compete, so he competed in this capitalist system. But the way the UNIA was organized, it was organized in such a way where the wealth was distributed or redistributed, evenly amongst the organized. And I think that's what we're not getting into. We're not organizing this shit to compete and then bring back the gains and spread it out amongst our people. I think we're not doing that. But before I ask my follow-up question, let's hear from Buana, and then I'll ask the follow-up. Go ahead, Buana.
Yeah, so in listening to the conversation and the dialogue, first two things like stood out at me in terms of the comments that was made. Before I get to the whole the idea of cultural nationalism, one said that everyone deserves a bed, and I don't particularly believe that. I believe that if a man gives you a bed or pays for a bed, one day he may come back and sleep in it with you. Because he has a right to that bed just as you do. But also the idea of everyone deserves to live, I kind of contend with that idea too, because life is life for me. Well, life is a fight. Life is a fight. You fight for your meal. You fight for your meal to put inside your body for you to take breath. And if you sit down and do nothing, no one is supposed to come to you and ensure that you eat every day or drink water. You have to ensure that for yourself. You have to take action in ensuring that life or preserving that life. So this idea of deserving a life, no. If you make your life desirable when you do something to ensure that life is sustained, and the only person who could say you deserve life probably is your mama, your mother, and everyone else. They don't have the same kind of interest in mind. So you should have your own interest in yourself to preserve that life and ensure the continuation of that life in doing things to ensure that life is preserved. You know what I mean? Which is finding food, finding a meal, finding warmth to ensure that body don't decay out in this cold world. So you must do certain things to ensure that life is continuous and functioning. But in terms of cultural nationalism, the whole idea of culture is what people actually do habitually, what a person does habitually, and as a nation is what people is known to do or actually does habitually. And when I say that, for instance, the Jews, when people talk about the Jews, what are their society and nation known for as a culture? They're known for being extremely studious. I think per capita, they have the largest amount of PhDs in the world. They're known for being doing business. Whatnot. We could contend whether that's good business practices or not good business practices. They're known for being heavy on money and keeping their money within their communities. You look at the Japanese. People say the Japanese are extremely precise. They're extremely disciplined. You go into their societies, and in some parts, they're very, very clean. In terms of the outside of the societies as well. The infrastructure. You know. But if you look at our society, our Black communities, not all of them, but if you go through the length and breadth of our Black communities, what are we known for? So, in looking at our societies and in terms of culture, what we actually practice on a habitual basis is that competitive in the global world, where we are trying to compete with everyone else. And if not, then we should be willing to let go of some things, and then we should also be willing to keep some things as well, because there are some things we have gotten right, and I think that that's not necessarily acknowledged within our communities, because there are some things we do, within Black society, globally, that we have gotten right. This is the reason why, in some instances, in some industries, people look at us in awe. You know what I mean? In terms of music, in terms of being celebratory, in terms of in terms of even athleticism, in some instances, in terms of study, in terms of being effective at certain things, there are certain things we have gotten right. But unfortunately, there are other things we have gotten wrong. So should we let go of some things? Absolutely. Should we keep some things to remain competitive? I think we should. We should build on the things that keeps us competitive globally. But I think that we should be willing to let go of some things if we want to exist up into the 22nd and the 23rd and the 24th century. Like, because as we saw today with the prompt, the last prompt, the Chinese known for 100-year plans, 100-year planning far ahead to ensure that when their children's children doing something in the future, at least they'll have a leg up. Are we doing the same kind of things? Maybe not. Is that something that we should implement in a very on a day-to-day or almost on a habitual level? Absolutely, absolutely. So I just think that when I look at the terms of cultural nationalism, things we do or are known to do as a nation of people, there are some things we have gotten right. There are some things we have not necessarily gotten right. There are some things we could keep. There are some things we should throw away. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate your response, Buana, because it leads right into the follow-up question I want to ask before we move on to topic 8 tonight. Because there is something in this prompt that's very direct, right? What does cultural nationalism really look like for African folks? So I just want to ask you guys, any and all of you can respond in any order. What would you like to see this revolution in our culture, like the cultural product after the revolution? What would you like to see? Just a few things, a handful of things that you'd like to see as a part of our culture.
Well, for me, I would say we have to eliminate any religious belief that came from outside of Africa. So that means any Judeo-Christian, Islamic, that has to go, because I think that is one of our biggest hurdles, is that the religion that was given to us, that was forced on us by our oppressors, that's got to be removed. So any type of cultural nationalism, cultural revolution has to remove foreign religions from our culture. The biggest statue of Jesus is in Africa, not Europe. I think it was Dr. John Henry Clark who said that African people are the true believers. We will out Pope the Pope. We will out Muhammad. So any type of cultural revolution that I could imagine is going to have to eliminate any type of Judeo-Christian, Islamic, Buddhist, all that nonsense stuff. It's got to be removed from our culture, because it's destroying us. We can't even mentally, intellectually get around it. It's such a hindrance to us. So that's how, at least in my opinion, that would be something I would like to see dealt with during the cultural revolution. Man, y'all acting up in the chat, man. Y'all chill out.
Anybody else want to respond to the follow-up question I just asked?
Yes, I would like to respond. I think that if I would like to see anything implemented, I would like to see intelligence become cool again, and intelligence become a thing within our culture. And what I mean by that is, I think I heard somewhere where the Africans used to say that ignorance is evil. And in the Western Black societies, we consider ignorance to be bliss. And I think that that's one of the things that needs to be popularized again. The person getting straight A's in the classroom, the person who is clever and articulate. You know what I mean? I think that needs to be promoted more, rather than the person who just coming from, I come from the ground, I come from the mud, you know what I mean? But I was able to garner a lot of money selling dope. I think that what needs to be cool again is intelligence, you know what I mean? And not necessarily, you don't even have to be not in a formal way, you know, in academia. You could be an autodidactic person, but intelligent, where Black people surround you and accept you and appreciate your intelligence. I think that that's one of the things that I would like to see. Another thing too is, and I'll end here because I want to be brief. I think that trust amongst us, you know, as a collective, I think that that's what I would like to see within our community. That trust we had, well, if we ever had it for one another, I think that that's what needs to be restored. You know what I mean? I don't think that we have enough trust. I think there's always this idea of this nefarious thing when we do business with one another. Oh, this guy is a scammer. This guy trying to get over. You know, and there are scammers out there. There are sincere scammers out there. But there are also people who really want to do good. And I think that level of trust needs to be reprised within our communities, because that's the only way I feel that we'll be able to really build strong binds and bonds within our community. But those two things, intelligence and trust.
I appreciate that, Buena. Anyone else want to add their thoughts?
Sorry.
On
what was the question again? Apparently I have time. I'm telling you, man, my man's expire. He had time this week. I'm gonna have time today. But what was the question? What was the question?
Well, my follow-up question was, what do we want to see in our culture? What do we want to remove from our culture, I guess?
Oh, well, shit. I might as well tie it in with the chat. You know, there is cultism. You know, it's like this dude's saying he didn't see Tariq for what he was. Now, if you were in the community, if you were active in the community, right, you would know what Tariq was the moment you saw his face. But what happens is people who don't do things, and that's another thing too. It's like people love talkers. People love, and I'm saying this because Marcus Garvey talked about it, and Carter G. Woodson talked about it. They said that there were people who are just like straight up grifters, and they document this thing. But like I said, a lot of people do not read. They don't want the scholars of the past. You know, there's this, like, I think people should really look into what's it called? Marcus Garvey's Philosophies and Opinions, right? Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. At one point, he has this article about what he calls yellow journalism. And he's saying that there are journalists during the time when he came to America who only talk about Black crime, only talk about what Black people are doing wrong, only talk about what Black people are doing bad. And Garvey's like, those are not good people for our race. But what we should do is we should have people who are talking about the good of our race, the good that we could do, the good that we are doing, the good that is to be done. And he's like, none of the other African American papers want to do that, you know. So he comes out with the Negro World, and he's countering the essentially the negative propaganda against our people, right? And what happens is that when you go on social media, you know, you got your Tommy Sotomayor, and you got your your Tariq Nasheed, and you got so on and so forth, and you got tons of idiots following them. You know, even that woman, I can't remember her name, but she's like, kill the Black boys or something like that. You know, like you got a bunch of idiots following them.
Cynthia G, that's her name.
What's her name? Cynthia, yes.
Yeah, know your enemy, man. Know your enemy.
Yeah, right? For sure, right? But like you have that, and like Black folk eat it up, and then finally they're like, oh wait, this person was grifting me? And then they're like, well, I you know, it's like you should have known from jump. I've seen Tommy Sotomayor, like I've never watched this shit, but I've seen him like I want to say, 10 years ago or some shit, right? I seen Tariq Nasheed. I seen Kevin Samuels. One of my dudes showed me Kevin Samuels, and I listened for 2 seconds, right? And I was like, nah, this motherfucker's an idiot. And they're like, how you can call me an idiot? He's entertaining and he's blah blah. And it's like, nah, he's a fucking grifter idiot. He's fucking like clearly he hates Black women and some shit, right? Clearly there's something wrong with him. Clearly he's not an intelligent person. But that's really the issue with us as a people, you know? that you're supposed to, like one of the things you should be able to figure out is whether the next man is intelligent or not. You know, I had a man call me an idiot today. Like, what kind of a fucking genius do you have to be to call me an idiot? You know what I mean? A guy, you know, and I'm not even like on that, oh, well, I got these degrees and shit. But like, for real, don't nobody call me an idiot. Like, where does that even make sense? Or another dude was like, oh, you know history. Like who in their right mind would make that judgment of me? And then in the same breath say, well, Tariq Nasheed was repeating Dr. Carr. Like, what are you, like, on what planet? You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I guess, you know, in a sense, we go to Du Bois, and I don't like Du Bois. Du Bois, you know, whatever, right? But one of the things Du Bois said was like, the tragedy of our age is that men don't know men. And I want to say that, you know, on that note, it's like, you have to be able to just read people. I mean, if you're going to try to insult somebody, you know, you could say something, but if you like the trouble with us is that we would follow a certified idiot, certified pimp, certified grifter, and praise their name, and then see, you know, we'd actually bump into a actual scholar, you know, not to toot my own horn, but like I am, right? An actual scholar, and be like, well, you a dumbass, you know, like the world went upside down type shit, you know. like the world went upside down. So what I would like for Black people is, one, you got to get out of these fucking cults. Two, you have to be able to discern character. You know, I mean, I get that, you know, maybe some people are offended that somebody else went to a country they're not even in to, you know, do something they don't particularly approve of based off of their notion of what should be done. But again, like I said, I was just doing what the locals were doing because I'm a foreigner. That said, just like, you know, yeah, like if you're a foreigner, you just do what the locals do. But that said, I kind of wish, I kind of think Black folk need to do that. On the other hand, though, I also say, obviously, reacquaint yourself with the historical narrative, like reacquaint yourself with critical thinking. You know, like I said, if you read like the first dynasty of Kemet, you'll see that there was this clear class differential, like clear classism, right? Clearly, right? And then, you know, but if you don't actually read history, right? And I shouldn't really doubt anybody's history, but my history was doubted, so might as well, right? But if you actually read history, then when somebody tells you some bullshit like, hey, you know, countries, so like, no, come on. You know, there's no way you can walk into these hugely opulent, hugely wealthy enterprises and say that was an example of socialism, because that's exactly not an example of socialism. Now, I'm not going to call it a capitalist country either, obviously, for obvious reasons, you know. But, you know, I think that, you know, critical thinking, I think that cultism is a thing. I think that people not being able to, you know, understand that, you know, I mean, name calling is nice and everything, but, you know, at least get your facts right, you know? And I guess another thing is just the disassociation from reality. Like I think a lot of us have to just get reassociated with reality. And I'm using that word. It's not a word that we usually throw around and people might associate it with some Zungu thinking or something. It's not. It's realistically just, in fact, actually, if you look at ancient Kemet literature, they really stressed understanding reality, right? In fact, I think the definition for intelligence that somebody came up with was along the lines of being able to discern reality, you know? But honestly, we have to like get back to, well, what is in front of you? Like, what is important, and how do we get to that? But until then, we're gonna have like just jokers and clowns who are, you know, one, following jokers and clowns, or following the message from jokers and clowns, or two, they're like, oh, I'm gonna sabotage you because you're doing something and I'm not, you know, just some dumb shit. And it's like, you know, I'm used to it. You know, I've gotten death threats, you know, a lot. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with it at this point. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know, I'll just get them first if it comes to it. That's it.
All right. I think I got everyone on that one. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. Good conversation. I know the chat is a little wild tonight, but you know, it happens. It's entertaining. I wish more people were here to take it in. There's some good conversation, good analysis from you guys on the panel. I appreciate all of you. Should it be topic number 8? How can one be an atheist and proclaim to have a general African perspective when quote unquote God for Africans is different than Europe? Couldn't this be the case that African culture to an atheist would be seen as barbaric? Right? This came with a link. Link is going to take us to YouTube. Oh, crap. I guess I didn't do the thing I was supposed to do. Hold on a second. All right. Yeah, this is the one that has the 2-part video. Okay. So let me do this again. And I'm supposed to play a certain timestamp. Do I have it? Sorry, just give me a second. Messing up. Okay, so the timestamp is 43:35. Let me share my screen so you guys could see what's going on. And then I got to go to 43:35.
So now we're going to go. So that was the Daguerre. Now we're going to go to Mali. That was the Daguerre in Burkina Faso, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana. So now we're going to go over a little bit further west into Mali. So in the text of Pale Fox, when talking about the god Amma, and the god Amma is cognate with the word Amen in ancient Egyptian. And again, you can visit Aluja Volume 2 for evidence of that. So, and some other works. I think Dr. Theophilo Benga in his African philosophy book also, makes this correlation, and others. Madupe Oduyoye and others have made this linguistic correlation. And so Amma, aka Amen, Griole and Dercheline inform us that in contrast to our own society, which is almost wholly profane. So you notice when these Europeans who have a good grasp of these African concepts start discussing and comparing it with their own concepts, they have to make this distinction. Saying here that, like, they're not like us. We conceive of things differently. So he's saying here, in contrast to our own society, which is almost wholly profane, the sacred being allotted a circumscribed and limited function. So you go to church on Sunday and, you have just limited time to do sacred things. For the Dogon, however, there is no schism between the sacred and the profane, as the universe is God Amma's creation, indeed is Amma. It is sacred with all that it contains, from the infinitesimal to the infinite. Do y'all get what we're saying here? As the universe is God Amma's creation, indeed is Amma. So this is hard for a lot of folks to grasp, who have only had this conversation in relationship to Judeo-Christian religion. Because in Judeo-Christian religion and in Islam, God is an entity separate from creation. That is not the case generally in Africa. The universe, the cosmos, nature, God are one and the same. There is no difference. It's not like saying that God is in everything and he has a little bit of essence here and a little bit of essence. No. Everything is God. God is existence itself. And so hopefully y'all starting to get why it is impossible for you to be an atheist from a general African perspective. So, we're going to continue here. So we're going to flip and go all the way to Northeast Africa into ancient Kemet. And so a lot of you should be familiar with this text, Ma'at, the Moral Ideal in Ancient Egypt by Dr. Maulana Karenga. This is basically his second PhD dissertation in book form. And shout out to Donnie Williams for your generous gift and donation to the channel. I appreciate it greatly. And we will continue. So we're going to talk about Ma'at. And so the way that a lot of people view the so-called deities in ancient Egypt and in Africa general, they want to make it seem like these are just independent deities unto themselves. That is not the case. It is God, the Nun, in the form of either Keper or Ma'at, Ra, Osiris, Amen, They're all the same deity. The different names reflect the particular function that they're trying to highlight of the cosmos, which is God itself. And so, as discussed in Maulana Karenga's work, he says, indeed, Ma'at is not only the shared essence of God, humans, and nature, in other words, existence itself, but a binding agent also. And this is because there's a word mat meaning to tie. And in its nominalized form, there's a word mat meaning rope. For the ancient Egyptian, mat is the order of creation. And so remember Nangmin among the Dagara, God, the order of reason. That's their variant or one of their titles for Ma'at in among the Dagara. So for the ancient Egyptian, Ma'at as the order of creation bounds all things together in an indestructible unity. Therefore, the universe, the natural world, the state, and the individual were all seen as parts of a wider order generated by Ma'at. It was, as argued above, the organizing quality of phenomena that ran through and united all things. As stated above, Ma'at was the essence of existence, which was not only the essence of the creator and humans, but also of the natural world. And so again, this study of these deities show you the aspect of the totality of God that they're highlighting. So when they're talking about Ma'at as a cosmic order, they're talking about the principle, the aspect of God that is responsible for organizing the phenomenon that we see. And so in many respects, you would argue that Ma'at in many contexts represents, for example, the laws of nature. Now, one can debate all the laws of nature, physical and all this other kind of stuff. That's a constant conversation in physics, in astrophysics. And so now we're going to deal with the god Khepri, for example. And everybody thinks this is a separate god. This is separate from Ma'at. This is separate from Ra. This is separate from Osiris. No, we're going to find out. So
a lot of you may be familiar with this text because we like to highlight this text a lot. And so I think this is one of Brother Sanjetti's favorite texts. And this is the Book of Knowing Ra's Ways of Being. It's from the papyrus Bremner Rhine from the 4th century BCE. And it gives a very detailed and modern scientific explanation of existence itself. And so there's going to be some parts of this conversation that's going to seem contradictory, but it's going to all come together at the end. So it's going to be cited in 2 slides. So let's start with it. So in the Bremner Rhine papyrus, it is the god Ra having a conversation and informing mankind of who he is and what his nature is, right? So he's saying, it starts off, the Book of Knowing Ra's Ways of Being, and of thus overcoming the serpent Apep. Thus spoke the Lord of the universe. He said, I came into being as the existent, the one who exists, first to come into being. Having come into being as what exists, I then was. That was how existence came into being. For I was before the ancient gods, my creation. Before they were, I was. My name preceded theirs, for I created antiquity and the ancient gods. I created time. I made all that I desired in this world, and I spread over it. I reached out my hand by myself before they were born, before I spat out Shu, which would be Sa, in amongst the Daggara, and Tefnut. I used my own mouth, and magic was my name. The word is Heka in the ancient Egyptian language. It was I who came into being, and in my manner of being, taking on existence as what exists. Thus, I came into existence in the primal time. After that beginning, a host of ways of being came into existence. For before then, there was no mode of existence whatsoever in this world. That's why I say you got to pay attention to the wording, because he's talking about in this world, the earth. Not saying that existence, God is a type of existence, but he came to a point where he wanted a different type of existence to exist. And he's going to say that below. All that I did accomplish, all that I did, I accomplished alone before any other being came into existence to create alongside me in these places. There I created the modes of being with the energy in me. There I created in Nun, while still drowsy, while I had yet to find any ground on which to stand upright. But then my heart was filled with energy. The design of creation appeared before me, and I accomplished everything I wanted to do. Being alone, conceiving the designs in my heart, I created a different mode of existence, and multitudinous ways of being were born of the existence. So I hope y'all are paying attention to the words that I have highlighted in these slides. The existence, what exists, taking on existence. After that, being a host of ways of coming into being into existence. I created a different mode of existence, and a multitudinous ways of being were born of the existence. So he started off the conversation calling himself the existence. So he is existence. And so he differentiated himself and created other deities that were responsible for creating other manners of existence. So this is how you challenge any of the so-called Black atheists. You can't argue that you are anti-existence, that you don't believe in existence. You can't exist and have the whole body and ability to think while existence and saying that you don't believe in existence. You don't believe in what exists. It is illogical. Because again, African concept of God is not the same as Judeo-Christian. We not on the same page here. You can only be an atheist in a European context, in a Judeo-Christian Abrahamic context. It is virtually impossible. I'll just say it is impossible. From a Daguerre, from an ancient Egyptian, from a Dogon perspective, and we're gonna extend this because I want y'all to see that this isn't just random. I'm not cherry picking concepts here. I'm showing a commonality and continuity in thought across Africa. Excuse me. As I take a sip of some homemade tea that I made.
All right, so that's the video that was attached. There's also a part 2 that's from Twitter. I'll just read it now. It says, it's from Ancient Kemet, at Ancient Kemet. He said, the famous symbol of a guy, now I'm going to mention, Amen, teaches that when Africans say we believe in a supreme being, we are not referring to a being that is above other beings. We are referring to the fact that it is the only being in existence. All beings exist within this one being. He says this one being is the universe. This is the meaning of Guy Niame. And the reason on its shape like a cyclic pattern, much like the galaxy. It does not mean only God in the sense of fair only God. Nowhere in the Akan phrase Guy Niame is the word fair. That is a new meaning that the Christians gave it to align with the biblical obsession with fearing God. This Akan concept, this African concept of the supreme being is not limited to the Akan of Ghana, but found in every African culture. This is why most African names for the supreme being mean, quote unquote, the universe's Lord, and not Lord of the universe as Europeans try to mistranslate. For example, the name, I'm definitely going to mess this up, Nebrger was a name for the supreme being in Kemet, meaning the all universe is Lord. The Yoruba also have the same exact meaning of Oludumare. Both are mistranslated as Lord of all, when in fact they mean the all is Lord. This is a reminder that nothing is above the all, that everything we do should be in consideration of the all, not just ourselves, but of the effect our behavior has on the whole universe. Because Europeans have no concept of the all is Lord, their behavior shows a lack of perspective about how they affect all the earth, which is why their short-sighted culture naturally produces resource depletion and chronic pollution. Lastly, he says, prosperity is assured if in our every action we remember the symbol of Gi Niame, which basically is the all is Lord, I guess. That's interesting. That's why I actually vibe with that. As a person who's agnostic but spiritual, I vibe with that right there. With that said, let's have from Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, what say you? How can one be an atheist and proclaim to have a general African perspective when, quote unquote, God for Africans is different than Europe? What say you?
Well, I'm not really an atheist per se. Like, I understand, creation in that, even in like conceptive terms of, you know, you have a sperm and you have an egg, and there's seemingly nothing, and then there's a point in which nothing becomes of something, and then what is that of the separation of you know what I'm saying? There's, you know, this creation, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I understand, like, how can one be atheist? Like, it's just, I mean, it's like, you know, you have to understand, like, you know, I am because we are, you know what I'm saying? It's like these sayings of African peoples, you know, that's in our bones, that should be in your bones, and you know what I'm saying, that is just, you know, second nature. It's like there is, you know what I'm saying, there is something higher than us that there's a source that, you know what I'm saying, that is beyond, below, and above us. You know what I'm saying? It's like, in the thing about that, and the thing about Africa, and the thing about, you know, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, atheism is nonsense. It's psychobabble to kind of confuse you and to captivate you into another set of ideas that, you know, you're thinking about something when you should not really necessarily be thinking, and more use your intuition. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I feel. I mean, I think about it, and it's like, I think it's silly. I think, you know what I'm saying, you have to, like, rest, you know, when people talk about praying, it's just, you're resting your body, you're resting your mind, and you're just like trying to, you know, harmonize the frequency of your body with the frequencies around you, the earth itself, the sun, the moon, the animals, you know what I'm saying, the wind, the water, you know what I'm saying, just harmonizing, and just, you know, becoming as one as you can with the all around you. I mean, that's why, you know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, like, you know, it's things, you know what I'm saying, little aspects about prayer and stuff. I always think about differently to other people, but, like, you know, yeah, I think that anyone who's talking that stuff about, like, you know, atheism, I mean, I know that, you know, we're gonna have to talk about Jesus, and, you know, you don't talk about Jesus, and you just be an atheist, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I'm saying, you have to do a little bit more theology work. You gotta do your God logic, you know what I'm saying? You gotta do your God logic about it, you know what I'm saying? And when we speak of, you know what I'm saying, the incarnations of earth, and, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, in heaven, you know what I'm saying, in Newt and Asar and Geb, you know what I'm saying, I get that, you know what I'm saying, those aren't real people. It's not like they're not chimeras, they're just like interpretations of manifestations. Like, you just have to find that hawk in you, you know what I'm saying, you find that that aspect, you see nature, and, you know, if I can eat a little piece of something, it becomes a part of me, you know what I'm saying. It's like you see the world, and what is outside of you is in you. It's to me, it's not complicated. I'm a pass. I want to listen to someone else.
Thank you for that, real black gentleman. Ua Bantum is here in the chat. He says, I saw Imhotep is on. Okay, that's nice. All right, thanks for coming through. And anyone else who was here, I don't know if I saw KW Dawn 7 tonight, or Bobby Wright, but you guys are out there. Peace to y'all. Right? Let's go to Jay. Joe, what say you to this?
Yeah, like I said in the chat, atheism is one of the most ignorant religions there. They have a lot of common religious people. They know better. Their zero God is the most potential, omnipotent, but yeah, it's their zero God is a stack of theories, and what I believe, what I interpret from Genesis is that it is speaking what this brother was just teaching, right? So yeah, again, you know, I believe I gave this example more than once before, but I'm going to give it again, you know. So this Jesus figure, he explained the old books to those to his friends, right? His drinking and partying friends, that's for sure. But and one of his friends interpreted it as in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and etc. alinea. I don't know if that's also in English called an alinea, but a whole alinea dedicated to the Word was God, and God was what the Word, and the Word was with God, and etc. And so I rewind. So that's his interpretation of Jesus, explaining Jesus, Yeshua, whatever, the dude. What he explained, it was the interpretation what he explained about Genesis, right, in the beginning. So what does Genesis says about the beginning? In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," and He saw that it was good. So I'm gonna take both of those interpretations of an allegory, because if it's an allegory, it's probably hard to touch with words. So people use allegories, right? So what do? I take these two allegories and add them to try to understand what is being said. And I take it like, okay, the word is the closest to your consciousness, right? And the moment that you realize that naming things is good, right? Your consciousness, saw that it was good that you named things, because your consciousness can work with that. Your consciousness can work with names, right? So he saw that it was good. So yeah, okay, that closes the circle. John 1:1 is John's interpretation of the explanation of that other dude's explanation of Genesis. I believe I have a huge aha moment. Only that sentence is so beautiful of an allegory. Let that, listen to the difference, let that be light. And I saw that it was good to name things. So I'm going to name that wood. I'm going to name that red. I'm going to name that warm. I'm going to name that far. I'm going to name that deep. You understand where I'm getting to? So what is realer than real than to realize the word is the closest thing to your consciousness, and that the word is from God. Consciousness. Okay, you need your voice string, or whatever it's called in English, and you need your breath. You need to be alive to make a sound, and to construct cues of sound. And yeah, later on we called it word, and we saw that it was good to call it word, because we could communicate about our communication, and so on and so on and so on, till this day we are inventing worlds. The only thing that you can be sure of is when we travel farther than all these lenses and satellites can see. If we travel farther and we encounter a thing that we don't know, you can count on it that we will give it a name, and it will start to live in our collective consciousness, if we communicated with each other, of course. Yeah, I think I'm on to something with Genesis, and it's one-on-one connected with Kemet, I believe. But hey, I'm no PhD, and I'm no scholar. I just used my consciousness, and I yield the mic.
Thank you for that, Jose. Let's hear from Buana next. Buana, what's it? Is Buana not there?
Oh, sorry. There are several things for me in this particular, in this brother's particular dialogue, that I find to be extremely problematic. Extremely problematic, because, see, first let me say this: when you are having a discussion in terms of what's right and what's wrong, there needs to be some objectivity in your dialogue. Okay, so the mind refers to the spiritual systems of ancient Africa and what the ancient Africans was practicing. That is fine, but just because ancient Africans practice something that we are not there, We are not in ancient Africa. And notice we say ancient Kemetic system. It's the reason why it's ancient, by the way. What do contemporary Africans think in terms of religion and God, or not being God, in terms of having an African perspective? That commentary is not there. You know, we had a dialogue in terms of Hubert Harrison. Hubert Harrison was a noted atheist, and he wrote many different articles on black atheism in terms of his perspective as being a African person living in the West. Where is that commentary? So we could balance out what's being said by the spiritualists and what's being said stated by the atheists. Because the only takeaway I get from this is a one-sided perspective. It's not objective. It's not balanced. You know, because if I'm only hearing a one-sided dialogue, I consider that to be extremely problematic. That's first. Second, when you talk about ancient, in terms of what ancient Africans practice, there must be some contemporary information as well. Because I live in a contemporary age. I don't live in an ancient African society. I live in a contemporary society. So obviously the information, what they had back then has improved, and some of the perspective may have moved. Some of the perspectives and ideas may have moved. So would a new black men in the Western world, because I don't consider myself to be an African man, and even continental Africans, how are they looking at this particular perspective and saying, oh, are we going to deny black men who have an African perspective because they are unbelievers? They don't believe. See, if I have a discussion with Professor Lumumba, Professor Lumumba is a known atheist. He's a stated he's an atheist, yet he is a Pan-African. So I should have a dialogue with him to find out what his position is on these particular matters. Because I'm only hearing for Asa Imhotep. That's a one-sided discussion. What does he say as an atheist? You know, so this is the reason why for me it's problematic. Then in Asa Imhotep dialogue, he says that one thing is different from the next. But yet when you hear him discussing ancient African society, you hear the Judeo-Christianity, and you hear where it comes from, because many of the Judeo-Christian concepts come from ancient Africa. Where do you think that the Europeans got a lot of their spirituality and ideas of God and things from? They got it from the Africans. So how is there a disconnect? When you just change the name of the deities and call it something else, but in reality, you practicing the same kind of spirituality. How is that a disconnect? When the mind says that God created lesser gods, are you talking about Catholicism? How is that different? How is that the disconnect? Because in Catholicism, you have the supreme God, then you have the smaller deities called saints. In terms of when he was discussing the Dogon people and God is bringing into existence, all these things that these brothers that are mentioning, you have vestiges of where a lot of black people on the Western world, or even throughout the whole length and breadth of the world, the Europeans have taken ideas and concepts and integrated them in their religions. How is it so different? You know, of course there is a nexus. John Henry, and I can finally end on this. John Henry Clark said, if you're looking for God, you look in the mirror. That's what he said. Go look in the mirror. You know what I mean? Now, me, I don't consider myself an atheist, even though I always been labeled as one. I consider myself to be an agnostic person. I do not know what happens. I don't know. I can't see beyond my limited scope as a human being. You know what I mean? Maybe some other people have the capacity to do that. I don't have the capacity to do that. You know what I mean? But when I look in the mirror, I do see God. You know what I mean? My only issue with the religionists, you know what I mean, the African spiritual policeman, is that I like to be responsible for my actions and not place it in the hands of the unseen. Therefore, I take the power back to me, to self, not placing in these third and fourth and fifth parties. This is the problem that I have with the spiritual police. You know what I mean? Because I believe that I'm responsible, and I also believe that I'm capable as well. You know what I mean? I have agency. Not third unseen parties. This is my issue. This is my issue. You know what I mean? But like I say, I'll leave it there to let the brothers them dialogue about it. All I'm saying is there need to be some objectivity in this discussion, because I need to hear what the atheist perspective is in terms of the African's perspective. If there is none there, then it is a lopsided discussion. I'll leave it there.
I will just point out what Trigger Happy points out here, which is what I heard as well. He says what John Henrik Clark is saying is mutual to African spiritual practices. African people always emphasize that we are all God. I don't know if we listened to the same presentation. Yeah, I mean, that's what it was getting across. Like you said, you see God in the mirror. The idea was that we're all a part of this thing that would be called, as a placeholder, as someone said in the chat earlier, quote unquote God. We're all a part of this thing, Let's hear from Carl.
This is a very interesting topic. But to Buana's point, we live in a world where like 98% of the African continent worships either Christianity or Islam. So I think within that context, I mean, these African spiritual systems, these aren't world religions. When someone says they're atheists, they're really against the world religions that dominate the world right now, which is Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and the like. So this is an interesting topic, but I don't think that if you are atheists, you can't be, you're going against Africa, because Africa is not dominated by African spiritual systems, African religions. Africa is dominated by Christianity and Islam, with a few, sprinklings of voodoo or Ifa here and there. So, to me, I guess I'm not atheist because I don't know. There's some questions I think that can be answered through just observation and whatnot. But the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. So if someone says I'm an atheist, or I don't believe in this, and someone insists, okay, yeah, this is real, well, prove it. And to me, no one has ever been able to objectively prove the existence of deities and whatnot. So at least that's how I'm looking at it, right? From my perspective. So atheists, as far as being against African, to me, I don't feel like though that's accurate, because we've had some African scholars who are atheists. You mentioned John Henry Clark, Carlos Cooks. I mean, to me, I don't really see the big deal about it. Like, why do you need to go back to the ancient beliefs? We're talking about ancient Egypt. It's a dead. I mean, it's a dead religion. There's nobody worshiping these guys, really. Not on a serious tip. I mean, it's not a world religion anymore. So I mean, it's interesting to look at, and I guess I enjoy reading about mythology. I always have when I was a kid, but I just want to leave it in the realm of mythology personally. But I mean, interesting concept. So I'm gonna leave it alone. I'll pass the mic. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I think we didn't get to Tanzania. Tan, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you to this?
Okay, so I'll try to keep it short. I would say that in terms of African understanding of, the metaphysical, we were neither religious nor atheistic. There's no religion that is properly African. There's some, similarities and so on and so forth, but there's no one African religion. We have basically just copied from everyone else. So we don't have a religion as such. And also, we don't really have atheism as such. The denial, both the religion and the denial of religion that's something that I don't think is characteristic of us as Africans. So in terms of taking one over the other, I actually have, a certain respect for a Black atheists, because to me, an atheistic person at least has spent some time, thinking about what they believe in. Somebody who is religious and simply believes is usually, familial or generational, or just they believe just because. And also this fear of atheism also leads people to jump from one crazy religion to another, because they do not want to be left, stranded. How I look at it, atheism is not African, but it's a phase. It is a phase that everybody should go through at some point or another, just like every believer should go through doubt. I think everyone should go through an atheistic phase where you simply say, well, if there is nothing, then what can I create? What how do things work if there's no belief outside of religion and so on and so forth? So it's a chance to recreate things. It's not an end in itself. It's a way to take things, take stock of things, just like and with atheism, in time, you get to a point where you realize how dogmatic you're being, just like the religionist who says, this and there's no way other, this is the only way, and everybody who believes differently should, have their heads separated. So, you come to a position where you soften and you become, more agnostic about it. And some people get elevated where they come to, a deeper religious, spiritual existence. So there are levels to it. I think that at least one thing with atheism is that you're allowed to question your beliefs. You're allowed to turn those doubts into, a sort of critical look at your beliefs, and then decide where you want to go from there. If you're stuck there, that's as bad as being stuck in one religion and another, just going through those constant circles. But, to each their own. Everyone has their own, journey and so on. So for me, I think that it's one way to look at things. It's like anarchy in political, discourse. Everyone goes through their anarchic period where you want to throw everything to the garbage and so on, or just to start all over again, question everything as it is, and build from the beginning. So I look at atheism and anarchy, in a similar manner. Okay, that's it.
I appreciate that. I think I got everyone on that one, right?
Nah.
Oh, I didn't get. Homie, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna read some of my book, right? Why not? So part of what I wanted to do was capture some of the wisdom of our ancestors, So there's this one rare, like not too many people heard this interview that Yosef Ben Yakinen does, right? And at some point he clarifies spirituality pretty clearly. Okay. So he says it this way. He says, look, and this is me quoting him, right? Remember, people didn't always worship as we do now. They worshiped their ancestors, and you gave them more honor when they passed, but you honor them as they were living as well. So you didn't need to pass to be worshipped, but when you passed, you carried your power with you. Many of our ancestors were worshipped in their lifetimes. Asar was one of them. He was the governor of Aneb Hedge, which is today called Cairo. He was a real person. He acted in justice and became a Netcher. Aset, his wife, and Netcher, I think he might have said God, right? But, I wrote Netcher, right? Aset, his wife and sister, the same. And of course, I clarified this in the pretext to say that they weren't really sisters, but, in Africa, if somebody's like the same age as you, you'd call them your sister, right? So anyways, Aset, his wife and sister, the same. The Netcheru, or the gods, were modeled after real people. Set and his wife, Nephthys, were also brothers and sisters. So all of the four of them were siblings. Now, again, they weren't all siblings, but so I just clarified that in the pretext, but I gave what, and of course, I think he said gods, but, I wrote down Netcher because I don't like the word, right? But anyway, so he says, throughout Africa, the ancestors became whom the people would worship. It's natural. You're going to love your grandmother and grandfather. Ancient Kemet was no different from the rest of Africa. I wasn't so different from the rest of Africa, but there and Kenetsu did have, them and Kush did have first writing. Everything before writing and belief, writing makes facts. You can record it, so on and so forth. So he just goes on and so on and so forth. But why I'm quoting this, right, is to say that that's the origin of spiritual systems. That's the origin of spirituality. Now, on the other hand, when people say, and this is why it's really critical for us to, when we encounter this sort of information about African spirituality and this and so on and so forth, one, we have to understand the terms that we're using, and two, we have to understand the context that we're engaging with it. You know, the idea that God is everything or something like that, right? That's a westernization of an African concept. You know, the God concept was the Western concept. Okay, not to say that we don't have supreme beings and all that kind of stuff, sure, but the God concept, as in so much as atheism would be the rejection of that said God, which is more or less the rejection of the Abrahamic God, and the Abrahamic God as this, you know, as what the Abrahamic God is, right? That is what atheism is, and it's kind of like what Carl just said about, because I'm using the word and people say it's a broken record, sure, but it's about the real world. You know, you go to Africa, like random people wrote me today, Eid Mubarak. You know what I mean? Even the president of Tanzania said Eid Mubarak, as in today was, I think, the last day, or yesterday was the last day of Islamic holiday. And everybody in Tanzania was celebrating it, the Christians and the Muslims, right? We have to deal with, obviously, as far as, you know, what African culture really was, it really was this ancestral worship. That's what it was. It really was esteeming your elders and your amazing people. Like when we sit around and talk about how Garvey is this and Garvey is that, that's the African culture. That's the same as when Aset was doing all this big stuff, we were like, yo, or when Assar was doing all these big stuff, we were like, yo, this governor is the governor. He's the ideal. A lot of what African spirituality was a bunch of idealism and a bunch of science. So saying something like God is in everything, or consciousness in everything, or love, you know, whatever, that kind of stuff is just a scientific observation according to what people would have believed at the time and how they articulated. You know, the thing that the thing that you should pick up on really quickly when you study ancient Kemet is the persona, like the humanization of ideas. You know, the humanization of ideas. So as to say that if you were to ask an ancient Kemetu, right, where did you learn how to write? Right, it'd be the same person who taught them math. It'd be the same person who taught them building structures, and it's not a person at all. It is Tahuti. Okay, so Tahuti is now, or some people call it thought. Right, is this, just this, oh yeah, just knowledge or whatever. But then they personify it to put this into stories to make it more palatable, kind of for children, right? And also to esteem whatever ancestor. Not necessarily a real person who accomplished all these things, but whatever ancestor might have been remarkable in the past, and you say, you know what, we're going to respect Tahuti, we're going to respect Imhotep, we're going to respect Asar, we're going to respect Aset. You know, so you have to understand that. Now, when you go into, oh well, this is just us practicing the godship, it's like it goes back to that, that kind of black insecurity that a lot of people have, where if the white man has it, we have to have it as well. And here's proof that we did it. And it also goes into misunderstanding why a person who is colonized by Westerners will reject the Westerners' religion. You understand? And in that rejection of the Western religion, that is what would be called the atheism, right? But instead of seeing it as, oh yeah, this person is rejecting this imposition that is broad and is dominating in their continent, they want to pick at you and say, well, that's not even African, because we did not have Jesus. We did not have, because Jesus is purported as a god. right? We did not have Moses. We did not have Muhammad. We didn't have these figures. And so when somebody rejects these things, it is not that. And I want to say, just on top of that too, if a Greek person today said, you know, oh man, I mean, I tell you, if Zeus was to do so and so forth, and another Greek person said, hey, shut the fuck up about like what are you talking about Zeus for? You know, that's not like Zeus is not, or Apollo is not carrying the sun, or I guess that's Rome or whatever, but Apollo is not carrying the sun all the time, right? If you say that, and then another person says, well, you ain't a real African because you don't, you ain't a real Roman because you don't believe that Apollo. It's like, no, let's understand that at one point, people once upon a time tried to explain things simplified for other people. You know, they tried to explain science, and now that you don't need to personify scientific phenomena, right? You just don't need to personify scientific phenomena anymore, right? Obviously, we're still going to respect our ancestors. We do it now when we talk about Garvey and them, right? Or when I mention the area and so on and so forth, right? But you know, like this whole notion of, oh well, it's got to be European, and you know, and you know, you can't reject blah blah blah, and you got to have a guy. It's like, understand that we are in a colonized situation. We're in a situation where today many African countries are 45 to 45% Abrahamic, and understand who the Abrahamics were historically, and then just figure that realistically, when we talk about spiritual systems in Africa, if you really go back to it, if you really go back to the ancient record, the prehistorical record, people were worshiping their ancestors. That's what they were doing. They were worshiping their ancestors. Also, and different scientific principles too. You know, so you do have the Ogdyad very, very anciently. Okay, but again, you know, conflating it with, well, if you don't believe in it, like, no, the quote unquote, when you use the word God, what you're talking about is this Jehovah, and Jehovah is not real. That's it.
Okay. Thanks for that, Oni. If there's no last words, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is, what would you do if this were your daughter and her substitute teacher? Side note, why didn't anyone stop the fight? So this went viral this week. You guys probably seen it. If not, you'll see it now. This is a tweet from King Roy. He says, what would y'all do if this was y'all daughter and a substitute teacher? I'm going to play the video twice, as I usually do, and then we'll discuss it.
Why does the rules not apply to everybody else? That's my phone. No, you did not keep nobody else's phone. And you finna give me my shit. Don't touch me. That's on my phone. Don't touch me. Girl, don't touch me. Girl, don't touch me. Somebody get a fucking teacher. Get a fucking teacher. Get a fucking teacher. Get a fucking teacher. Get a teacher. Get a teacher. Somebody get a teacher. I don't give a fuck. Get out. Get a teacher. 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 Y'all just go sit here and watch. Get a teacher. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Get a teacher. Get this bitch. Shit, that's my shit. Why does the rules not apply to touch me. Don't touch me. Somebody get a fucking teacher. Get a fucking teacher. Get a fucking teacher. Get a fucking teacher. Get a teacher. Get a teacher. Somebody get a teacher. I don't give a fuck. Get a teacher. 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 Y'all just go sit here and watch. Get a teacher. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Get a teacher. Get this bitch.
Yeah, I think we could see right there why no one else got involved. But let's start off with Carl Hezekiah. Carl, what say you to this? What would you have done?
Man,
with your daughter?
I don't know. If I was one of them students, I probably would have, videotaped this whole thing too, because that ass got me in a chokehold myself. But anyways, focus. So, yeah, I see there's rules in school, right? There's rules, there's regulations, there's guidelines. Number one rule, you don't have your phone out during class. You're there to educate, all right? This child, for whatever reason, she felt the rules did not apply to her. So why was she behind the teacher's desk? Why was she in the teacher's personal space? Growing up, I could tell you right now, I would never have done that because I know my mother didn't play that, and my father didn't. They didn't play those type of games. If the teacher said that I looked at them wrong, I knew I would be punished. But the problem is that there's I don't want to say there's too much leniency sometimes. There's too much when you have these kids, their parents almost trying to be their friend. They're trying to uphold their wrongdoing. There was no reason why that girl should have been in that teacher's face. She shouldn't have had her phone out. Take the phone back. They'll give you the phone back at the end of the day. Chill out, okay? Now, the little girl, she was in her purse, she pushed her off her. The child swung at her. Now, at that point, it's no longer a teacher-student relationship. If you old enough to throw a punch at me, you're old enough to get your ass beat. So, but I also understand too, the teacher is a professional, she's an adult, she's supposed to be able to de-escalate. But these people are still human beings. All right. So had that been my daughter, first of all, my daughter would never do no shit like that because I'm not playing those type of games. But if she did, and she's 22 now, she's in college, she's doing her own thing. If she did do some mess like this, man, listen, it's hard for me to say what exactly I would do because it's hard for me to imagine my child tussling on the floor with a teacher like that, all bootylicious like that. Anyways, so yeah, it's not a situation that should have ever happened. This child should be respectful towards adults. She was out with her phone. And that to me is the root of the problem, is that the child was disciplined and they didn't want to take the discipline from somebody else. Maybe I don't know how they do it, their mother or whatnot. But teachers have a hard job. It's already hard enough. So when I was a kid, I got caught with stuff in school. I just took it, and I had to call. They didn't give it back to me. I had to call my mom or call my stepdad and come get it from me because they didn't give it back. So to me, this whole situation is just ridiculous. The girl was definitely wrong. Could the teacher have handled things differently? Maybe, but I'm not gonna be, hindsight is always 20/20. So I'm not gonna Monday morning quarterback the situation because I wasn't there. I'm not in that situation where I got teenagers throwing punches at me. Because who's to say I wouldn't, try to break her jaw. She threw a punch at me. Instinct takes over. I'm swinging back. You know, equal rights means equal lefts. So to me, I'm not gonna, I'm not doing that. But still, it's just, to me, it's shameful that it even had to go this way. And everybody recording it. Everybody's trying to go viral, trying to get things online. But again, it just really just speaks to the breakdown of community, breakdown of society. Parents and teachers, they're not working together. They're at odds with one another. So everybody, oh, that's my child. That's my child. You're not gonna talk to my baby that way. And man, your baby's a demon from hell. Okay, I can't even teach in school because of their child's disruptions. And this is, I think, is the problem, is that these children come in here with these disruptions. They come in here with these mental issues, these problems they have, and then nobody can learn. And then what does the teacher do in situations? You take this child's phone. She's probably addicted to the damn phone. Now I gotta sit up here and tussle with your kid. And now it's viral. It's nonsense. So my daughter would definitely have gotten punished for some mess. Like, she would have gotten, whatever punishment I deem fit. And I don't think the teacher did anything. I think the teacher did what she had to do in that situation. You should have been in her face. Who the hell do you think you are, little girl? Sit your ass down. All right. That's my thoughts on it. Thank you, Coco.
Thank you, Carl. I'm going to mix it up this lap. Buana, what say you to this?
Oh, quickly, I share Carl's thoughts. I think that I found that video to be highly enjoyable, especially the last part when it was tussling on the ground. But I'm sure there's protocol. I'm sure there's protocol in terms of a student who wants to get belligerent. I would probably let her have the phone, but I would tell her to leave my class. If she didn't leave my class, I would call. I'm sure they have security to escort people out of the classroom. So the teacher probably is in hot water for not probably following policy, because you have belligerent children like that. And if children nowadays, if they don't want to come to school to learn, you stay at nice self home and at 16 years old, and stay home and get pregnant, and you become another statistic. Class goes on. There are some children who are there to be properly educated and possibly move on in their lives. There are some children there to be disruptions, and they're really going to be at wherever they are going to be in society. You're going to have winners, you're going to have losers. But I applaud the teacher. I mean, it's kind of hairy, because you don't want to see young teenagers being beat up like that, from adults. But when teenagers act like adults, you play dummy prizes, you play dummy games, you get dummy prizes. And this is her reward for being belligerent. So, I can't really beat up on the teacher for naturally reacting. If someone was to try to hit me, my natural reaction or inclination would have been to respond to that. However, I think that, a school administration, they're going to look at this and they're going to say, why didn't you permit her to have the phone, ask her to leave the classroom if she didn't want to leave, get some security guard and have her escorted out of there. You protect yourself. You protect yourself. Because the only thing social media is going to see is a big adult beating up on a young girl. And this is how they're going to spin that narrative. So I say cover your own ass first and foremost. Because like I say, there are students who are there to learn. And there are others also students who are there just to create disruptions. They don't want to be properly educated. They don't want to benefit from the privilege. This is what you all talking about to me just a little while ago. Well, you should have a privilege for this. You should have a privilege for that. Well, now you're getting the privilege, and look at what you're doing with it. You're sitting in the classroom, being on the phone. I could care less about this free education that you are being permitted, where people desire and clamor for this kinds of education. You want to be a disruption? No, man. I'll escort you out of the class, and if you want to fight me, I'll tell the security guard, escort you out of there, and let the class continue for those who want to learn. But I'll stop there, man. I don't have a lot on this particular topic.
Wait, let me just say this though. You know that teacher was not trying to cover her ass. Stop it.
For real. Let me go to Real. Is Real Black Gentleman still there? Yeah, let's go to Real Black Gentleman.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I mean, for real though, if this is my daughter, like, I would definitely press all kinds of charges on the teacher. I mean, I suppose, what I'm saying, it's instinct, and it's like, she really, like, she really like, you know, unleashed on it in a way that was like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. Like, you know, young people doing stuff, but at some point, like, you know, this isn't even your class. It's like, you know, you in a place, you can't play the, you know, you know what I'm saying? I was just, you know, going ape on it, because I mean, she really was out of she was really out of her class doing what she was doing. But like, I mean, you know, look, why didn't anyone stop the fight? Because again, it's like, look, I mean, I don't know who's holding the camera, for starters, right? And I mean, it can be kind of different if, you know what I'm saying, if you're a young man in that situation for many reasons. You might have a bit of captivation about the situation, but they made enough noise. I'm pretty sure, you know what I'm saying, it wouldn't have mattered if someone were to try to break it up. That I mean, it happened so fast that, you know what I'm saying, she's clearly over a good 100 pounds over the girl. You know what I'm saying? The girl looks like she's, you know what I'm saying, maybe like 120, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? The woman looks like she's 220. You see them hams, you know what I'm saying? Them is extra, you know what I'm saying, butterball hams. I'm trying to tell you, man. It's like, you know, she was way out of line. I mean, a bit of restraining moves. I mean, all the swinging action, all that offensive action, yo, that's you know, it's ways to like restrain people and to like put them in submission and not like assault-ish kind of the deal. That's my whole thing, you know what I'm saying? I think the teacher in the wrong for a lot of reasons, because she didn't, you know what I'm saying, she, you know, I just think she over applied herself. That's just me. I'm a yield.
All right. Let's go to Jose. Jose, what say you here? Jose, I'll unmute your mic if you're there.
Yes, it was it was my mic and my phone telling me it's almost time. I thought, yeah, good job, man, good job. How else are you going to handle it? Okay, you have to keep your calm. Give her the phone. Ask her to leave. Yeah, I guess it works that way over there, right? And maybe in the meanwhile, it works that way in here too. But yeah, I mean, rules are rules. How are you going to enforce or teach? You know, I believe the teacher was 100% right. You know, it's a learning moment. You play with your phone during the lessons. Your phone stays with me, and at the end of the day, you get your phone. So is that rule does if that rule doesn't work? Okay, escalation. You know, things escalate, but it was not just the rule doesn't work. No, it's what you all saw. She was at the wrong side of the teacher's how you call it, furniture. She was in her face. She was in the typical 13, 14, 15-year old. Yeah, why me? Why my phone? Nobody else. Yeah, well, probably nobody else was playing with the phone, bitch. Slap. Right. I mean, she also the way that she was controlling her, right? It fully I mean, the girl asked for it, and nothing wrong with her with it. I mean, she wasn't beating her, she was holding her down, right? It took a while to get her in that position, but she was holding her down, and she was calling for. The only thing that went wrong was these motherfuckers not going to get another teacher as she demanded. For the rest, good girl. And yeah, what's her phone number?
I appreciate that, Jose. Yeah, the teacher definitely was caked up on a Thursday afternoon. With all of that said, let's go to Tanzania.
Yeah, I see the teacher has made the fun out of the men. Well, I understand if somebody is coming to attack you, whether it's a man, woman, child, whatever it is, you're going to react. It's a natural reaction, and I don't blame her, in a way. I wouldn't know how to, tackle somebody and restrain them, but she seems to be doing a good job. I hope, without hurting the child. If that was, my child, I wouldn't even, I don't even know how these children have the boldness to just go up to a teacher like that. Like who does that? If I was a teacher, that child's parents, first of all, I would tell them that the world is not a nice place. You can, you think that you can get away with it because you're in the classroom and all that stuff, but nobody cares about you outside the door. So if you're going to go out, acting like this to an adult, you're not going to go very far. Your teachers put up with you because they're being paid to do so, but other adults are not going to have the same lenience for you. And that's something that, you have to teach children very young, that yeah, if you're in trouble, you can maybe find somebody to help you, but not everyone is going to help you. And there's some very bad people out there. So don't just go out there trying to assert your way and so on, thinking that the rules don't apply. So, yeah, the teacher did what she had to do, that the parents should be, given a real talking to, because why is your child breaking rules? And then the second thing is, why is your child not able to be disciplined? It's one thing to break rules, but if you can't even discipline the child, then what is the child there for? Take her out of school. Don't let her be around other children. She's a good candidate for homeschooling, or just lone learning. Yeah, she doesn't need to be around other children. So yeah, you know yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, Nama X just said about the parents. Yeah, they should definitely be blamed. I wouldn't even put them outside of the child. Like, well, if your child is acting this way, you're definitely doing something wrong, or there's definitely something happening with the child, that the child needs help. This is not. Yeah, I know that children, teenagers at this age, they do act up and so on, but this is beyond the extreme. This is not someone, this is not normal behavior. So I would definitely look at the parents as well. All right. Yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nama X. The parents definitely have failed here. Because, if it's one thing a child should have, is just a general respect for an adult. For an adult who could sting your head right off, you should have some respect. Like when I was growing up in Nassau, walking on Wolf Road. Well, I don't know this road I'm talking about. When I was going home from school and stuff, you see adults coming, you get out of the way. You slide to the side. I watch this thing in America. Kids will almost run into your damn groin walking out here. Like, they don't get out the way. At least we had that kind of respect, man. Like, you wouldn't swing on a kid that small. You wouldn't swing on a adult who probably has you by 60 pounds or something like that. And a slow wind up to there. The parents failed all around in that shit. And we gotta be real about it. This is the kind of shit we don't want in our culture, by the way. This thing where you'll swing on older people who didn't swing on you. What I need to hear from next? I think I got everyone except Oni again, right?
Again.
Did I get one on this?
I was one of the first to go.
Okay, all right. So Oni, what say you? If this was your daughter, how would you go about it?
Shit, I would take the lady out. I would invite her to dinner and have a pleasant conversation. And figure out where I went wrong in my parenting, and maybe offer her. Maybe offer her a massage, to make up for my bad, where I went wrong, relax her a little bit, put her on a, maybe see that
Just
she's,
yams.
make sure she sleeps well. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't. That's what I would do if that was my daughter. I'm pretty sure that the person who asked that question was hinting at that too. But yeah, I mean, I could see how it's a hello from the neck down situation. You know? But it's still like, yeah, I think I would owe her an apology, you know. And in the words of LL Cool J, I should give her a tip much bigger than a quarter. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But no. As far as, you know, who was right, who was wrong, obviously the little girl was wrong. You know, and I mean that's the thing. Like again, I mean, I'm always throwing shade for some reason. I should stop. But you know, like realistically, you shouldn't try to pick fights with people bigger than you. You know, the reason why I could talk shit to people because I know they're not bigger than me. You know what I'm saying? But if it's a person that's bigger than me, I'm not really talking shit. I'm like, hey man, you're a good guy. You know what I'm saying? But that said, right? Yeah, little girl. I mean, I was saying this because me and Lero were talking about this. Lero took the side of the student for some reason, right? But the thing is this: the teacher is doing everything right. The teacher grabs a phone because she sees there's some trouble going on. She grabs a phone and then the student's walking up on her. So I could imagine protocol is, you know, use the phone, call security, have them escort the kid out because you're in the freaking class, right? But the kid is walking up on you saying things like, on my mama, I'm getting this phone back, right? Which is just a threat, you know? I mean, if you understand the Ebonics, you know what I'm saying? That's a threat, right? That said, she's like, back up off me because you can't, like, once you get in somebody's space like that, like, if they are not, like it's already. And here's the thing, little girl, as this teacher says, she goes for blood. So she pulls out several strands of hair on top of all that stuff. Now, some people say, you know, the thumping she gives the little girl is a little extreme, but it's like, no, it's in the words of, you know, and I mean, you could say that this guy is not the best guy in the world, obviously, right? But in the words of Mike Tyson, you know, everybody has a plan until they're punched in the face. And what happens is this little girl swings on a grown woman, pulling on the hair of a grown woman. The way how, like, if realistically, and that's what I'm saying, like, if you are in a fight with somebody and you want that fight to end, like, I don't know if y'all ever watch fights and you realize that if nobody intervenes, this fight just goes on, especially when the two of them are trying to kill each other. So the little girl is trying to kill this lady for some reason. I don't know, right? Whereas this lady does the right thing, which is incapacitates her, you know, restrains her. Okay? I shouldn't say incapacitates, but restrains her. And that's what you realistically have to do when push comes to shove. Literally, you know, the push went to a shove, went to a punch. When push comes to punch, if you are like the good thing to do is to restrain the other person. And I'm saying that to say that even in the case of, you know, how we as men, we're like, yo, you can't hit a woman. Sure. But if a woman's coming at you with a knife, you have to restrain her or you're going to get stabbed. This woman, the little girl is punching at her, trying to pull out her hair, trying to do some real serious damage to her. You don't know if the little girl has a knife. You don't know if the little girl has a gun. You don't know what the fuck's going on. As far as you know, you did. She said she's been teaching for 22 years, never seen anything like this, right? But a lot of us want to judge quickly. But anyway, if you take a student's phone, you damn expect them to just, okay, well, I was wrong. I was caught. Now I'm going to wait till the end of the day and I'm going to get my phone. This little girl walks up on her, crowds up on her space. You let her know you're serious and say, back the fuck off. Then she tries to punch you and is pulling at your hair. Of course you gotta throw punches back. You know, I didn't get in too many fights growing up, but I remember one fight I got into where this dude like he was like, you can't push me down or some shit. I'm something stupid. You know, we was young, right? So I tried to push him. I guess I couldn't, right? Slaps me in the fucking face. I slap him back. He slaps me again. I just knock him out. You know what I'm saying? You know, just fucking knock him out. Just punch me in the fucking face. You know, because one part of it is, you know, at some point your body just has to react. You know, you know, you don't know what this lady's been going through in her life, but your body has to react. And two, if you do not defend yourself, if you do not punch back, if you do not get on top of this person, they're going to keep fighting you. And if you don't ever see a fight where one guy doesn't get on top of the other guy, they just keep fucking bashing each other's heads. And anyhow, if this lady had lost her balance, this little girl would have probably killed her. Well, not literally, maybe not. I don't know, but you can't just, oh, I'm just gonna take these punches. I'm gonna eat these punches. I think it's a tragedy or a travesty that this woman was charged with assault when it was clearly self-defense. But I also, you know, but obviously I could just see the case being dismissed for her. I think again, like if it were my daughter, like my daughter wouldn't do that kind of stuff. But if my daughter, I would say, look, daughter, you wrong. Like, why the fuck would you try to approach somebody? You know, don't try that shit. You know, and you know, yeah. I mean, would I take her out? I mean, is she a butterface? Maybe, but you know, I mean, like, them yams are yamming. The only thing I would make sure to do is not pull out my phone. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I'll make sure not to do.
Don't be on that date looking at your phone and shit, man. That's a problem.
Well, at least not trying to get it back. That's what I'm saying. I would just make her take it, you know.
Does anyone have any last words on this prompt?
Yeah, last words.
Let me just clarify. Since this is the last one. This is the last prompt. Let me just clarify. She called the administrators 3 times and nothing. But the little girl already moved up on her.
Yeah, last words. With children like this, you let them go to work. You know what I mean? Let them go to work for 9 to 5 or 7 to 3. Wake up early in the morning and let them get into that system. And let them see what the alternative when you are low skilled, low qualified, low trained. Let her get up early in the morning and go to work every day for 6 months to let her understand the value of an education is. And maybe she may see the world a little bit different. See, she have the privilege of going to school every day where many people don't. And just take that away from her and provide her with the alternative and see how she handles that. If she handles that, great. She don't need school. But if she doesn't, she'll be happy to sit in the classroom without a phone in her hand, trying to pay careful attention to what's being said in front of her, because she knows she don't want to see that 7 to 3 o'clock shift. I think that's what needs to happen to a young lady like this.
No other last words here? All right. It's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. I know last week D-Web was giving me some shit for the hard 2 a.m. closeout, but we've been here since 8 p.m., man. Gotta end it at some point. I want to thank everyone who was here on the panel tonight and everyone who was in the chat. Only, what do you want to shout out this week?
Oh shit! I'm just gonna shout out the haters. I got a whole bunch. You know what I mean? So shout out to y'all. Y'all give me, you know, in the words of Hannibal, you know, y'all make me wake up early and look over my back. So I like that. You know what I'm saying? Keep me strong. You know, just like that brother was saying about the African prop. Keep me strong by letting me know that the haters is out there.
What's on deck for your show in the morning?
Shit, ironically, the one topic I always talk about, the same thing we do every night, Biggie. Not even taking over the world, just trying to take over the girls. You know what I'm saying?
All right, you guys tune into Oni. Real Black Gentleman, you want to shout anything out this week?
Nah, I ain't got nothing to say. I'm a pass. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for coming through. Tan, you want to shout anything out this week?
Yes, we did have a program this week, and then hopefully we'll be back with Jose for the Black Pentagrammers. And always shout out to Shoot the Breeze on Saturdays. So, yeah. Peace and have a great week.
Appreciate it. Jose, if you're there, you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, I'm there. The problem that we had this week and the previous week was me sleeping, being tired. But yeah, Black Pentagram is Fridays. If you're subscribed, you get a notification on the most irregular show on YouTube, the Black Pentagram.
Yeah, make sure you guys tuned in to Jose Bronze's channel where they have the Black Pentagram show these days. Tanzan is a part of that. Azuliism, who wasn't around tonight, but he's a part of that as well. And I guess Yana B to a certain extent too. With that said, Buana, you want to shout anything out?
Yes, sir. I want to shout out my brother Oni. You know, because Oni, there's a pre-Africa Oni and a post-Africa Oni, and I like this post-Africa Oni because he seems to be much more happier. He's jovial. I only could wonder why. So shout out to the brother Oni for creating that app, and shout out to all the brothers and sisters who would have also contributed to the show and making it a good one, a feisty one, and a very spirited discussion that we usually have. But shout out to everyone on the panel.
Appreciate you, Buana.
Yes, indeed. Well, I think that's everyone. Did I get Carl? Carl left already, right? Yeah, so that's the show for tonight. Make sure you guys are tuned in to all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Head over to kwazradio.com. Join the mailing list. I was just talking to the sister this week, who I'm hoping will be the one to put together the newsletter on a regular basis, as well as upload the episodes for us. So let's hold out hope for that. Check out all the other shows. Hit the Cash App for all the other shows. Hit the Super Chats. Support. I will be around on the different shows. I'm always in the chat. And we'll be back here next week again. You might see me during the week as well, doing an interview. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, until next time, you guys be good. I'll see you next week. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.